In the year 21 of the Salcerio calendar, a terrifying disaster struck the John Van Kingdom. It was a bloody, chaotic scene, and the survivors were starting to lose their minds. Everyone's face was filled with panic and fear. Outside, monsters had completely surrounded humanity's last fortress where the remaining survivors had gathered. The soldiers pushed reality aside and regrouped with a fleeting glimmer of hope. But the most terrifying thing had yet to appear. A roar accompanied by the ferocious flapping of wings drew everyone's attention. Before their eyes were countless giant monsters flying in with an overwhelming aura. Immediately after, a massive monster slowly condensed magic in its mouth, then fired it straight at its target, the crowd below. That attack was enough to wipe out everything, even crushing the fortress's sturdy gates into tiny pieces. The monsters outside immediately seized the opportunity, swarming in like a storm, brandishing weapons, and threatening the safety of those inside. Their lives were snatched away easier than anyone else's. Those hulking giant monsters slowly snuffed out the fragile little lives. An inescapable fate was unfolding right before our eyes. They slithered into every corner of the fortress, sending terrified soldiers fleeing in a panic. The bodies of soldiers who died at the hands of the monsters were scattered everywhere. Yet they didn't stop hunting humans, intent on driving humanity to extinction. Amidst that scene reeking of smoke and fire, an anxious and urgent voice rang out. Next person, lying nearby, were the soldiers fortunate enough to be saved in time. All of them were heavily injured, and those who were still unhurt took turns looking after them. A soldier looking pretty pale was being treated when that same hurried voice rang out again. That person was Will. He looked at everyone and shouted, "I'll heal you. Hurry up and bring the wounded over here." Another person was brought over. He quickly knelt down and cast a healing spell to treat him. Will kept urging them on. Before it was too late, a subordinate nearby saw this and tried to stop him. "Sir Will, the gate is about to be breached. Please run away." He couldn't help but get anxious seeing the imminent danger. It's too dangerous for a high-level healer like you to be on the front lines. Hearing those words made Will furious. He turned around and yelled in his face, "Are you telling me to abandon them?" He gritted his teeth, fully aware of the responsibility on his shoulders. "As long as I keep healing, I won't let humanity go extinct." That moment reminded Will of his parents' advice, their messages about his responsibility to the world, about his power. Everyone's lives in this world are counting on you. From now on, you are the greatest healer in the world. Suddenly, an urgent call pulled him out of his thoughts. "Sir Will, there are two people looking for you at the door." Someone called out loudly. "Where's Sir Will?" He looked toward the voice, and before him was the majestic general with a severed arm, his breathing growing weak. He couldn't help but cry out in shock, "General!" But he quickly said, "Lay him down here." As soon as he was set down, the soldier hurriedly asked Will, his voice laced with clear anxiety, "Can you save the general? Without him, this front line will face." Will quickly replied with a firm voice, "I will save him." Then he crouched down and cast his magic. Everyone around was worried. A tense atmosphere filled the air, but he stated with absolute certainty, "Because that's why I'm here." Will quickly condensed magic around himself and the general. A blue magic circle appeared right beneath them and flared up. A pillar of blue light emerged, astonishing everyone present. That energy enveloped the general's missing arm, slowly regenerating it for him. The joints, fingers, and even the flesh that had been bitten off were gradually restored. Once the arm was fully healed, the blue light slowly faded away. The general slowly opened his eyes and woke up. He sat up with a perfectly healed arm. The soldiers nearby cheered in celebration nonstop. As expected of Sir Will, the general has awakened. He stared blankly at his once severed arm, which now didn't have a single scratch. Seeing this, Will smiled in relief. He said, "No matter how heavily injured you are, I will heal it all. Now humanity's victory is surely right before our eyes." The general didn't answer him, just stared intently at his hand. His pupils twitched. Suddenly, he threw a punch straight at Will's face. He couldn't dodge in time and took the full force of the blow. He gripped his arm so tight his knuckles turned white, his voice filled with frustration. You just did something completely unnecessary. The soldiers there and Will were both dumbfounded, failing to understand the situation. Will, having taken the punch head-on, clutched his face and looked at him. What? Why did you punch me? A brave soldier spoke up. General, what the hell are you doing? But he looked even more furious. He roared, shut up. His hand swiftly drew the sword at his hip. Will was stunned when he saw that action. That general violently thrust his sword into his shoulder, making him scream in pain. His crazed demeanor along with his words terrified him. A fearsome bloodlust flashed in his eyes. Is it because of this arm? Why didn't you just let me die? The general pressed the sword deeper into his shoulder, making him tremble in pain. He yelled, his voice carrying fear and despair. What the hell would a guy like you, who only knows how to stand in the back and heal, understand? Our pain, the absolute despair of having to face those monsters. He glared fiercely at Will, constantly gritting his teeth. Just when I thought it was finally over, you healed me. How many more arms do we have to lose? He pointed at the soldiers as he spoke, his voice now tinged with resentment and exhaustion. Everyone here feels the same way. They don't want to fight anymore. Only then did Will turn his gaze toward the soldiers. His eyes widened in shock. He was surrounded by wounded soldiers. Not a single one was unscathed. Some had broken arms, some were blind, and others were just sprawled out from exhaustion and pain. Confusion was clearly written across Will's face at that moment. He couldn't help but think about the general's words. No way. I saved as many people as I could. Are you saying everything I did was meaningless? A painful truth slapped him right in the face, making the physical pain feel like nothing. When he realized that what the general said was true, all the sweat, effort, and tears, even making the trek all the way to this front line, everything, only then did he pull the sword out of Will's shoulder, making him grit his teeth from the pain. He told him, I don't care if you're the greatest healer in the world. I've suffered enough because of you. He turned his back to leave, dropping only one sentence. Humanity is doomed to perish anyway. If you want to fight, go do it yourself. Will frantically called after him, practically screaming. How is a healer supposed to use attack magic? His voice cracked with fear. Without him, this place would. But the general no longer cared about humanity's life or death, simply walking away. At the same time, the dragon outside let out a ferocious roar. A fireball gathered in its mouth, and boom, it blasted straight into the fortress, obliterating almost everything. The room Will was in was blown to pieces, the walls crumbled, and dust filled the sky. The general was crushed by a boulder, left with only heavy breaths. He tried to wheeze out a retreat, but then another heavy weight crushed down on him, making him scream in agony. Finally, everything exploded. Will opened his eyes and tried to look around. Only then did he realize that this was it. The dragon from earlier landed right in front of him, flapping its wings and growling viciously. As Will got a clear look at the creature, he realized too late. So this was the kind of monster the people he had saved had to face? He let out a bitter laugh, his eyes brimming with despair. It's true that all this time, I've only known how to watch from the back. Will reached up to grip the wound on his shoulder, his hand trembling uncontrollably. Damn it, all that effort spent learning healing magic was a total waste. Memories came flooding back into his mind one after another, leaving him completely flustered. Even with a natural gift for healing magic, even if he was hailed as the greatest healer in the world, he gritted his teeth as anger and helplessness welled up inside. I really should have been fighting with my own two hands. In that moment, Will picked up a rock nearby. Even knowing he couldn't win, he still charged forward, silently regretting in his heart. If only I could go back to that day. Will rushed to the monster, tightly gripping the tiny rock, his face full of determination. But there were no miracles. That dragon advanced toward Will. All that was left were the words, if only, and his life was swallowed whole by it. Those wandering thoughts just drifted away, blending with his tangled emotions. Suddenly, Will opened his eyes once more. He bolted upright instantly, his eyes darting around. The familiar scenery caught his eye, unwittingly making him freeze. He shifted his gaze to the desk nearby, to an admission guide. If this is here, that means... He scrambled out of the room in a hurry. Before his eyes was a peaceful scene, with people still chatting lively. Could it be that exact day, from years ago? He was dumbfounded, standing frozen in place with a blank look on his face. He seemed to have traveled back to the 16th year of the Salserio calendar, the very day that the man who would later become the world's greatest healer. He looked around in bewilderment. I was supposed to have died at the hands of a dragon, an academy specializing in healing magic. However, 1 week before enrolling at Hyla Academy, this was the exact day he held the acceptance letter in his hand. His voice sounded somewhat tired. I don't even know what happened. The final fragmented memories of his past life surfaced as if to remind him. But if my dying wish was actually granted, then I know exactly what I need to do. He gripped the acceptance letter tightly, a look of resolve appearing on his face, his voice unwavering. I'm definitely going to enroll in the academy, specializing in attack magic, Schwarz Academy. Will just stood there in silence for a long time, lost in thought. In a world where healing mages can't use attack magic, that's an obvious fact every mage knows. I have to break that stereotype. There will definitely be a ton of hurdles I need to overcome. The memories from before once again flashed through his mind. But I still have the memories of my past life, along with the master-level healing magic I had perfected back then. If I can make full use of them, I can definitely change the future. With determination and resolve, he quickly set a goal for himself to achieve. His eyes glinted with certainty, to use his own strength and save this world. To kick off the plan, the first step Will thought of was school. First of all, I absolutely have to enroll in Schwarz Academy, the premier training ground for attack magic in the world. There's so many things Will could learn at Schwarz Academy. Schwarz's outstanding training program is said to be able to turn anyone into a true combat mage. The person I met in my past life also came from Schwarz, but he realized their methods were a closely guarded secret. You could only learn them if you got in. The biggest issue bothering Will was his status as a healer. He closed his eyes and tried to think. There's probably never been a precedent of a healer enrolling. What do I do now? Then suddenly, he came up with a plan. Money can train anyone to become a first-rate attack mage. So word has it that nobles sometimes use their wealth to shove their talentless kids in. But that thought was instantly crushed because he had only just reincarnated. Where would he get that kind of cash? He looked around the room, his voice tinged with regret. If only I could have brought my money back from my past life, huh? Even if money is useless when you're just lounging around, the reward money from when I worked for the kingdom would have been enough to last a lifetime. Realizing he was at a dead end, he grew even more frantic. Even if I got a job, I wouldn't make it in time for enrollment. Think, come on. Suddenly, a gentle voice called out to him. Will, are you awake? A beautiful girl walked in, flashing a smile at him that caught him totally off guard. Cease. He suddenly teared up, unconsciously staring at her a little longer. That's right, I traveled back to the past. At this point in time, she's still alive. Seeing him like that, she couldn't help but ask in surprise. What's wrong? Do you have a stomachache? Will frantically brought his hands up, hastily explaining. No, just got a little dust in my eye. Good morning, sis. Hearing that, she smiled sweetly and replied, Good morning. He looked at her for a long time, starting to hatch a new idea. In this life, I will absolutely prevent the tragedy that happened to her. With my healing magic, I can save the people I couldn't save before. Suddenly he cried out, That's it. Will was so excited he grinned from ear to ear. He grabbed her hands, smiling foolishly. Thanks, sis. Thanks to you, I've figured out a solution. His reaction left her bewildered as she asked back, What is it? But Will didn't explain a thing. He just rushed off, dropping a quick line. I'm heading out for a bit. I'll tell you all about it when I get back. She sighed helplessly. Good grief. Remember to come home for dinner. The Magic Academy Alliance, an organization that oversaw the magic academies in the kingdom and made all decisions regarding magical education. At this time, the chairman of the alliance was also serving as the headmaster of Schwarz Academy. However, since a certain point in time, the chairman had stopped showing up at the alliance. The reason was that he had moved into a massive castle. Moonlight streamed in as Alnaram sat beside Marie's bed. Her face was flushed from a fever. He reached out and touched Marie's uncomfortable face. His eyes were filled with worry and tenderness. Marie, he was the chairman of the Magic Academy Alliance, the headmaster of Schwarz Academy, Alnaram Goldgrand. Alnaram's eyes turned sorrowful and bitter. I'm sorry. The healer today wasn't skilled enough, but I will absolutely find someone who can cure your illness. So please, just endure it a little bit longer. At that time, the chairman always had to be on standby, looking after his critically ill granddaughter. However, the healing magic of that era couldn't cure her. And then the little girl passed away. He sat beside Marie's bed, sobbing. But that was a story from past life. Whoops. Will hopped onto the windowsill and called out, "Why don't you let me handle it?" Looking at the unfamiliar young man, he asked suspiciously, "You are?" Alnaram quickly realized. "If I remember correctly, you're Will, the scholarship student from Hylett. Right?" He hopped in through the window. "You know about me too?" He brought his hand up and started to explain. "Your talent for healing magic has already made a name for itself throughout the Alliance. Though I didn't expect you to be the type to climb into houses through windows." Hearing that, he rubbed the back of his head sheepishly, thinking to himself, the old me would definitely never do something like this. Maybe dying once made me a whole lot bolder. Will cut straight to the chase and said, "There's no time left for her, or for me." He reached out toward Marie with utmost confidence. "I can cure her." Alnaram looked at him with suspicious and guarded eyes. "What are you plotting?" He held his hand out, full of concern. "Let's leave that for later. First, please let me treat her. The illness has progressed further than I thought." His eyes, filled with worry and determination, met Alnaram's probing gaze. He finally agreed, making him breathe a sigh of relief. "All right, let's see what you can do." The two sat across from each other by Marie's bed. Will's face looked a bit tense as he glanced across. Alnaram was staring at him with intense scrutiny. It was a terrifying look, as if he was ready to send me straight to the afterlife if I made even the slightest mistake. As expected of a combat magic academy headmaster, Will took a deep breath to regain his composure, and slowly took Marie's hand with great care. A burst of healing light radiated out, covering the entire room. Will focused intently on casting his magic, thinking to himself, "My mana has dropped since coming back, but I still vividly remember the healing magic formulas." Seeing Marie's complexion gradually improving, the formula to treat Zora's disease for this kid wasn't supposed to be invented for another 2 years, but with my current abilities, she slowly and sluggishly opened her eyes. Will let out a huge sigh of relief. "Thank goodness." He flashed a radiant smile. "You're all better now." Looking at his handsome face, she unwittingly blushed. "But your stamina is still weak, so just get some rest." She turned her face away shyly and replied, "Okay." Alnaram anxiously asked, "Marie, are you really feeling okay?" Marie smiled happily and replied, "Yes, Grandpa. I can't even remember how many years it's been since I felt this health." His eyes welled up with tears, looking at her with overwhelming love. He leaned in and stroked her head. "I understand." The bright moonlight shone through the window. Thank goodness. Scene change. Alnaram was sitting and chatting in the living room. "Thank you, Will. If there's anything at all I can do, I'll help to the best of my ability." He didn't hesitate to speak up. "Thank you very much. This isn't a request, by the way." He laid out his demand. "As you can see, my healing magic has already reached a masterful level. I have absolutely nothing left to learn in this field." Placing his hand on his chest, he firmly stated, "So please let me enroll at Schwarz Academy." He looked a bit troubled and asked back, "You want to enter an attack magic academy instead of using your healing talents? Do you understand what that means?" He replied with unwavering resolve, "Of course I understand." Alnaram looked into Will's ambition-filled eyes. Those eyes. He suddenly stood up, startling Will. "Perhaps my authority exists precisely for this day." Looking at Will's determined face, he said, "I will make it happen." The two stood up and shook hands. "I approve your enrollment." Will gripped his hand tightly, incredibly resolute. The scene shifts to a room where a man was muttering to himself, "That damn sly old fox. I thought he just suddenly came back. Who would have guessed he'd pull off something this outrageous?" He picked up a piece of paper. A healer expecting to keep up with Schwarz's curriculum? A pampered little healer like that. That piece of paper was exactly Will's admission form proposed by him. On opening day, throngs of students stood in the middle of the schoolyard. Standing on the podium was Alnaram with a solemn expression. "At Schwarz Academy, a unique boarding school specializing in attack magic, with a massive campus housing countless training grounds, laboratories, and even a gigantic library. Its alumni held huge influence outside the academy, and it received all kinds of backing from the kingdom. There was no better environment to learn attack magic. No healer has ever enrolled before, so there will definitely be countless hardships waiting for me. But by studying here, we'll carry a sense of hope. I can become an attack mage too. The deaths of his friends and comrades, the memories from his past life surfaced, and finally his own death right in this very place. Now his life was turning to a new chapter, his own destiny. After enrolling, during class, Will's face was completely scrunched up, a stark contrast to his bright expression from earlier. The professor standing nearby shouted, "Begin!" He was raising his hand toward the dummy. "Yes, sir." A magic circle appeared before his palm, and flames surged out alongside. Feeling like he had finished gathering mana, Will let out a loud shout. But the flames didn't shoot out as expected. There was nothing but smoke surrounding his palm. In contrast to the mocking laughter from the other students, the professor simply remarked calmly, "You failed again today." Then he strictly handed out a punishment. Until you can blast that target to pieces with basic attack magic, don't even think about coming to class. Head to the training ground behind the building and practice on your own. Hearing that, he angrily argued back, "Sir, couldn't you teach me how to do it right? At this rate, I won't even know how to practice." He pushed up his glasses and said coldly, "Teaching a healer is just a useless waste of time." Even so, Will didn't give up, offering another idea. "Then at least allow me to study theory in the library." The man maintained his indifferent attitude, replying, "We don't have books for healers here. Disobey, and you will be punished." While those two were going back and forth, someone summoned fire magic and smirked, but the guy hurled that flame right at his back. "Out of the way!" Will fell face first onto the ground. He tried to prop up his trembling body and asked, "What the hell was that?" Only to be met with the culprit's disdain. "You couldn't even dodge that." Ulpus flashed a smug smile, offering a lecture. "This is an attack magic academy. There's no room for weaklings who can't even protect themselves." He leaned in and said contemptuously, "In other words, getting hit is your own fault." Will couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. The professor laughed mockingly and chimed in. Ulpus said, "Yeah, wouldn't it be better if you just screwed off to a healing magic academy?" Seeing him agree, Ulpus's attitude grew even more brazen. "Go in there and ask those gentle healers to comfort you." Amidst his mocking laughter, he just stayed silent, furrowing his brows in annoyance. Late that evening on the training ground, Will was sitting on a bench, sighing heavily. He looked up and muttered to himself, "There's no sign I'll be able to learn attack magic at all." Will wasn't too surprised by this situation, knowing right off the bat that it would be tough. The reason is that healing magic and attack magic use different power sources. Mages convert the user's mental mana through formulas to activate magic, and the nature of mana is determined by that person's state of mind. Offensive magic uses active mana to generate fire or cause explosions. Meanwhile, healers who only possess passive mana cannot use them. But Schwarz has the secret to training top-tier offensive mages from scratch. Among those methods, there must surely be a way to train active mana. I am quite confident in my mana control, so if I learned that trick, I figured I could convert passive mana into active mana. But remembering this afternoon's scene, he thought somewhat helplessly, "I never thought I wouldn't even be allowed into the classroom. Do students and teachers alike look down on healers to this extent?" Then he suddenly stood up and blurted out, "I can't give up." The young woman's retreating figure flashed in his mind. She said that at first their mana was also meager, but then they forged it at Schwarz. Choosing to come to Schwarz was definitely not a mistake. Will placed a hand on his chin, hatching a plan. Charging in blindly like this won't do any good anyway. I'm still not allowed in the library. Should I just sneak in? Suddenly, someone shouted, "Hey kid, we're still doing here at this hour." Startling him badly, he hastily said, "I'm sorry." Will rubbed the back of his head sheepishly and turned around. His eyes suddenly widened in astonishment. A breeze swept by, the sound of boots echoing through the quiet space. Blue eyes peeked out from behind white hair. Finally, her appearance was revealed under the moonlight. He stood there dumbfounded, rooted to the spot, calling out Veronica. Why'd he know her? Because in his past life, He had fought side by side with Veronica on the battlefield. She used to be a top-tier offensive mage, and in the end, the two of them had to bid each other a painful farewell. Will rejoiced inwardly, never expected to meet her again in this life. Such nostalgia, her broadsword could slash away everything in the blink of an eye. Right as he thought that, he panicked and yelled out loud, due to the current situation, "Wait, she's drawing her sword." Hearing that, Veronica naturally replied, "There's a suspicious student here, so of course I have to be on guard." She began to interrogate him. "What are you doing here? Planning to cause trouble? Or just practicing?" Will reasoned inwardly. "She's nothing like those bullies. I absolutely cannot afford to get beaten up." Then he hurriedly waved his hands. "I'm just practicing." Only then did Veronica sheath her sword. "Good." Then the two of them chatted back and forth. "You're Veronica, right?" "That's me." But she offered a reminder. "Do you always address your teacher so informally?" He instinctively apologized first before realizing, "I'm sorry, a teacher." In his past life, she wasn't much older than him either. Seeing the other person's doubtful expression, Veronica had to explain, "I skipped grades and became a teacher right after starting this year." Will scratched his cheek and replied, "I see." While thinking to himself, Professor Veronica, no, with Professor Veronica's talent, that makes total sense. Determination appeared in his eyes, and this was his chance. Because Will wanted that person, she might be able to teach him attack magic. But he didn't know if this plan would succeed. He resolutely stated his request outright. "I want to enroll in your class." "Professor Veronica, what do I need to do to join?" Veronica placed a hand on her chest and politely refused. "Sorry, but I haven't been assigned to teach any classes yet. I skip grades constantly myself, so I rarely attend regular classes. This year I'm working as a teaching assistant to answer questions for students." They thought having someone of the same age consult them would make students feel more comfortable. But she still wondered why no one ever came to ask her anything, causing Will to force an awkward smile. He knew full well it was because they didn't dare ask. Everyone was probably terrified of her habit of drawing her sword at the slightest thing. But this made it an even better opportunity. He could freely ask Professor Veronica for guidance. Thinking of that, Will felt even more motivated. "So may I ask you something?" Veronica calmly accepted. "Sure. That's my job anyway." He also asked seriously, "I'll cut straight to the point. In your opinion, what does a healer need to do to master attack magic?" She fell silent, as if pondering the answer. A sharp glint suddenly flashed in her eyes. "I also sense something odd in your mana flow. Turns out you're the new student everyone's talking about." Will was quite surprised that someone like Veronica knew. "You know about me, too?" "I know because it's extremely rare for a healer to study attack magic. I've never heard of any such student or teacher." He steered back to the main topic. "But I heard Schwarz has a method to refine active mana from scratch. If that method truly exists, even I can use active mana." Veronica turned her head away and delivered the good news. "That method exists, and I can teach you." Naturally, Will grew happier. "Really?" Then, but she continued. "However, Veronica had to explain more clearly. It's still impossible for you to use attack magic. The amount of passive mana inside your body is simply too massive. At this level, even if you manage to refine active mana, it will just get dissolved into that pile of passive mana. Even if you use another method to refine active mana again, once mixed with passive mana, attack magic formulas simply cannot function properly." Unreconciled, he asked further, "No way. Is there really no way for a healer to use attack magic?" And the answer he received was, "As far as I know, no." Such a promising plan got discarded, putting him in an extremely terrible mood. "Damn it, my plan is ruined. But I can't give up here. If there's no way, I'll make one myself." But then he put on a calm smile to say goodbye. "Thank you very much. I'll think more about this on my own." Just as he turned to leave, she unexpectedly spoke up. "Wait, I'm not done talking yet. It's true that healers cannot use attack magic, but there is still a way for a healer to become a combat mage." Will felt a bit confused and asked immediately, "Excuse me, what do you mean?" Veronica gave an example. "This is an iron sword. If you swing it, you can cut down and defeat an enemy." Her hand brushed across the back of the chair, then suddenly proposed a hypothetical. "And this is a wooden chair, you sit on it." Not understanding much, he still replied accordingly, "Yes." Who would have thought Veronica would lift the chair up effortlessly? But even this chair, if you swing it and use it to bash someone, you can knock them down too, right? Leaving Will inwardly terrified. With these skinny arms of mine, putting the chair down, she continued teaching. You don't think of using it that way because it was made for a different purpose, but you have the freedom to use it however you want. These hands are no different. Veronica gently stroked the other's blushing face. I can pet your head gently like this. Her fingers lightly caressed his lips, and then flicked his forehead with absolute decisiveness. Or I can hurt you. Seeing Will's violent reaction, she asked curiously, Sorry, did I overdo it a bit? He replied in pain, It's fine. Finally, summarizing. The important thing is how you use it. Anything can become a weapon, depending on how you use it. Will seem to realize something. Could it be using healing magic to attack? She nodded in satisfaction at his quick understanding. A student asks, and a teacher answers. It's strange. Why didn't you think of that until I said it? That's just due to the nature of your mindset and the difference in your innate mana pool. That's why attack mages aren't interested in healing magic. And vice versa. But you might be different. The fact that you actively enrolled in an attack magic academy proves you're an exception. In reality, your mana doesn't feel like a pure healer's at all. Hearing that, he looked at his palm in deep thought. Not like one? Even I didn't realize it. But could it be because I was reborn? Veronica drew her sword and placed it right against Will's neck. You need to reevaluate. Veronica's words carried a deep seriousness, a fierce craving for battle burning within her. If you can do that, your healing magic will surely crush any enemy. After a tutoring session like that, time slowly passed. The next day, while standing on the training ground, he couldn't help but remember what Professor Veronica said last night. Her way of giving examples was truly unique, but it felt like he had just been enlightened. Why didn't Professor Veronica harbor any animosity toward healers anyway? It's strange how she had a theory connecting healers and attack magic like that. Just like that, the professor abruptly called out his therapeutic nickname, making Will rant inwardly. Now, they don't even bother calling his name. He looked at the roster and said, Today's class will feature one-on-one combat sparring. Since the class has an odd number of students, you'll be participating too. He could only listen helplessly. The fact that you can't use attack magic is your own problem. No matter what the outcome is, you brought it upon yourself. The professor's lips curled up into a sinister smile. I've already paired everyone up. The match is you against Ulpus. Hearing the other guy's amused laughter, Will didn't even get mad. Such a blatant setup. A sharp glint flashed in his eyes as he looked toward his opponent at that moment. Ulpus Omen was rumored to be the scion of a prestigious noble family, always surrounded by a crowd of sycophants. From what he saw in class, this guy actually had the skills of a true attack mage, not just coasting on his background. Ulpus flashed his usual contemptuous attitude. Healing magic can't cure humiliation, right? After I beat you to a pulp, are you going to run home crying to mommy? Faced with such vicious words, Will couldn't help but twitch his mouth in anger. That attitude, if it were him in his past life, he probably wouldn't care much. But he had to admit, this guy's demeanor was genuinely annoying. He also wanted to test Professor Veronica's theory from yesterday. Guess I'll retaliate a little bit then. Thinking that, he raised his hand and called out, Excuse me, Professor, why does he assume I won't accept giving up? In a tone tinged with amusement. Give up? No way. I just have a small proposal. Thinking to himself, I get it. I'm not suited for attack magic. Just like you said, keeping this up is just a waste of time. So if I lose this match, we'll drop the bombshell. I will quit studying at Schwarz. The professor wasn't surprised at all, instead praising a wise decision. But he hadn't finished yet. In return, if I win, you'll allow me to join the regular classes? His cheerful mood instantly vanished. Don't daydream. But Ulpus laughed aloud with great amusement and agreed. Fine by me. A weakling demanding to fight the strong, clinging to delusional fantasies to comfort himself when facing fear. Guess this weak kid needs that. Besides, missing out on something to crush wouldn't be fun. With no other choice, the professor had to accept Will's proposal. Arguing about those absurd theories was just a waste of time anyway. Fine. He raised both hands to the sides and shouted, Both of you, take your positions. Then he raised his hand to signal the start of the match. Begin. A wave of mana radiated from Opus's entire body. When a magic circle appeared, daggers revealed themselves along with. He was extremely proud of this move of his. Look closely, this is my construct magic. The countless blades I create will skewer people to death. Shouting, Opus launched the daggers. What good is a loser who can't even use basic attack magic? Facing the approaching danger, Will calmly placed his fingertips together. A magic circle appeared between his hands, and his eyes were dyed blue along with it. Will calmly dodged the incoming daggers. Seeing his opponent effortlessly dodge like that, Opus couldn't believe it and blurted out, "What? The essence of my healing magic is manipulating life, rationally controlling the living functions of the target, and healing them by maximizing their recovery capabilities. But recovery isn't the only thing I can manipulate. If I convert it into an offensive form," he assumed he only dodged out of sheer luck and was already getting cocked. Will didn't bother to retort, silently adjusting his mana to reinforce his physical body. His hand grabbed an incoming flying dagger and then used magic to alter their flight trajectory. And just like that, the daggers fell to the ground due to the shifting force. But there was still one dagger left in Will's hand. Right on time, the blade flashed in the sunlight. His expression at this moment was brimming with confidence. Borrowing this for a sec, suddenly having the tables turned caught everyone by surprise. What? What has happened? Is that attack magic? Thought he only knew healing magic. Will corrected himself inwardly. It's not attack magic. He's using healing magic to attack. Guess people can't really tell the difference. The most irritated person right now was definitely Opus. He summoned other daggers, making the excuse, "I was just holding back earlier. The quantity can still increase. There's no way an attack mage would lose to a healer." He easily used the dagger to block the other blades, shattering the blades completely to pieces. Opus was losing his composure more and more. It's not just about quantity. The dagger had now transformed into a massive, colossal sword. Seeing that, Will calmly assessed. He's pretty strong. His grasp of his unique magic is really high. Adding skills to his arsenal now. Guess I'll add some spinning too. Opus was extremely confident in this move of his. How's that? With this move, but he casually raised his small dagger to block the tip of the spinning giant blade. This sight was simply too unbelievable for him. Opus gritted his teeth fiercely. He poured every ounce of his mana into his sword. As for Will, he thought to himself that he should probably boost his physical enhancement a bit more. Right as he thought that, he slashed the giant sword flying straight up into the high sky. As the sword slammed back down into the ground, Opus's unwilling voice rang out. "No way." In the blink of an eye, Will appeared right behind him, smiling and saying, "I'll heal your injuries properly, so please forgive me." The tip of the blade flashed with light from the sun, but something suddenly blocked his vision as someone shouted loudly, "That's enough." Will quickly backed away in a flash, while Opus was so scared he collapsed flat onto the ground. A massive boulder suddenly appeared in the training yard. The professor's voice carried a hint of trembling. "There's still another match. Both of you stop." The two stared hard at each other. Then Will cheerfully reiterated the condition from earlier. "I can participate in regular classes from now on, right?" True to form, he was extremely annoyed, letting out a cold snort. "Do whatever you want." Having achieved his goal, he broke into a bright smile. "Thank you very much, Professor." And just like that, he walked away right in the middle of class. "Then please excuse me." Walking toward a certain direction, Will pondered, "That feeling just now is my very own style of attack magic. It's way more effective than I thought. I managed to defeat a talented peer attack mage. Thanks to Professor Veronica, I can use healing magic to attack. My plan has finally succeeded." The school's symbol flag fluttered in the wind under the assault. On the other side, Opus tried to suppress his anger and said, "Professor, this was just a classroom accident. It's fine. Besides, I don't want to report the worst of it to my father either." The professor didn't know what else to say. A vicious glint flashed in Opus's eyes. "You understand what I'm saying, right, Professor?" He habitually pushed up his glasses. "Of course I understand." His lips curled into a sinister smile. Can't let a healer act all high and mighty. Inside a classroom filled with quite a few students, Will thought nervously, "Finally made it to class. I'm going to learn everything about attack magic." As the door swung open, it immediately drew the gazes of many students. The person walking in happened to be a familiar face. He just glanced up briefly and walked right past. The professor stepped up to the podium and began speaking. All right, let's start the magic tool crafting lesson. Since you're new, the content is still basic and the homeroom teacher will handle multiple subjects at once. Today's lecture is magic tool crafting. Healing magic academies have similar things too. He blanked out and chuckled inwardly. Such nostalgia. Drawing on the board for clarity, he spoke. Today, we're crafting bombs. I'll hand out the materials. Just assemble them following the steps, and remember to channel mana into them. In my past life, I only ever made healing items like potions. As expected of an attack magic academy, everything is weapons. They probably think I'll use active mana, but the nature of mana is crucial in tool crafting. Most of the functionality relies on the materials anyway. Thinking that, we'll open his pouch, so I guess I still need this lesson. Inside were 2 items, an ice golem eye fragment and fire branch powder. He tried opening the book to check its info. Let's see. Mix fire branch powder with the ice golem eye fragment. Suddenly, the ice golem eye fragment emitted a strange mana wave, instantly catching Will's attention. He didn't hesitate for a single second. He immediately sprang to his feet and used physical enhancement to hurl the fragment away. And just like that, an explosion went off right inside the classroom. A gigantic block of ice appeared on the wall. The previous panic gradually subsided. The professor's shout rang out. Hey kid, what the hell do you think you're doing? Will tried to regain his composure to explain. No sir, it activated on its own before I even channeled mana into it. But of course the guy wouldn't forgive him, explaining reluctantly. I'm deducting points from you. Suddenly a noise echoed from behind him. Turning his head, he saw Ulpus's crowd sneering mockingly. Golden eyes flashed in the darkness, as if sensing something strange was going on here. And then, come the next class. A beast caged in a container rested on the desk. Next up is Magical Creatures class. Salamander hatching. The beast and the man stared intensely at each other. On the front row, only Will sat at a single desk. The reason was that low-scoring kids get pushed to the front row to sit. Better focus up. His entire body couldn't help but stiffen up. Being this close to a salamander, it seemed to be trembling violently. His entire body couldn't help but stiffen up. Being this close to a salamander, it seemed to be trembling violently. The puzzled professor interrogated him. Why on earth did you bring a frying pan? Well, I thought. He replied with confidence. Might come in handy at some point. But the professor walked up to him. Confiscated. Seeing the caged beast inching closer, Will leaned his back away. Inwardly, he was certain, so that's how it is. They let him into the class, but had no intention of letting him study properly. What should I do now? In the corner of the room, a student sat with a rather tense posture. She looked quite anxious as she glanced sideways at him. Afterward, the harassment continued unabated in the training grounds. Ulpus blasted flames toward Will, making up the excuse that my hand just slipped. Next came class. The instructor demanded, now, solve this problem. He replied, yes. I haven't learned this part yet. The guy immediately used that as an excuse to bully him. Being behind schedule is your fault. Points deducted. Even outside the classroom, magical barrier boundaries were scattered all over his doorway. Hearing the news, the dormitory manager also stepped in to administer punishment. I heard you had a bad attitude in class, so your punishment is a ban on dinner. This caused Will to complain. This is way too unfair. Back at the academy dormitory, inside Will's room, he wearily laid down on his bed. Everyone in the academy is hostile toward me. Just the first few days have already brought a mountain of obstacles. There's still a whole mountain of challenges ahead. Will raised his hand, determinedly thinking, I'm still improving day by day. I can't let this bullying break my spirit forever. Images of that match flashed through his mind again. Besides, it was the first time I fought with my own hands and won. A glimmer of hope always remained in his heart. I can become an offensive mage. After cheering himself up, Will sat up to study. Finally, I got my textbooks. Time to review today's lesson. The next day, the classroom was pitifully empty. Glancing up at the clock once more, he felt a bit strange. It was past time, and there was still no sign of the teacher. In such a strange situation, Will instinctively observed his surroundings. Aside from me, there's only that girl left. It looks like they deliberately changed the classroom without bothering to let us know. Having no other choice, he sat up. There was no point in staying here any longer. He carefully started a conversation with a young woman, causing her to jump in surprise. Will scratched his cheek and voiced his guess. Could it be that we changed classrooms for the next period? Erica lowered her head and agreed. I think so too. Her next words caught his attention. Because there are only 2 people here. Both the teacher and everyone else canceled, so I kind of figured out what happened. A gloomy aura radiated from her entire body, making it feel as though mushrooms were sprouting right off her skin. I guess I'm in the same boat as you then. Erica's tone carried a slumped-over dejection. Since we're both outcasts, let's just be friends. Will was slightly surprised and mentally evaluated his classmate. She looks gloomy, but she's got some spunk in her speech. Then he reached out his hand with a bright smile. Anyway, I'm really glad to make a new friend. Nice to meet you. She let out an exclamation of awe. How refreshing. She immediately stood up and grabbed the other person's hand. I look forward to your help. It was the young woman's turn to introduce herself. My name is Erica Glenn. Will scratched his head and said a bit awkwardly. Erica is my very first friend at this academy. Erica politely waved her hand and replied, That's understandable, Will. You rarely show up to class, and above all, you're a healer. Everyone says that. Healers are just a bunch of weaklings. Hearing this, his whole body suddenly froze. The other person gave a bitter smile and said, Oh well, I attend classes regularly, and I'm a proper offensive mage. Yet I don't have a single friend either. Will reflected on her previous words, pushing her personality aside. The prejudice against healers is truly deeply ingrained in people's minds. Offensive mages who fight on the front lines and achieve great military exploits tend to look down on healers. In my past life, I was recognized as the kingdom's healer early on, so I never had to experience this kind of discrimination. But in academies specializing in offensive magic, that attitude is extremely fierce. Studying here means I have to fight back against that discrimination as well. She hesitated for a moment, but ultimately asked this question, Why did you come to Schwarz? Will muttered the question back. You're asking why? The answer had been ready for a long time, so he blurted it out without a second thought. Because I was born a healer. I realized that's no excuse for me to give up. But Erica tilted her head in confusion, not quite understanding. He could only offer an awkward, general smile. I have my own reasons too. What about you? Erica, why are you here? Not expecting to be asked herself, she answered a bit flustered. As for me, I come from a minor noble family in the countryside. But since we don't have any sons, my parents kept worrying that our bloodline would die out. So they figured if I could make a name for myself as an offensive mage, I could stand as a female head of the family. This reasoning wasn't too hard to understand. I see. Graduating from Schwarz will definitely help you accomplish that. Erica sadly poured out her inner thoughts. The trouble is, I have almost zero talent for offensive magic. Because of that, I have no friends, and going to class is like torture. In short, it couldn't possibly be worse. But then she cheerfully clapped her hands together. However, now I have a friend. Although she was wearing an intensely bright smile, the content of her words wasn't cheerful at all. With Will here, someone who's even worse off than me, I don't feel worried anymore. Even if his grades are a bit lackluster, Will thought to himself with a haughty swagger, What on earth makes you say that with such a beaming face? The two of them continued chatting in a friendly manner. If there's anything you don't understand, feel free to ask me. Thanks. I know you mean well. As he turned around, he chuckled and said, But things probably won't turn out the way you think, Erica. Uttering such an enigmatic remark, the foolish girl didn't understand a single thing. What's that supposed to mean? But Will didn't answer Erica's query. Come on, let's go find a classroom. The two of them walked out of the room together. Wait for me. After a bit of searching, the two of them finally stepped into the correct room. Here it is. We finally found it. As soon as they entered the class, the professor immediately started reprimanding them. You guys are late. What age did this class start? Amid everyone's mocking laughter, the two of them spoke in unison. I'm sorry, I didn't know the classroom was changed. But of course he wouldn't let it slide just like that. No excuses whatsoever. Seeming to think of something, the corners of the professor's mouth curled up slightly. He pointed at an extremely complex drawing on the blackboard. Solve this. Seeing this, Erica couldn't help feeling a sense of injustice in her heart. This isn't fair. We just got here. How could we possibly know? Especially since we'll skipped the previous sessions. As for Will, he just stared thoughtfully at the blackboard without any reaction. The professor added, "If you solve it correctly, I'll overlook your tardiness. Of course, if it's wrong, points will be deducted." Ulpus sat in the back, resting his chin in his hand and mocking him. At this rate, he's going to fail this class soon. Unexpectedly, this time he picked up the chalk. The clicking sound of chalk against the blackboard echoed through the room. The words written continuously without a single pause left Erica dumbfounded. As for that guy, he must be thinking he's just guessing blindly, right? It's useless. Finally, after a while, the chalk stopped moving. The magic circle that had been solved also glowed with a soft light. Will's voice carried a hint of smugness as he asked, "How is that, Professor?" Unable to believe it, the man pressed his face right up against the blackboard. The professor's eyes widened in utter shock. After checking for a while, he had no choice but to say, "Correct. Take your seat." Ulpus had the most violent reaction. What? As soon as she sat down at her desk, Erica genuinely wondered why, and looked over at the person wearing an utterly triumphant smile. "Will, how on earth did you solve?" After class, taking advantage of the break, she scurried over to his side and called out, "Will!" The curiosity she had been holding back since earlier was finally released. "Hey, how did you solve that problem?" Will recalled what happened just moments ago and replied, "How did I solve it? It might look complicated, but it's actually just applying the examples in the textbook. I read ahead in the book myself." Hearing that, Erica's eyes widened as she yelled, "What?" She slammed her hand down hard on the desk, unable to believe it as she asked again, "You read the textbook all by yourself?" Seeing the other person's rather violent reaction made him instinctively shrink back. "Yeah, because it's pretty simple. I only read it for the first time yesterday, too." But Schwar's curriculum truly lives up to its reputation as the world's #1 magical combat academy. The knowledge is covered very effectively, systematizing everything from basics to advanced. If you master this, it'll be easy to surpass the level of a regular offensive mage. Even so, without magical aptitude, just reading it would feel difficult. In my past life, I was already good at studying, so that mindset and knowledge helped me pick up offensive magic quite quickly. After listening, a complex feeling surged within Erica's heart. A healer can actually do that? "Will, who on earth are you?" The greatest former healer in the world. While she was trembling from whatever thoughts she was having, Will was still nodding approvingly at his own diligent study habits. Learning about offensive magic is truly engaging. That's why I stayed up late reading ahead. Erica's face turned completely pale. The material is frighteningly difficult, something that normally requires a teacher's guidance to read through. "Will, I thought you were a problem student." With that assumption, she clung to his sleeve, crying, "Could it be that I'm the dunce of the class? Am I going to get bullied? Oh God, don't leave me behind." The other person gently placed a hand on Erica's shoulder to comfort her. "It's fine. Whatever you don't understand, I'll teach you all of it." Will's entire body seemed to be radiating a sparkling aura. "We're friends, right?" Hearing that, her mood improved significantly. "Thank you so much, Will." Having just spoken so sweetly, he thought maliciously in his heart. "Of course, I didn't come to this school to make friends, but having someone to help me means I can get a lot more things done." Will tentatively offered a reciprocal proposal. "Can you help me with something? After all, classes aren't just about theory." Calming down a little bit, Erica remembered, next up is the basic offensive magic class. Images of that training ground session flashed back. "All right, the subject I always fail in. The reason I got kicked out of all my classes," she now assumed, "but you can probably do it now, right? You even took down that salamander." He had to tell the honest truth. "I can't. Seriously, I still can't use basic offensive magic." Hearing that, she grew a bit worried. Clenching his fists tight, Will said positively, "But I have a way," and shifted the focus to the person next to him. "That's why I need your help." On the training ground, the students stood neatly in lines. While standing, he recalled the basic knowledge he knew. Offensive magic consists of basic magic and specialized magic. Basic offensive magic was created so that anyone can use it simply by analyzing the formula. Just memorize the formula, and you can use it. The image of Opus using magic flashed by as an example. As for the kind of magic that only that specific person can use, it is called specialized magic. Even in Schwar's curriculum, they divide classes into basic offensive magic lessons and sessions to train everyone's individual specialized magic. Since the latter has no standard answer, even I can participate by using healing magic to attack. Lost in thought, the head professor was already standing right in front of Will. But regarding the former, if you can't use basic offensive magic, there's no way you'll pass the course. This time he looked quite confident. Theory might seem fine, but practice is a whole different story. You'll fail this course if you can't use basic offensive magic. Will didn't argue, just calmly replied, "Yes, sir." The professor led him over to the scarecrow in the distance, running the same old inspection test. Use the basic offensive magic fireball to create a ball of fire and hit that target. He crossed his arms, mocking him as he warned, "I'll say it again, this is the absolute basics of the basics. If you can't even do this, I can't let you pass or graduate." The professor's eyes narrowed as he recalled that match. "The other day, I saw you use healing magic in the sparring match. I also heard that the body moves more flexibly after being healed. Yet you can't even cast a single basic offensive magic spell. A good-for-nothing like you should get the hell out of my class right now." That expression was caught by the professor. Did he just smile? A light mixed with red and orange reflected in his widened, shocked eyes. Because at that moment, flames appeared in the palm of his hand once again. "What? How can you use magic?" While everyone was buzzing about the incident, the culprit behind the attention chuckled internally. Nice. They didn't notice. Flashing back a moment earlier in class, his proposal at that time was asking Erica to create a fireball using basic offensive magic, and then channeling it into the salamander's tail. Somehow the salamander's tail, the way the flame appeared was by hiding it in his hand while continuously casting recovery magic so the tail wouldn't burn. The two of them discussed this issue. "But doesn't it hurt? I'm a healer. If I keep casting continuous recovery, this is nothing at all." Returning to the present, right before launching the attack, I used additional recovery magic to activate the fire pouch in the tail, making it look like a fireball had just been created right on the spot. Having thought that through, we'll gently release the flame toward the target. The red circle was completely scorched by the fire. While the professor stood there with his jaw dropped in shock, he just calmly smiled and asked, "How is that, Professor?" Recalling the scene from just moments ago, the man silently confirmed, "It's definitely fire, no doubt about it. That's basic offensive magic." Did this brat really manage to use magic? The professor crossed his arms and pretended to be calm as he said, "You pass. Step aside." Will obediently nodded in response. "Thank you very much, teacher." In the crowd, the participant in the plan was just as unexpectedly shocked as everyone else. And there was someone gritting their teeth in frustration because he had successfully summoned flames once again. Opus yelled loudly at the person in front of him, "What the hell is going on here?" The professor rested his chin in his hand and asked in confusion, "I'd like to know that myself. Why can that guy suddenly use offensive magic?" His attitude at this moment was no longer as frivolous as usual. "I don't care about that." Just remembering that annoying smile on that hateful face makes Opus go crazy again. That brat dared to defy me, and on top of that, he's a healer. Sharing a class with him is completely unbearable. If I report this to my father, he might even dissolve this whole class. Hearing that, he hurriedly snapped back to his senses and uttered, "Wait." He turned around, leaving everything to the other person. "Then just use whatever method you want. Just make him disappear from my sight." Just like that, the unpleasant conversation came to an end, leaving the professor in turmoil, not knowing what to do. Doing something outside of class and getting caught carries a high risk. This isn't like those cases of bullying noble students. Do you know what I had to do just to become a teacher at this academy? But I have to accept the risk to protect this position. A mere healer daring to put on airs like that. Who knows what the other teachers are whispering about? I won't let a 15-year-old healer ruin my life. This time he had no choice but to meticulously plot a plan. There was no other way. He had to take matters into his own hands. At the training ground after class, Will confusedly asked the person in front of him, "What's going on? Why did you call me out here?" The professor didn't answer. instead turning to make a sarcastic remark. Looks like you've gotten a bit too confident lately, huh? He rubbed the back of his head with a chuckle and replied, all thanks to you, teacher, which immediately earned the man's contempt. Idiot, I'm not praising you. He brought up past incidents. You're starting to get cocky. But what about this? Ever since enrollment, you've skipped quite a few of my classes. How do you plan to make up for that? A drop of sweat fell down Will's helpless face. I was actually going to ask whose fault that was, but afterward, he still obediently gave a rather mild-mannered response. I borrowed my classmates' materials and studied everything on my own. I'm sure there shouldn't be any issues, sir. He was met with another extremely annoying excuse from the professor. That's not for you to decide. If you're absent, makeup lessons are mandatory. His glasses were instinctively pushed up once more. The supervising teacher decides the content, and the content of this makeup lesson is that you will spar with me. Hearing this, Will couldn't help being taken aback. A match between teacher and student? The winning condition sounded pretty easy. Yes, of course I'll go easy on you. Considering the difference in our actual strength, you only need to land a single hit on me, and I'll pass you. With such a generous condition, surely you aren't planning to run away? As expected, he didn't give an answer right away. Seeing the other person deep in thought, he arrogantly thought to himself, your attacks won't be touching me anytime soon. Wait till I beat you up so you learn what a difference in strength means. Then you'll know how to listen and obey. After a moment of pondering, Will decided to give his answer. I understand. Very well. Hearing that, a malicious glint appeared on the professor's face. Right after speaking, he immediately cast a magic circle. Then let's start right now. He still remembered that huge mass of earth. I've seen his magic once before. It's earth manipulation magic. The ground in front of them shook violently. Will quickly leaped backward to dodge. Zulfust. Suddenly, he spotted something within the rock, and instantly another boulder popped out, making dodging extremely difficult. Once again lifting his head, Will's jaw dropped in shock. A large stone pillar crashed down right where he had been standing. Executing his move without any hesitation, the professor sneered. What's wrong? Can you only run away? Taking a brief moment to catch his breath, Will made his judgment. Unlike conjuration magic, he's utilizing the existing terrain, so his attack speed is extremely fast. On top of that, the attack trajectories are very flexible. He is definitely in a completely different league compared to Ulpus. His feet sprang into a jump once again, but he was quite confident in his own speed, as proven by the fact that it still wasn't faster than what he could dodge. In the blink of an eye, the distance between the two of them closed in. The magic circle underneath lit up once more. In a flash, two large boulders appeared right beside Will, and then they crushed together without leaving the tiniest gap. The person committing such a ruthless act wore a smile. But things didn't go the professor's way. He grabbed a knife from midair, his hand swinging the blade swiftly behind him. To everyone's surprise, the man's entire body was protected by stone. The dagger couldn't budge an inch further. So hard. This trick won't make a dent. Will clicked his tongue and backed away. Inside the rock, the professor sneered with contempt. Pathetic. With that level of skill, don't even dream of breaking my rock crystal steel armor. In this situation, he couldn't help muttering a complaint. That's a pretty Chinibya name, isn't it? This time the man lashed out with cruel words. I've never heard of anyone using healing magic to attack. What a half-baked copycat. It's ridiculous for someone with such weak magic to claim they want to be an offensive mage. Will wasn't angered at all, just sighed and said, Professor, thanks to healing magic, I've studied the human body very thoroughly. I realized that humans normally always have to suppress their own strength because the body can't handle its own full power. If you try to force an explosive burst beyond the limit, your body will tear itself apart. The professor scoffed in confusion. What is this? Trying to lecture me? Since your offensive magic isn't working, are you trying to talk your way out of it? He reached out his hand with a smile and said, Hold on. He rolled up his sleeve to reveal a bit of muscle. So even if I break past the limits to unleash more power, this body wouldn't remain intact. A flow of magical power radiated from Will's palm. But I'm a healer, so it doesn't matter if my arm breaks. The man seemed to realize something. As he spoke, he stepped closer. Of course I don't like pain, but it'll heal right up. Even though he was quite panicked, the professor still thought it was foolish. How could a trick like that break my rock crystal steel armor? Will calmly delivered a single line. Let's find out. A crazed smile appeared on the teenager's calm face. The man could only gape, unable to dodge in time. A powerful punch slammed down hard onto the professor's sturdy face. At that moment, the rock broke apart, revealing his blood-stained face. Smiling calmly, he offered a reminder. It's not a good idea to arbitrarily decide a student's limits. We'll have learned a new lesson. Ever since Professor Veronica suggested the idea of using healing magic for offense, he suddenly realized there is nothing more foolish than pre-assuming something is impossible. I will definitely get even stronger than this. Suddenly, he sensed something approaching. Just as he dodged to the side, a protruding stone pillar shot straight forward. It seemed that the previous punch hadn't knocked the man out. The professor was utterly furious now. Watching him struggle to stand up while trembling, Will amusedly reiterated, "Hey, you said hitting you just once means a pass, right?" But the professor bitterly retorted, "Shut up. There's no egg-making going on here." A magic circle appeared on the ground again, forcing me to admit I got hit by a mere healer. Sharp stones jutted up from the ground. I will never accept that. Facing this situation, he could only let out a weary sigh. Releasing limits isn't just for throwing punches, you know? A source of magical power surged from the soles of his feet, and instantly Will moved right in front of his opponent. The man stared, his jaw dropping in shock. Too fast. He could only watch as the opponent raised a fist once more. The steel armor was too slow. Unable to dodge, the professor could only squeeze his eyes shut, preparing to take the hit. But he waited and waited without feeling anything. He hesitatingly opened his eyes to see the punch stopping right in front of his face. What? Did he stop? Then, realizing this bizarre situation, he found himself unable to move either. Just as that thought crossed his mind, the punch finally connected with his face, making the professor realize the truth. No, is time slowing down? He couldn't utter a single word, only able to beg inwardly, "Please stop." The professor's face twisted completely out of shape. This pain was just too persistent. How many times more painful was this than taking a regular punch? It hadn't even finished punching yet. He couldn't take it anymore, but he couldn't run away, nor could he even scream to let off some steam. In this very moment, his desperate plea seemed to echo out loud. "Please, just end this already." As if hearing the professor's inner cry, time instantly snapped back to normal. His entire body collapsed heavily onto the ground. Meanwhile, the culprit behind it all wore a gentle smile. "Welcome back, Professor." It only felt like a split second to me. Hearing that, the professor bolted upright and screamed at the top of his lungs. What? What the hell? What did you do?" Will waved his hands dismissively to clear up the confusion. "Unlike you, Professor, I'll explain everything thoroughly. Here's how it happened. The exact moment my fist made contact, I cast a sensory enhancement magic spell on you. Originally, this is a magic spell used to treat people suffering from hearing or vision impairment. Lately, I've been using it to boost my own reaction speed, but I cast it on you at a level that completely bypassed the safety limits. As a result, your senses became abnormally sensitive, making a single second feel as long as 1,000 seconds. 1 second equaling 1,000 seconds. Just how agonizingly painful was it to get punched in that state? You're probably the one who understands that best, right? Even though he was smiling, an intensely terrifying aura radiated from his entire body. Besides, I have a question too. Did I pass the test or not? He clicked his tongue in annoyance. Fine. But Will wasn't finished yet. There's still one more thing. The hand resting on the man's shoulder tightened its grip. It's probably hard to root out the discrimination that's deeply ingrained in your blood. But if you ever dare to stand in my way again, a thick, suffocating wave of killing intent poured out from his entire body. Then I'll make sure to give you a taste of pain so severe that your very body will remember it forever. It left the professor trembling with sheer terror. I just want to study in peace. And of course, I don't want to be bothered by other students either. Finally, acting as if nothing had happened, Will spoke with utmost politeness. "You will grant my request, won't you, Professor?" Just like that, time drifted by. The glow of the sunset washed over the academy campus. Walking down the hallway, he couldn't help but dwell on that guy. What the hell was that all about? I always thought all healers lacked combat capability and were just a bunch of weaklings without an ounce of fighting spirit. Everyone kept saying those people had to obey us attack mages. But he was completely different. Not only did he possess formidable practical combat skills, but his sheer willpower was strong enough to emit killing intent. Talk about bad luck running into each other. Ulpus showed up at quite the right time. He looked thoroughly amused as he asked this. "Professor, he's done with his test, right?" Then he chuckled softly, figuring the guy was now one step closer to getting expelled. But suddenly, the professor snapped and barked out an order, "Shut your mouth." He closed the distance, pressing right up against the guy to deliver a warning. "Don't you ever mess with him again. I'm telling you this for your own good. If you think of him as an ordinary healer, you couldn't possibly be more wrong." Naturally, Ulpus refused to believe it, frowning as he snapped back. "That's not what I came here to hear. Did you forget? If I tell my father that familiar threat didn't scare the professor anymore, then go ahead and do it." Amidst the boy's bewilderment, the professor continued as if just remembering something. "If you're actually going to do that, instead of targeting me, why don't you just get him expelled yourself?" Before walking away, he dropped a cryptic parting remark. "If your family takes action against him based on your word, it looks highly likely that he'll eventually turn around and bite us back." The empty hallway was now left with just Ulpus. His fist slammed violently against the adjacent wall. A string of curses poured out from the corners of his mouth. Damn it. The next day, after class, the textbook was closed shut. Will stretched his body to loosen up. Such peace and quiet. Why did the situation turn out like this? He could probably guess. The professor had likely given Ulpus a proper warning. The guy still shot him bitter glares from time to time, but didn't dare pull anything else. Erica walked over to ask about the homework while was lost in thought. Thanks to that, he could focus on studying. But this still wasn't enough. That bloody scene flashed back before his eyes. To change that doomed future for humanity, he needed to become even stronger. Yet outwardly, he remained calm as he tutored her. The idea of using healing magic for physical enhancement is fine and all, but what I'm doing right now is basically just brawling with all my might. Once the tutoring session ended, Erica happily took her leave, leaving Will alone in the room. Enhancing my senses is only good for scaring people. Compared to the sheer variety of attack magic, I'm still miles behind. I need to come up with completely new ways to fight. He carefully asked the person sitting before him. That's what I've been thinking. What do you think, Professor? Once again, Veronica appeared to meet with Will. Veronica closed her eyes tightly and spoke in a cold tone. There's something I want to say first. Looking utterly dejected, Will reluctantly replied, yes. She crossed her arms and let out an approving smile. Good job. Will had expected to get chewed out, so he was thoroughly surprised to hear her say that. You're the talk of the faculty lounge right now. For a healer to keep up with Schwartz's curriculum is quite an impressive achievement. Veronica shifted her gaze toward the direction of the other teachers. Most of the instructors seemed pretty unhappy about it. Will flashed a helpless, wry smile. Well, yeah, he asked with genuine suspicion. Are you hiding the fact that you gave me advice? Professor Veronica immediately shot back. It's not really hiding, it's just that I don't talk much with the other teachers. There simply hasn't been a chance to bring it up. Will mentally pictured her sitting alone in a corner without saying a word. Is Professor Veronica isolated even among her fellow teachers? He awkwardly scratched the back of his head to smooth things over. Well, I'm glad it turned out this way, because it's all thanks to your advice, Professor. I'd feel terrible if your standing was affected because of this. Veronica spun around abruptly, looking ready to leave. I don't care, so don't worry about it. Besides, I'm the one who should be thanking you. Will asked skeptically. You're thanking me? She turned her head back to answer his question. Like I said, with a healer's mindset, they would never even think about putting that kind of theory into actual practice. Veronica unbuckled the sword she wore at her waist. With a stern expression, Veronica raised her blade. I've been curious for a while now to see what a combat healer actually looks like in action. Will began to panic and fluster. Professor, what are you doing? She brought her sword up into a combat stance. I want to test what your current level is. Didn't you say you wanted to know how to get stronger? Hearing that, he hurriedly waved his hands in refusal. Wait, going up against Professor Veronica is... Veronica cut him off mid-sentence. On the battlefield, There's no such thing as calling timeout. Putting her strength into it, she leaped forward. Will's face mirrored a mix of panic and horror, completely flustered and not knowing what to do. He raised his short blade to parry Veronica's incoming attack. Gritting his teeth, Will used his small sword to desperately block the blow. Veronica poured her strength into a heavy downward slash, but he quickly dodged aside to escape the blade's path. Will gritted his teeth, blocking the blows while thinking to himself, even with reaction speed-boosting magic, I could barely manage to dodge that in time. He watched as she continuously rained sword strikes down upon him. At this pace, Professor Veronica isn't just fast. Every single movement of hers has been streamlined to the absolute maximum to unleash consecutive attacks. Will step back, breathing heavily and exhaustedly. If I just rely on physical enhancement to keep up, I'll hit my limits sooner or later. He summoned his remaining strength and lunged forward to attack Veronica, staking everything on a single chance using a burst of speed he hadn't shown yet. Will's back foot stomped down onto the ground, generating a massive force that cracked the earth beneath him. I have to catch her off guard. Utilizing that explosive burst of speed, Will surge forward right as she showed an opening. In a split second, the sharp tip of his blade thrust straight toward Veronica's face. She tightened her grip on her sword, and a surge of power erupted from the blade. Veronica angled her body and delivered a devastatingly powerful downward slash that left Will completely stunned. His eyes constricted with a mix of fear, awe, and disbelief. The tip of his small sword was cleanly sheared off, tumbling down to fall onto the ground. Will stood frozen in place, able only to manage a few awkward, embarrassed laughs. Veronica smoothly sheathed her sword back into the scabbard at her hip. Resting her chin on her hand, she remarked with genuine admiration, I didn't expect you to actually make me draw my magic sword. Will looked at her helpless expression, wondering how she could still look so nonchalant after all that. Veronica put her hands on her hips and spoke with deep sentiment. I thought your skill level only stopped at being a healer who could fight like an attack mage. But in reality, your abilities are already top tier among first-year attack mages. Will stammered in response. Thank you so much, Professor, but this still isn't enough. Veronica crossed her arms, her eyes filled with anticipation. I like people with ambition like yours. Just enhancing your body isn't enough to satisfy you, is it? Will raised his broken sword, stared at it, and spoke up. Yes. No matter how much I push past the limits of the human body, what I can do is still restricted. Veronica crossed her arms and countered. A sword isn't just for slashing. You can also thrust with it or throw it. There's definitely got to be other ways to utilize healing magic beyond just physical enhancement. He scratched his head awkwardly and replied, I've thought of all kinds of ways, but none of them feel genuinely right yet. She raised a hand to point at her own temple. You're probably lacking in practical combat experience. Every idea needs real-world trial and error before it can take shape. Knowledge is important, but ideas born from actual combat are what you're really looking for. Didn't you realize anything from our match just now? Her words made Will reflect. That's true. He humbly asked for guidance. Then should I continue sparring practice with you, Professor Veronica? Veronica immediately answered, not a bad idea. But coming up soon is a field training exercise for monster elimination. Hearing that, Will looked utterly astonished and repeated, Field training? He thought to himself in his heart, this happened in my past life too. A joint monster eradication training exercise involving 3 academies. The Attack Magic Academy Schwarz Academia, the Healing Magic Academy Heilich Academia, and the Swordsmanship Academy Silbern. Students from each school will form teams and carry out actual monster hunting requests. Back when he was at Heilich, he didn't participate, but Will recalled the images of the monsters. In this life, I'm going to wipe out those monsters and change that doomed future. He clenched his fists tightly, with unwavering determination. I will definitely. Veronica stared at his expression for a moment without saying a word. Her gaze dimmed as she spoke. If you want to participate, you have to prove your abilities through the Academy selection exam. I heard there's a guy among this year's first years who's been dubbed a genius. Your goal is to snatch the top spot among your peers. Will asked with intense curiosity, what is that field training selection exam like? Veronica didn't hesitate to reply. The candidates will fight each other directly in combat. She began to describe it so he could understand. Every year around 100 people apply, and only a few who truly show their mettle get chosen. Hearing that, we'll evaluate it mentally. This school is seriously all about prioritizing combat. Will brought a hand to his chin and fell in a deep thought. I remember back at Heilich, so few people signed up that anyone who wanted to join could just do it. This kind of competitive drive is definitely Schwartz's style. He reminisced about the memories of his past life. How nostalgic. I wonder what my master is up to right now. Veronica chimed in with a reminder. By the way, rumor has it that genius has already surpassed even the teachers. Winning first place isn't going to be a walk in the park. Will felt a surge of excitement inwardly. That sounds way better than that old jerk of a homeroom teacher. Will asked with keen curiosity. Has the professor not met that student yet? Veronica let out a sigh of regret. I heard another teacher is already in charge of that student, so he never comes to me to ask for advice. Will let out a helpless, awkward laugh and thought to himself, I don't think that's the only reason. The other students are too scared to approach you either, Professor. With a resolute expression, she placed a hand over her heart. Definitely. Don't worry, I'll help you train too. Hearing that, Will was overjoyed. Thank you so much, Professor. Before he knew it, the day of the selection exam arrived. He walked along the corridor of the Coliseum, thinking to himself, in the blink of an eye, exam day is here. His face clearly showed a look of determination and resolve. I've prepared with everything I've got. Now it's time to fight. Suddenly, a voice called out from behind, making Will freeze in his tracks. Hey, Will? He turned around quizzically. It was none other than the headmaster, the chairman of the Magic Academy Alliance and principal of Schwarz Academy, Alnaram Goldgrand. Alnaram wore a bright smile as he stepped forward to greet him. It's been a while. Ever since that incident, my granddaughter has been doing great. He smiled back. I'm very glad to hear that. The old man stared intently at Will and spoke. Even though you're the one who saved my granddaughter, I apologize for only paying attention to you until today. I know you've mentally prepared yourself, but it must be pretty tough at Schwarz, right? Will placed a hand over his chest and answered with absolute confidence. It was a bit rough at first, but everything's smooth sailing now. He added with visible excitement. I'm even aiming for first place in this election exam. Alnaram stroked his beard and let out a hearty laugh. That's the spirit. Suddenly, a booming voice rang out as someone strode up from the opposite direction. What a joke! It's enough to make my ears bleed. The man slowly walked closer to the two of them, a guy like this actually talking about claiming first place. As the training supervisor, I have to teach you little brats a proper lesson. This man was none other than the field training supervisor. Will turned back to stare at him, starting to size him up. I've met this guy in my past life. He recalled his past life memories. Bode the Purple Lightning was an attack mage who had racked up numerous illustrious achievements in the Great War. While he was lost in thought, Bode marched right up and grabbed Will by the collar. Personally, I don't have very many fond memories of this guy. The man radiated a blistering aura that overwhelmed his opponent. Combat is a world of pure talent. Training and hard effort are just things you tack on top of that. Bode glared fiercely, bringing his face right up to Will's. As a healer, you don't stand a ghost of a chance. Faced with this tense situation, Alnaram stepped in to mediate. The test is about to begin. Let the results speak for themselves. Arguing isn't going to solve anything. Hearing that, Bode finally let go of him. Arguing? This is just my way of teaching. He turned around with an utterly arrogant expression. Besides, the opponent you'll be facing is my Sirius. A teenage figure walked over from the distance. That young man was none other than Sirius Bluenote. Will's gaze locked onto him. He watched that familiar figure stepping closer right before his eyes. That was the genius Sirius Bluenote, the rival he needed to defeat to claim the top spot. Their resolute gazes met, locking onto each other with unwavering determination. Alnaram stroked his beard and sighed in appreciation. Such passion. Wonderful. But it's almost time, too. Come on, stop standing around like statues, let's go. The candidates quickly lined up and walked into the arena. The stands were packed with an explosive, buzzing energy. The contestants lined up neatly to await instructions. Will turned to the side and asked, Erica, you're participating too? Erica whimpered helplessly. If I don't participate, my allowance gets cut off. The guy standing behind him shot him death glares. Will let out a helpless, wry smile. I really don't want to be here right now. Standing in the middle of the students, Alnaram gave a speech. I am extremely proud to see such a massive turnout of applicants this year. Let your passion and fighting spirit burn to the absolute fullest. He raised a finger to begin explaining. The preliminary round is about to start. After a set period of time, those who manage to stay standing will advance to the main tournament. Will felt extremely tense, thinking to himself, a survival battle with hundreds of people packed in here. Isn't this way too cramped? As if reading his thoughts, Alnaram slammed his staff heavily onto the ground. You must be worried that this place is a bit crowded, but don't worry. A wave of magic surged outward, creating a void dimension beneath everyone's feet. Everyone looked down at their feet in absolute shock. What is this? Is it a starry sky beneath the ground? He raised his staff high into the air, where it reflected the brilliance of the sun. A massive magic array appeared across the sky. Let's begin. Will was teleported straight into a dense forest. He started looking around to survey his surroundings. Is this the forest behind the academy? Suddenly, Alnaram's voice echoed through the air. Did everyone hear that clearly? I've just randomly teleported all of you. You can choose to avoid strong opponents or team up with familiar faces. Erica shrieked in panic. Where in the world is this? Sirius listened closely with a surprised look on his face. However, your starting positions all come down to pure luck. Will looked up at the sky and sighed in amazement. Teleporting that many people in the blink of an eye? Unbelievable. Following his announcement, a flock of birds took flight. And now I officially declare the selection exam for field training participants to be underway. He quickly bounded forward with his legs, leaping into action. First, he jumped up onto a high tree branch to get a good vantage point. Will began casting a skill on himself, masking his presence, shrinking all vital activity, and erasing his existence. Suddenly, a noise came from behind him, catching his attention. A group of 2 people was fighting a girl. On this side, the young man reached out an arm and gave an order. Go get him, my golem. Seeing a charge at her, Erica swung the magic hammer in her hand. I'll crush you with this magic hammer. The girl on the other side blew out a chilling blast of air. A snowstorm. Will stood in the background, smiling as he watched. This is a great chance to observe all kinds of attack magic. If I just aimed to pass the exam, it'd be such a waste. A deep, cunning smile tugged at the corner of his lips. Awesome. I want to try that move too. The young man and his summoned beast successfully took down the 2 girls. Both of them raised their arms in triumph, cheering, All right, I took down 2 of them. Saw how strong my golem is. Suddenly, Will glided out from behind him and replied, I saw it loud and clear. He reached out and grabbed the young man firmly by the head. Then he cast a magic spell, utilizing the consciousness-severing technique. The young man's eyes rolled back, turning completely blank and lifeless. His limbs still frozen in the same posture, he tipped backward and fell flat on his back. Will kept his hand on the boy's head, beginning to sense and manipulate the flow of life force to knock his opponent out. I have to get a solid grip on the opponent's head, making it hard to use unless the skill gap is massive, but it lets me subdue enemies without causing heavy injuries. Will broke out in a cold sweat and gave an awkward smile. This is a technique I came up with during my special training with Professor Veronica. Glad it actually worked. Abruptly, he turned around with a guarded look. 3 throwing daggers came hurtling toward Will, but he quickly dodged out of the way. He stared warily at the blade embedded in the ground. This magic is, after confirming it, Will let out a long sigh of immense relief. He looked toward Ulpus and 2 others who were approaching. Ulpus, you really never learn, do you? The boy gestured mockingly. Never learn what? I don't have the slightest clue what you're talking about. I'm just putting in my all to pass this exam. All 3 of them simultaneously unleashed their magic with everything they had. Will thought to himself, so it's 3 against 1, huh? The boy unleashed glowing bright orange sword arcs, blade creation magic. The bowl-cut-haired guy beside him stepped forward, poison enhancement magic. All 3 used their powers to launch a barrage of swords toward Will, shadow clone magic. Ulpus laughed loudly, looking utterly smug and triumphant. These poison blades will seep right through your skin with just a single graze. And with this many, no matter how fast you are, don't even think about blocking them all. The swords whistled through the air, hurtling straight at Will. He looked up at the venom-tipped blades, thinking, sure, I could use healing magic to detoxify myself, but dodging a barrage like this using only physical enhancement without taking a single scratch is going to be pretty tough. His hand began channeling his own magical power. If it's this, suddenly a hazy, illusory figure rolled out right to his feet. The incoming swords slammed into that illusion and instantly bounced right back off. Breaking into a cold sweat, Ulpus yelled in sheer disbelief. What? What the hell is that? At that moment, the golem was using its own body to shield Will from the front. He raised a hand and began channeling magical energy into it. Basically, healing magic only works on living creatures. But this golem has a self-operating mechanism that uses the summoner's blood as a medium. In other words, it's a magical organism. He lifted his hand and started directing the attack. Even though it can't perform complex actions like a living creature, as long as I pour life force into it, I can control it. True to his command, the golem swiftly lunged toward the other three. It swung its heavy fist directly into the bowl-cut guy's chest, sending him coughing up blood. He turned around again and dropped heavily onto someone else. No, Ulpus watched anxiously from the side. Don't let yourselves get taken down that easily, you guys. Suddenly, an afterimage flashed right in front of him, startling him. Will's hand grabbed his face. He smiled gently and said, all right, good night. The scene cut to the golem fighting the other two people. Will stood on a tree watching, thinking to himself, physical enhancement only allows for close combat, but golems can cover for that weakness. Besides, doing this lets me calmly observe everyone's attack magic. Suddenly, his eyes widened in sheer astonishment. From afar, a powerful tornado was wrapping around Will's body. Will was both panicked and puzzled. What just happened? Suddenly, a wave of magic surged toward him. Will used all his might to leap off the tree. That was the force that had just destroyed nearly half of the green forest. Even the two classmates from earlier and the golem had collapsed flat onto the ground. Will looked around blankly at the devastated scenery. From a distance, a familiar figure was slowly walking closer. It was Sirius Blue Note, casting magic as he steadily approached. Will thought to himself, the genius Sirius Blue Note lives up to the expectations. Such impressive power. Defeating him won't be easy. He quickly slipped his hands into his pockets to defend himself. Should I try it? His eyes constricted when he heard Alnaram's announcement. That's enough. Everyone stopped upon hearing the announcement. You've all worked hard. The preliminary round ends here. The 4 people still standing here have passed the preliminaries. A teleportation magic circle appeared beneath everyone's feet. The finals will take place tomorrow in the arena. So rest up until then. I'm going to activate the transfer magic. Everyone stay where you are. While being teleported, Will glanced over towards Sirius, who was staring intently at Will with murderous intent. Seeing this, Will broke out in a cold sweat and thought, it looks like he's really looking forward to tomorrow, too. Tomorrow is the finals. Things quickly returned to peace as they left. The scene shifted to Will's room. He was sitting at his desk, writing something down. What should I do to kill time today? Outside the door, a commotion broke out. That's enough, Ulpus. The 2 people following Ulpus were desperately trying to hold him back. That guy is seriously strong. And besides, it looks like he even healed us while we were unconscious. Ulpus turned back and glared furiously. Shut up. What the hell do you low-ranking nobles know? According to the Omen family teachings, being looked down upon by a healer is completely unacceptable. He turned his face away and began scheming. If this gets out, I don't know what my father will say. The other 2 looked at each other, breaking out in a cold sweat without saying a word. Both of them sighed helplessly and turned to leave. Then go do it by yourself. Ulpus were sitting this out. Nobody wants to take another beating. He panicked and shouted loudly, wait. The 2 of them completely ignored him and walked away on the spot. With an ugly, furious expression, Ulpus said, whatever, I have to get rid of him. At that moment, Will was sitting comfortably, eating snacks and reading a book without a care in the world. Suddenly, a knock on the door interrupted Will. He closed his book and stood up. At this hour, Will stepped outside, slowly opened the door, and thought that something bad was about to happen. Ulpus greeted him with a beaming smile. holding out his hand. "Hello, Will. Good evening. Don't you think tonight is gorgeous?" he asked with extreme vigilance. "What kind of scheme are you pulling now?" He smiled back in a friendly manner. "A scheme? I just wanted to have a peaceful chat with you." Ulpus extended his hand and got straight to the point. "Let's be frank. I hate you. I absolutely hate healers. I pulled all sorts of stunts to get you kicked out of this academy." Will recalled previous scenes and thought to himself, "I've wrecked a few of those stunts already. Anyway, good night." He wore a mysterious smile. "If I should have just said it straight instead of beating around the bush like this." With his face hardening in intense anger, Ulpus ordered, "Leave this academy." Will shook his head and refused. "I actually have to hand it to you at this point. Why are you so dead set on opposing me?" He arrogantly replied, "Why? I despise healers. Do I need a damn reason?" Ulpus proudly pointed at himself. Even within the Omen family, anyone born a healer is cast out to remote, desolate branch families. My older brother was the same, a pathetic, useless guy. He began to think of his older brother. No matter how much he was mocked, he would just smile it off. A proud attacking mage and a pathetic healer were two completely different classes. Will's expression dropped as he replied, "Is that the kind of education deeply ingrained in nobles?" Ulpus spread his arms wide and spoke in a commanding tone. "If you understand, then get lost from Schwartz. This place isn't for healers." Will's face tightened. "You think I'm going to say I give up?" he replied with absolute certainty. "I'll make you say those words yourself." A look of greed flashed in Ulpus's eyes. "You have family members you care about too, right?" Will's face immediately furrowed as he stared at him. "What?" With a smug expression, Ulpus began to recount. "I had my servants outside investigate you. Will grew up with his older sister in a remote village. You two must be very close, right?" Will's expression visibly darkened. "If I order my subordinates, what do you think will happen to her? I'll leave you to imagine that." He stepped right up to Will's face and asked, "Well, have you made up your mind?" He calmly replied, "Yeah, I've made up my mind." Just as he was about to act high and mighty, his throat was suddenly grabbed. "If you understand, get lost right now. Pack your things." Will forcefully shoved him backward with his hand. He grabbed and twisted Ulpus's arm. Ulpus trembled and muttered a plea, "Stop." With a completely casual expression, Will applied more force. "Didn't I tell you? I've already made up my mind." Ulpus cried out in desperate despair. Following a piercing scream, Ulpus lay on the ground, groaning in pain. He continued to mutter, "You think you're going to get away with this? As soon as I show them this broken arm, the academy won't let it slide. Neither will my father." Will took his arm and cast healing magic. "It's fine, I've already healed it." Seeing this, Ulpus was terrified. "What are you planning to do?" His eyes rolled back as he screamed in agony. Ulpus's arm was snapped again, and then immediately healed by Will's magic. "I'll heal it again." He casually lifted the guy's arm and snapped it once more. He begged in pain, "Please don't." He gave a forced smile in response. "Come on, my resolve isn't that half-assed. Targeting me is one thing, but if you dare lay a hand on my sister, I can't just sit back and watch." Piercing screams echoed continuously. "You've got to make him understand. From the bottom of his heart, I have to break his will." Ulpus lay on the ground, having fallen into the abyss. What on earth is this guy? He looked at the smiling face of Will. "This is bad. He's a demon in a healer's skin. I must never mess with him again. My life will be worse than death." After a fierce and thrilling moment, Will spoke up, "Well, good night, Ulpus." He waved goodbye to the emotionless husk of Ulpus. "Don't forget your promise not to mess with me anymore." Will stretched, feeling quite refreshed. Honestly, it felt pretty good. All right, time to sleep to get ready for tomorrow. Shifting to the next day, Will stood on the arena stage, thinking to himself, the main tournament is about to start. Alnaram was up above, resting his arms and looking down. Bode, sitting next to Sirius, was also watching. Will thought to himself, the top four from the preliminaries will face each other in a one-on-one knockout tournament. But he put his hands on his hips and said, "I didn't expect you to make it through too." Erica stood timidly in front of him. Erica could only helplessly recall, "Well, I just put up a firewall and used a turtling strategy, and it was mostly luck I didn't actually take anyone down." Hearing that, Will felt helpless. An offensive mage who plays defense from start to finish is a rare breed indeed. He stared intently at Erica, feeling worried inside. But can you really survive if you keep playing like that? She spoke timidly. We're friends after all. How about you go easy on me? Will flatly replied. No way, I knew it. She raised her hands into an attacking stance. At least I cleared the point threshold. Now I'll just do my best. Seeing that, the referee raised his hand to signal, then let the match begin. Erica broke out in a cold sweat as she cast magic. Here goes. She fired a fireball toward Will. He quickly formed a shield with his hand to block. His expression didn't change at all as he thought. Orthodox fire magic, this level of firepower can still be easily handled by my healing spell. Will looked across at her and muttered, Sorry, Erica, but I'm going to wrap this up. Suddenly, Will's expression turned utterly shocked. Something's wrong. This is... Erica fired another fireball. I'm not done yet. Will quickly dodged to the side to keep the fire away. He stared in shock at the flames surrounding his body. The flames that had just hit kept burning without going out. This was Erica's special magic. Fire magic with abnormal persistence. Even though the destructive power is only average, being careless and getting hit repeatedly just because you think you can heal in time spells big trouble. Images of that previous plan flashed through his mind. When he borrowed her fire last time, it burned for a long time too. Turns out it wasn't just due to the salamander's tail properties, but also affected by her own abilities. Using this to create a firewall really makes it impossible to break through. But in the end, Will felt a bit helpless, concluding that it truly reflected Erica's stubborn personality. The students in the stands cheered for Erica. That girl is pretty good. Take down that healer. Gradually, she grew even more confident. Oh my God. Could I actually beat Will? That's right. I passed the preliminaries too. Just like that, Erica bravely shouted out. If you want to surrender, now's your chance. But her opponent just calmly replied, It's fine. I'm about to counterattack. She instinctively blurted out, Of course. Then she realized something was off. A fireball stronger than the previous one was launched. This time it's definitely going to hit. The corner of Will's mouth curled into a smirk. If these flames refused to go out, he held out his palm and touched the flames. To execute a planned strategy, I'll just use it to attack. Witnessing that scene, Erica thought in shock. Using my own flames? A fire punch? For just a split second of letting her guard down, Will had already appeared right in front of her. Her face turned completely pale. Erica shrank back and stammered, I surrender, causing him to freeze in his tracks. Out of sheer terror, she collapsed onto the ground. The MC's announcement echoed from the loudspeaker. The winner is Will. Low whispers rippled through the stands. Even so, Will didn't feel angry. Even if you win, a healer still gets zero respect. But they turned their anger on Erica instead. Don't just surrender out of nowhere like that. And you call yourself an offensive mage, causing her to clutch her head, trembling with fear. They were cheering for me just a moment ago. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. He grabbed her hand to comfort her. Don't worry about it. I think Erica fought really well. At the same time, while healing Erica, he added that she would definitely have a chance to pass. Looking at their intertwined hands, she dazed out and called out, Will. The romantic scene was shattered by someone's appearance. No way. That is out of the question. Erica fearfully grabbed Will's shirt. Professor Bode sneered, raising a finger as he said, Just think about it, and spewed out words that weren't pleasant to hear at all. Healers are just useless pieces of trash. Surrendering to that kind of trash makes you even worse than trash. With that, Bode radiated a terrifying aura and handed down his verdict. Clearly a fail. Get the hell out of here and save us the trouble. She trembled, barely managing to reply. I'll leave right now. While Erica was walking away, he turned to scold the man. Isn't it too harsh to talk to a student like that? The man excused his actions by saying, I am the field training supervisor. If the participant standards are too low, I have to spell it out for them. Spare the rod, spoil the child. Saying that, Bode turned and walked away. But his words seemed to imply something. Looks like only one person is passing this year. Suddenly, a tiny voice echoed from behind Will. You're in the way. Turning his head, he saw a familiar face. When did Sirius get here? And besides, speak up a bit. As he walked past him, Will carefully asked, Do you agree with Professor Bode? And Sirius's reply was, In the end, Power is everything. Professor Bode is right because he's strong. Everyone has their own opinions, and Will couldn't refute that either. I understand. His tiny voice rang out. But I don't think you're weak either. So, Sirius Blue Note turned his head back, placing his trust in him. I expect you to go all out. He frowned, seriously looking at the person in front of him. That familiar name really brings back quite a few memories. Sirius Blue Note. Now that he thought about it, in his past life he had heard about a terrifyingly strong, offensive mage of his age group on the Northern Front. The winds he created swept away everything around him, while taking down numerous opponents. This power truly swept through everything. The finals had finally arrived. Before the match started, Will initiated the conversation. Judging by Professor Bode's attitude, it seems I'll never be recognized unless I win. A confident and familiar smile appeared on his face. So I'm definitely going to win. Facing him, Sirius calmly replied, Is that so? Once the two contestants finished exchanging words, the referee shouted loudly. The final match of the selection exam began. A gust of wind emerged from beneath his feet. A giant gale was unleashed by a hand much smaller than. Will gently dodged to the side. He stomped his feet down firmly, and sparks of electricity burst outward. Will used the momentum to charge toward his opponent. Sirius's face became clearer and clearer. Suddenly, a strong wind rose around him, forcing Will to step back. The force was so strong that Will had to shield his face with his hands. After a brief exchange, he didn't recklessly rush into attack like usual. I see. I really can't get close. Who would win this match? Will or Sirius? The result would be decided soon enough. Dust filled the arena as Sirius tiredly spoke up. Too fast. What a pain. Magic power gathered in his palm. Then how about this? A powerful gale appeared, but in a different form than the pillar of wind from earlier. We'll also notice the difference. Unlike a tornado, this was a wind current blowing across a vast area. He was also casting magic on himself. At this rate, I'm going to get blown right out of the ring. Then he squatted down and pressed his palms against the ground. Looks like I have to use this. A strange phenomenon occurred. A tiny tree gradually sprouted and finally blossomed into a giant tree. Sitting in the stands, Erica thought in shock. Is that healing magic too? Admiration for Will welled up. Will has gotten even stronger. He was extremely confident in this technique. Professor Veronica, what do you think? A leaf fell from the tree, revealing Veronica's bewildered expression below. Will stepped up to explain why the tree grew from the ground. I infused life energy into the plants to make them grow rapidly. I read about plant manipulation attack magic in the library and figured I could do it too. With this trick, my tactics will adapt to whatever plants I use. Suddenly, his vision blurred. Before he could brace himself, Will's swaying body was caught by her. Veronica calmly lifted him up and asked, Are you okay? He scratched his head and asked carefully, I'm fine, but does this mean I'm running out of magic power? She scratched her cheek indifferently and said, The books didn't mention this move consumes so much energy. He suddenly lowered his voice and said, So it really is like that? He immediately asked in confusion, What do you mean? She had to explain the situation just now. Destroying is always easier than healing. Recovery magic consumes infinitely more magic power than attack magic. When using recovery magic to attack, the magic efficiency is bound to be extremely low. Another piece of new knowledge to absorb. I see. I need to carefully consider the timing of when to use it. Finally returning to the present, Will was very confident, thinking to himself, and this is that moment. I never had a knack for attack magic from the start, but I'll overcome all these disadvantages. But facing the massive tree ahead, Sirius calmly raised his hand. The tree was instantly split in half by a sharp blade of wind. I didn't expect that move. Wind blades, he has that trick too. Will's brain listed the kinds of moves he used. A whirlwind that brutally swallows enemies. A fierce gale that blows away a wide area. Wind blades that slice through hardwood. Anyone who gets close is blown away by the vortex surrounding him. After listing them, he reached a conclusion. The magic is too powerful without a single flaw. Truly the caliber of a top contender. However, Will wouldn't give up easily. But he was determined to become strong using this very magic. Thinking that, he immediately dashed forward. Once again protected by his wind barrier, Sirius nonchalantly stated, No matter how many times you try, You'll never lay a hand on me. He was thrown backward by the force, but the corners of his mouth curled into a smile. Noticing that, Sirius couldn't help but feel puzzled. Suddenly, a sharp tree branch burst up and pierced through Sirius's shoulder. Once done, it instantly burrowed back into the ground, leaving him in shock. What is this? Will kindly stepped up to answer the question. Your whirlwind doesn't protect you underground, right? This type of plant roots deep into the earth and can sprout anywhere. Actually, they're called rhizomes, not roots. Glancing at a familiar figure behind the stands, Sirius irritably clicked his tongue. Musing for a moment, he asked out of curiosity, "Do you care about Professor Bode that much? You two don't seem to get along at all." Bode was frowning deeply at the match below. The answer was quite simple. He's strong, and he teaches me. Bode didn't believe it for a second. Just for that? You don't need to learn from him. You come from a prestigious family anyway, right? The guy fell silent for a moment before starting to recount. In my family, magical talent is everything. Age and gender don't matter. The strongest stand at the top. That's why everyone is an enemy fighting for succession, and even my father refused to teach me magic. Hearing that, he felt quite uncomfortable and muttered, "That kind of family," Sirius concluded. "So following the professor is the best way for me to get stronger." After finishing their chat, the battle resumed. "Are you done? The shoulder you hit still hurts like hell." Everyone watched the immense power ahead with fear. Will smiled awkwardly at the scene before him. A dragon made of wind had appeared. "Let's end this." The dragon lunged swiftly toward his opponent. Sirius was truly serious now. Lately, deep in my heart, I used to think offensive mages were just playing around, that I was the one working harder, fighting without any natural talent. But it really is like this. Having talent doesn't mean you're superhuman or above others. Family background, talent, or past, everything is fair and equal. Because of that, he suddenly smiled and blurted out, "Sirius, right now, I really want to defeat you." Just talking to himself. The two faced each other like sworn enemies. "What are you declaring?" A magic circle appeared on the ground. "Come forth, my best seed." Massive tree branches immediately grew out, and lush leaves blossomed outward. Right in the middle of the giant trunk, a plant magic circle named Gel appeared. It was a species of tree that normally took a long time to grow huge, but forcing it to grow this fast consumed way more magic power than any other plant. The dragon and the tree collided fiercely, but the more magic power he poured into it, the higher it grew. The wind force was so strong that it forced Will to step back. The dragon finally shattered the tree, causing Sirius to heave a sigh of relief from afar. A tree branch was blown up into the sky by the wind. But it wasn't just a branch, it was that giant tree trunk. He hadn't expected his vision to be deceived, so Sirius was shocked enough to blurt out, "What?" Once again, he had to clearly explain. This type of plant has extremely tenacious vitality. Even a single branch can grow gigantic. Since Sirius was busy casting the wind dragon, he wouldn't have time to defend. Finally, the tree trunk crashed down onto the ground. Sirius was trying to crawl out from under the giant tree, pressing down on his body. Standing right in front of him was Will. He stood his ground firmly, pointing the tip of his sword at Sirius. Though he couldn't bear the humiliation, he still had to admit it out loud. "I lost." Drowning out Will's heavy panting was the announcer's voice. "The winner is Will." The incident left everyone in the stands in shock, and they immediately began buzzing with chatter. "Hey, that healer actually won. Taking down Sirius in a one-on-one fight. Maybe he really is strong." Ever since the match was decided, Sirius had kept his head bowed in silence the entire time. Will held out his hand with good intentions, wanting to help him up. He even exclaimed, "That was way too close." Talk about a true genius. But contrasting with that warm hospitality was Sirius's disappointment. Still not good enough. Will was taken aback upon hearing this. He evaluated the match. "What do you mean it's not good enough? That was an amazing match." At that exact moment, a deeply disappointed voice echoed over, accompanied by a tremendously powerful bolt of lightning crashing straight down onto the arena floor. Smoke rose from the aftermath of the lightning shockwave. Sirius took the full brunt of it and simply passed out cold. Bode walked over and effortlessly shattered the tree, trunk pressing down on Sirius with his foot. He expertly hoisted him up with a single hand. Bode carried Sirius away, just like that. He was furious and disappointed with him. You failed. Sirius, I'm going to retrain you from scratch. His words caused the people in the stands to gasp out loud. That's way too harsh. Bode projected his own thoughts on everyone else, growing increasingly angry. Everyone down in those stands thinks the same way I do. There is no way in hell I will ever accept a healer taking first place. Seeing his aggressive attitude, no one in the stands dared to resist, or even so much as twitch. Will was the only one who dared to speak up, and he was the one with the most right to do so at that moment. He was outraged by the professor's words. This is going way too far. I'm the one who won. But that doesn't mean Sirius is weak. It was an evenly matched fight, and if we fought again, Bode's gaze towards him was fiercely menacing. He refused to listen to any opposition. Don't you dare talk back to me. A good match, huh? A promising future, you say? You idiots on the battlefield, raw power is everything. Losing means being treated like trash and losing your life. That's it. Will could feel the utter wretchedness in this guy's character. He felt a deep sense of injustice on behalf of Sirius, who was his own student. Will confidently pointed at himself. Then I beat Sirius fair and square, didn't I? I've already proven my strength. The fury burning inside Bode grew even larger. His voice dropped to a terrifyingly deep pitch. That level of strength. Bode slowly walked closer, closing in on Will and exerting immense pressure on him. Yet Will remained calm. He started reasoning with him. It's true that we can't fight on the front lines, but we support everyone with healing magic. That's just a division of roles. If we don't know how to work together as one, humanity will perish. Hearing this, Bode fell silent for a moment. The muscles on his face hadn't relaxed at all. Bode made a motion like he was brushing dust off Will's clothes, speaking in a flat tone. My students stayed behind on the front lines to cover the retreat for trashy healers like you. Yet those healers were mercilessly wiped out by monsters while running for their lives. My battered and broken students who had nowhere left to go are all dead. You can't even stand firm on a battlefield, and you couldn't even save my students. Just because of garbage like that. Why did Sirius have to make such a sacrifice? As those final words ended, he readied a clenched fist aimed straight at Will. Will stood completely motionless as he listened to the man's buried grief. He had to admit that Professor Bode actually made some sense. At that thought, countless battlefield scenes flashed through his head once more. I'm counting on you. From now on, you're going to be the greatest healer in the world. I should have fought with my own hands. If you're weak, you won't amount to anything in the end. With your power, I had to fight myself and keep reminding myself. But an era where monsters become far more ferocious is about to arrive. When that happens, those holding power are no longer allowed to be selfish. He clenched his hands in a fist and slowly spoke up. Then someone with nothing in his hands like me needs to become even stronger. If I beat you, will you acknowledge me? Bode lowered his hand. He sneered, treating Will's words like a joke. Bode turned to instruct the referee of the previous match. You there, the moment I declare the match started, grab that kid and get out of here. The referee asked in shock, wanted to confirm it once more. Professor Bode, don't tell me you're actually planning to fight him. Bode replied with absolute certainty. Once it's a selection trial, I make the rules. The referee cast one last worried look at Will as he carried Sirius away. But Will's eyes held pure determination, without a single trace of fear. Witnessing the scene before him, the referee could only shake his head and let out a sigh. As he escorted Sirius away from the ring, an even fiercer battle officially began. The special match between Bode and Will commenced. Bode rubbed his hands together to warm up, instantly generating a powerful surge of energy. Brimming with absolute confidence and contempt for his opponent, he declared, I'll show you just how pathetic your level really is. Bode's oppressive aura and overwhelming power made Will slightly cautious. My magic power is almost running out, and this opponent is the strongest one yet. A normal fight won't win this. I have to use that first. Seeing the way Will cast his technique, Bode launched his attack, evaluating, too slow. Will raised his face. The dazzling light from Bode's magic cast a glow across his features. His attack was immensely powerful, as if it wanted to rip space itself apart. Following the attack, the lingering shockwave left billowing clouds of dust spreading outward. Bode held up 3 fingers with a smug look of triumph. Let me teach you 3 reasons why my victory is absolute. First, overwhelming distance to control the enemy. Second, speed that leaves the opponent unable to react. And finally, the finishing power delivered in a single strike. The opponent can't do a damn thing anymore. It's over. Or are you already deaf and can't even hear me? Just as he thought his enemy was defeated, Will's voice rang out. Where is this supposed finishing power in a single strike? Contrary to what Bode desired, Will was still steadily kneeling on the ground. His body had a few minor scratches, but nothing significant. He had successfully calculated everything down to the last detail. I knew Bode possessed specialized lightning magic. To minimize damage from electricity, I had to avoid taking a direct hit to my body. No matter how good I am, if my brain or heart takes a direct hit, healing magic won't save me in time. So I created a highly conductive pathway of blood vessels, routing the electricity from my arm down to my legs and straight into the earth, dispersing the current to minimize the damage. Doing even this much is barely enough just to hang on. Will began channeling his power once again. He grew confident. Now it was his turn to counterattack. Bode scratched his head, still wearing a look of utter contempt for him. Looks like you had to fight for your dear life just to endure that blow. But Will paid no attention to his words. He continued channeling his inner energy to physically reinforce himself. Then the worst possible thing happened. The technique failed. His body felt completely devoid of strength as he tumbled forward. He looked down at his hands, his body trembling violently. What? I can't put any strength into my body. Bode had already anticipated it. He explained the mechanics of the technique. The absolute rule is that anyone hit by my lethal lightning will be paralyzed and unable to move, or refuse to give up. He raised his hand, pierced by a dagger, to launch an attack, accompanied by an exclamation, "Crap." Bode's smug smile appeared once more. He maintained his condescending attitude. Come to think of it, you were doing just fine earlier. Bode launched a direct assault on him once again. This time it looked even more powerful than before. In the stands, Erica was so worried she was practically in tears. Will was still struggling to hold his ground against the barrage of magic. He cursed inwardly. Damn it, he's seriously strong. His signature magic has literally no openings. Now I understand why he's so arrogant. Even so, I made up my mind. I'm going to win. The moment that resolve settled, Will pressed his hands flat against the ground. This is my final seed and my absolute last spell. Plant manipulation. Grow water guardian tree. The moment he finished speaking, a massive tree sprouted up, blocking his view. Will had calculated this move with extreme care. This species of plant absorbed and stored a massive amount of water from the earth. If used as a shield, the lightning bolts would be dispersed. Bode remained supremely confident. He believed that kind of trick wouldn't do a thing to him. So what of it? Accompanying that question was the shock reflected deep within Will's eyes. The people in the stands were all dropping their jaws in unison as well. The guardian tree that had just been summoned by Will's magic was snapped cleanly in half by Bode without any ability to resist. Looking at the destroyed tree right in front of him, Will shouted in disbelief, "No way." Bode walked over to his spot with total confidence. He continued his mockery. "Is that your ultimate move?" What a pathetic way to end with a defensive trick. But as he got closer to the tree, Bode noticed a mushroom growing right out of its trunk. Then, as if catalyzed by something, an endless forest of mushrooms began sprouting upward. Naturally, this startled Bode. He shouted out in utter confusion, "What the hell is this?" Will pulled the dagger out of his palm and chuckled dryly. "I didn't expect it to be this effective. Certain plants and mushrooms have spores that grow at miraculous speeds after being struck by lightning. A forest burned to ashes by lightning is the absolute best environment for growth because there are no competing rivals, right? Farm blower mushrooms are one of them, but that's not even their only unique trait." Bode instinctively looked at the thousands of growing mushrooms. He still couldn't believe it. What? Not just growth. A strange sensation coursed through his entire body, panicking him. Bode looked down at his arm. At that moment, electric currents seemed to be surging through his whole body. He was completely numb all over. Seizing this once-in-a-lifetime golden opportunity, now's the time. He lunged forward with a punch packed with all his physical strength. Despite the situation, Bode wasn't worried in the slightest. He was still wearing a smile. Bode swiftly counterattacked. He struck Will squarely, sending him flying backward. Will had no time to react to the sudden counter-blow. He coughed up blood directly, seeing Will sprawled out. Kneeling figure made Bode despise him even more. Foolish. My actual combat power is obviously far superior to yours. My specialized magic is lightning manipulation. If I use electricity to reinforce my body and move at high speeds, a little trick like this is nothing at all. Will's entire body trembled. He clenched his fists to prop himself up. He still couldn't believe it. No way. Even after going this far, I still can't win? Bode's gaze grew sharp. He lowered his voice, pronouncing every single word clearly like a judge handing down a sentence. Then you've lost. The words barely left his lips as Bode prepared to unleash the final blow to finish him off. But at that exact moment, Veronica appeared. She pointed her sword at Bode, demanding that he stop. That's enough. Isn't this going a bit too far, Professor Bode? Bode paused slightly, letting out a sarcastic, booming laugh. He spun around, deflecting the tip of her sword away. Veronica, don't stick your nose into things when you're just a rook. The trembling Will over there realized he had a savior in Professor Veronica. Veronica wanted everything to end right here. She reasoned. The match is already decided. Dragging it out any longer will only hurt him for nothing. Hearing that, Bode immediately objected. This brat can heal his own wounds. He can still fight. Veronica pressed on, trying her hardest to protect Will. Only while he still has magic power. He doesn't have enough magic left. The more he heard, the angrier Bode became. He wanted to attack Veronica as well. He's just lacking the will to fight. She refused to back down either. Veronica began gathering her aura, ready for combat. There's nothing left to discuss. The two of them rushed at each other, signaling a massive battle about to break out. But thankfully at that very second, a voice rang out, halting their intense desire to fight. That's enough, both of you. The person who appeared was none other than Alnaram. He looked down at the two of them from above. Alnaram spoke up in a cautionary tone. Having the two of you brawl here is the most pointless thing you could possibly do. He descended slowly, as light as a silken thread. Alnaram looked over at Bode and spoke calmly. Bode, stop. He closed his eyes, as if carrying a warning within them. Bode could also sense that the older man was deeply displeased. But this order could not be disobeyed. Bode scratched his head and gave in. Fine. Alnaram then turned his attention to Veronica. His expression changed completely compared to when he looked at Bode. Veronica, I apologize for not explaining things clearly. He raised a hand to cover his mouth and coughed a few times to gather everyone's attention. Alnaram officially announced. The main content of the field training selection exam ends here. Everyone disperse immediately. The crowd didn't linger, slowly filing out of the arena. Will was still struggling to heal himself. He winced in pain. Damn it. My magic power is completely drained. The healing isn't progressing at all. I don't want to lose. Is the gap really this massive still? Veronica didn't say a word, simply picking him up directly in her arms. Will was thoroughly flustered, finding it difficult to even say her name. Professor Veronica, she calmly comforted and encouraged him. I think you did very well. Don't push yourself anymore. Just rest. Will bowed his head in embarrassment. He murmured softly, I understand, but deep down, he still couldn't accept it. Did well, huh? That's still not enough. As the night slowly drifted by while walking along the path, Will kept muttering his internal critique. That is the capability of a top-tier offensive mage. It wasn't just sheer power. The level of tactical sophistication was in a completely different league. But even with people like them, humanity still perished. I need to become much stronger. He walked up to a room. Will opened the door, looked inside, and spoke politely. Pardon me. Alnaram was inside. He welcomed him warmly. Will, I'm glad you're here. He stroked his beard and asked about his well-being. Your injuries seem to be doing fine. Just as I predicted. Or rather, before he could wait for more questions, Will explain directly. Once my magic power recovers, minor injuries like these will heal up immediately. Alnaram burst out laughing. He affirmed, then participating in the field training won't be a problem at all. Hearing this surprised Will. He asked again to make sure. I get to participate? Alnaram treated it as a matter of course. You're the winner of the main event. Of course. Besides you, Sirius and Erica passed as well. Will still seemed unable to believe it. But sir, Professor Bode said everyone failed. Plus, I didn't even win. Understanding the situation well, Alnaram explained, it's like that every year. This surprise will once more. Every year, Alnaram revealed Bode's true intentions. He says everyone failed this year to put on pressure and awaken the students' true potential. But in the end, he always lets a few pass. Field training is full of dangers anyway. That's just his way of showing he's a proper teacher. Hearing that, Will evaluated. He sure is clumsy when it comes to expressing things. But I suppose it makes sense. In my past life, Bode always fought on the front lines for humanity. Without a doubt, he's one of the heroes who tried hard to save this world. Even though I can't stand his words or actions, he has his own pride. Without making Will wait long, Alnaram quickly assigned him his mission. Now, Will, you'll form a team with students from other academies in the role of an offensive mage, and you'll carry out monster elimination requests. Honestly, Will was still dazed. He repeated the 4 words in his mind. Monster elimination. This is the first time I've faced monsters since my reincarnation. 5 years later in my past life, the direct cause of humanity's destruction was these very monsters. First of all, let's talk about their origins. Monsters originally referred to any creature possessing magical power. Not all monsters were hostile to humanity. They occasionally attacked humans, but that was just part of their survival behavior within the scope of natural competition. If you understood their ecology well, they could even be neighbors you could utilize. However, in about 2 years, the world will change, the blood moon. Monsters illuminated by this red moonlight become extremely brutal. And from that point on, the tragedy begins. Monsters gather together and start annihilating humans purely out of a desire for slaughter. 2 years after that, the Demon King descends to the mortal realm, and humanity rapidly falls into a disadvantageous position. Countless people die, and nations collapse. Offensive mages are highly valued on the battlefield, but for that very reason, they perish one by one. The same thing happens to elite knights. Healers don't go to the front lines. Once the defense lines collapse, the only outcome is being wiped out by monsters. By the time I died, almost no one left could fight. In less than a few months, humanity would go extinct. Will clenched his fists tightly. He promised himself, I cannot let that tragedy repeat itself. I need to become stronger than anyone was in my past life and seize the power to fight back against the massive monster invasion. And, if possible, find the cause and origin of the blood moon that turns monsters so savage. Seeing him deep in thought, Alnaram stroked his beard and remarked, That's quite a strong determination you've got. Your eyes look just like they did the day we first met. He gently encouraged him. With that look, you'll be fine. Will still felt a bit anxious. Fine? How do the teachers even view this field training anyway? Alnaram walked over and placed a hand on his shoulder, looking amused. Partly that, but I especially wanted to talk to you. Will stared at him in utter confusion, looking like a lost little fawn. After chatting with Alnaram, Will headed to the gathering spot for those chosen to go on the field training trip. By this time, he and Erica were already present, leaving only the last member, Sirius, yet to arrive. After a short wait, there was finally some movement. Sirius arrived, preceded by the tall and muscular Bode. Will stepped up in front of him and spoke first. I heard that you're being strict because you actually care about your students. Bode leaned in close to Will's face and let out a fierce, intimidating roar. Standing straight up with his hands on his hips, his voice filled with aggression. I don't know what you're babbling about, but you're just weak trash. Don't get all cocky just because you didn't manage to land a single hit on us. Will felt embarrassed by his attitude and spoke softly. Yes, complaining inwardly. His attitude hasn't changed one bit. Bode walked past him, letting out a heavy puff of air. If you understand, then focus on your field training, you idiot. But I'll thank you for taking care of Sirius. At that moment, Sirius, who was standing behind him, slowly spoke up. Me too. Will was startled when he suddenly appeared behind him. Will thought to himself, he's still as composed as ever. Sirius clenched his fist and punched the air to show his determination. Thanks a lot. Because of that, I can push myself to the limit in training and become even stronger. That's Professor Bode's lesson. As long as you survive and manage to get your revenge, there's no harm done. Will matched his energy, raising his hand for a fist bump. That's the spirit. Let's keep getting stronger. Sirius Blinnote's lips curved into a cheerful smile. He reached out and bumped fists with Will as a promise. Afterward, he quickly moved over to join Bo. Will watched him go, feeling a quiet sense of luck. Having more outstanding offensive mages around is a good thing. That way, the war against the monsters will definitely go smoother. Veronica reminded him from a distance. Well, we should get going too, Will happily replied. I've been looking forward to this trip too. At this point, while traveling inside the carriage on the way to the field training site, Veronica announced, we're approaching the Daco forest shortly. Let me confirm the training details. This time, your mission is to hunt golems in the Daco forest. 3 students from Schwarz, Heilich, and Silburn will form a 4-person team with an instructor from one of the supporting schools. Erica had a question. Have the team members already been decided? Veronica confirmed to her. That's right. Erica is on my team as well. Erica thought to herself, that's better than being with strangers, but Professor Veronica is a bit scary. Veronica briefly mentioned Will's teammates. Will's team isn't ordinary either. We've arrived. Veronica led the way, stepping down first before announcing, let's go. It looks like the participants from Silburn are already here. Will also step down from the carriage. He recalled his past life and confirmed. Silburn? I knew about them from my past life, but we aren't really acquainted now. Suddenly, a sweet girl's voice rang out. Lord Will. Marie rushed forward and tightly hugged Will. I've been waiting for the day I could meet you. Her actions left everyone standing there completely astonished. Will was squeezed so hard he could barely breathe, yet he still politely raised both hands in the air. He spoke up. Wait. Sorry, but I have no idea who you are. Only then did Marie realize she might have gone a bit too far. She released her grip on him. Oh, well, we didn't really have a proper conversation back then anyway. At that moment, she officially introduced herself. I am Marie Goldgran, the granddaughter of Schwarz Academy's headmaster, Alnaram Goldgran. Hearing her introduction, Will finally realized she was that same girl from before. His memories of Marie flashed back through his mind with absolute clarity. Will was slightly surprised, and he secretly marveled to himself. To think I'd be reunited right here with the little girl I treated at the headmaster's estate. Will spoke up to ask about her health. How have you been feeling since then? Marie flexed both of her arms, wanting to confirm. I'm completely fine. I'm sorry I wasn't able to properly thank you back then. Will hurriedly waved his hands dismissively. It's fine. Your grandfather even recommended me to Schwarz Academy. Marie looked at him, pointing at herself with conviction. But I wanted to find a way to repay that favor myself. Since I didn't have any talent for magic, I enrolled in Silburn Academy and poured everything into training my swordsmanship. Thanks to that, I ended up at the top of the Academy's selection trials. Will was amazed by her talent and couldn't help but blurt out. Valedictorian? Marie shyly covered the smile spreading across her lips. Turns out I actually have a knack for the blade. Will could only let out an awestruck gasp. Looking at the petite girl in front of him, he silently evaluated her. To go from being bedridden to rising to the top in such a short amount of time, isn't she practically a monster? She walked right up to him and grabbed his hand, lifting it up. I'll definitely be of help to you. Lord Will, that's why we were assigned to the same team. After understanding her a bit better, Will happily agreed. If that's the case, let's do our best together. At that moment, Will realized something. So this is what the headmaster meant when he said, I'm counting on you. Marie noticed a carriage approaching them and quickly grabbed Will's hand to pull him along. The Heilich Academy people are here. Let's go say hi. Erica was surprised by how quickly they integrated. They look like they're having fun. Veronica chimed in. We should probably liven up the mood in our own team a bit, too. Marie led him by the hand over to the carriage and looked around fussily. Where are our team members? Are Lord Wren and Lord Turf here? Hearing that name made Will react slightly. Summoning Wren? Huh? The person inside the carriage calmly replied. Don't rush me. I'm coming right out. That person finally stepped down from the carriage. He introduced his name and immediately asked the first question. I'm Wren. Are you kids the ones joining my team? This man was none other than the Heilich Academy instructor, Wren Kaidos. Meeting him in person left Will overflowing with excitement. Master. He was the master who taught him healing magic in his past life. The greatest healer he had ever known. He was so happy his body practically trembled. to actually be on the same team like this. Behind Rin was another person who reminded him, "Teacher, step aside for a second. I can't get down." As he stepped down, Marie quickly greeted him first. "That must be Lord Turf. I'm Marie Goldgrand from Silburn." Turf pushed up his glasses and politely responded, "Pleased to meet you all." After adjusting his glasses, Turf clearly saw Will and Marie's hands tightly clasped together, hitting him like a bolt of light. The excitement and cheer vanished, leaving behind only cold indifference. Unaware, Will cheerfully introduced himself. "I'm Will from Schwarz." Turf turned his face away, his voice laced with disappointment and a hint of contempt. "An attack mage, huh?" Once everyone finished introducing themselves, Rin turned around and walked away with a long yawn. "All right, this is Rin's group. Do whatever you want. I'll just be observing." Marie was somewhat surprised by his casual attitude. Is that his working style? Will, who was already used to it, treated it as an everyday occurrence. Masters always like that. He quietly followed along behind him. Will offered a proposal. "Can I call you Master?" Rin was slightly taken aback by the request. "Why call me that?" Will quickly explained his reasoning. "I can use healing magic too, but since I don't have an instructor right now, I figured I could learn from you." Rin was astonished to learn about his abilities. An attack mage who knows how to use healing magic as well? I think I heard vague rumors about it. What an intentional team arrangement. Will asked him again to confirm. "Is that all right with you, Master?" Rin didn't really care much about titles and accepted it. Sure, call me whatever you want." Hearing the conversation, Marie joined in for fun. "If Lord Will is calling him that, I'll call him Master too." Turf scurried behind Marie like a little tail, calling out to stop her. "Wait a minute, Marie." Erica was once again surprised by Will and his teammates' adaptability. They got close really fast. Veronica refused to lose. "We can't afford to fall behind either." During this subjugation campaign, each team will be assigned a specific area. We'll use this tent as our base camp. The goblins' territory is located a bit deeper in, so Will and the teacher should head out right away. Just like in real combat, the healer won't go to the front lines, but will stay back and wait at the base. That's why I didn't participate in my past life. On the way there, Marie voiced a doubt. Even though the teacher is a healer, is he still going to the front lines? Ren explained quickly. "Basically, I'm just here to supervise this whole thing. I'm Fine. Just do whatever you guys want. I'm not a fan of being tied down anyway." Marie matched his laid-back rhythm. "Then I won't hold back." Will hesitated for a moment and pointed behind her. "Speaking of not holding back, that means..." Marie seemed to catch his meaning. "Of course." She quickly prepared to draw her weapon. Marie gripped a massive heavy blade with both hands, full of confidence. "With all my might, I'm going to swing my sword with everything I've got." After finishing off the monsters, Marie joyfully hopped around on the ground. She leaped right up onto the peak of a tower made from the corpses of the monsters she had just slain to celebrate her victory. The stark contrast made Will ask, "Is that really the same girl?" The girl who had just called out to him with such a gentle face. "Lord Will." Marie threw her body forward, swinging her giant greatsword with a determined look in her eyes. Will looked up and couldn't help but gaze in stunned admiration. Is this Marie's swordsmanship? Every single slash carries terrifying power. Maybe she's enough to clear out this place all by herself. Just as he snapped back to reality, Marie suddenly halted, her eyes wide with shock. Seeing the monsters gradually closing in, she couldn't help but blurt out, "There are way too many of them." Seeing Marie's predicament, Rena praised, "She's definitely impressive, but she's leaving way too many openings. That young lady is great at frontal assaults, but she seems weak when surrounded. Cover her." Hearing that, Will quickly replied, "Understood." He stood frozen for a long moment, filled with joy. Finally, he was about to fight monsters for real. A monster lunged forward with sharp teeth and a roar that echoed everywhere, nearly shattering the quiet atmosphere. Will saw its expression drop and muttered to himself, "Those terrifying monsters." A hand from behind suddenly brushed against Will's shoulder, sending a chill down his spine. A calm, steady voice suddenly spoke up. "Why are your shoulders so tense? Relax." Will looked up with a pensive yet surprised expression, staying silent. After a long moment, he offered a friendly, faint smile and replied, "Yes." Will thought to himself, just like back then. This person still touched 2 fingertips directly together, generating a dazzling surge of power. Will raised his hand to cast the spell known as physical enhancement. The tips of his boots twitched slightly, his starting posture ready to burst into a sprint. Will dashed forward, and with just a few light sword strikes, he had already wiped out nearly half of the monsters. Their backs immediately pressed against each other. The other side is counting on you. Got it. Will quickly seize the upper hand. Clutching an authoritative sword, dark blood splattered everywhere. He seemed to relax, letting out a comfortable breath. So this is what fighting with healing magic feels like? In the blink of an eye, the monsters were completely annihilated, sprawling across the ground. He muttered to himself, "Not bad at all. Great, it works on monsters too." He picked up his knife and pondered for a long time. The knife Professor Veronica gave him had incredible sharpness, completely different from Ulpus's dagger. Ulpus stood nearby and yelled loudly. "What are you mumbling about after stealing it?" Marie leaped up with joy, her heart blooming like a flower. Her explosive spring-like power combined with skillful swordsmanship. "Lord Will is amazing." Standing in the middle, Rin suddenly spoke up. "All right, that's enough for the first day. Let's head back." The smile on her lips faded. Marie looked down with a resigned posture. "Suddenly my body feels so much lighter." Will followed up. "That's thanks to the teacher." He thought to himself, if you evaluate healing magic capabilities, you'd look at stats like the severity of wounds or the types of illnesses that can be cured. But the teacher's true strength lies in his recovery speed. You heal so naturally that people don't even realize magic is being used. Because of that, non-healers could never understand just how incredible it is. I used to ask the teacher about that. Suddenly, he waved his hand with a faint smile. "I can't go around doing flashy things like that. As long as they're healed, that's all that matters." Walking away, leaving behind the silently falling leaves and the lonely forest, the world remained completely oblivious. But the greatest healer in the world was none other than Rin. Even so, this was still a pretty good team. The 4 of them gathered closely around the dining table. Rin directly broke the silence around the table. "We scored some points today." Turf suddenly piped up. "Everyone came back without getting hurt, so I didn't even have to do anything." Rin raised his bowl and raised his voice in praise. "No way. Providing recovery through meals at the base is part of the healer's duty too, right? That bowl contains Turf's special recovery soup." Seeing Rin's good mood, Turf looked up and spoke softly. "You did a great job." He snorted and put on a polite front. "That flavor is partly thanks to my special spices, anyway." Sitting opposite them, Marie laughed gleefully and buttered him up. "Master is truly amazing. Not only as a healer, but you also seem so knowledgeable about the front lines. I wonder why." Hearing that, Rin just nodded with satisfaction and explained, "The front lines are where the most injured people are. If you treat them there, basic knowledge piles up naturally." Turf continued. "The teacher frequently travels to many different places. That's why he rarely teaches regular classes." Will took a small sip of soup to savor it. "Aren't those places super dangerous?" "I have complete confidence in my ability to run away." Rin clearly gestured and spoke up. "You say that, but unless someone needs saving, you never actually run away. Losing the master would be a heavy blow to humanity, not just because he's an outstanding healer, but also because he's one of the few people who knows what to do in actual combat." Will thought to himself, "Fate might have changed for me and the others, but there's still time until that incident happens." His gaze narrowed, looking more pensive than ever, driven by who knows what. He lifted his bowl and gulped down the food, while swearing to himself that in this lifetime, he would absolutely not let his master die. Will picked up the large bowl and drank rapidly. Seeing that, Rin only awkwardly muttered, "Quite an appetite you've got there. Want another bowl?" "Master is amazing." The atmosphere inside the small tent was livelier than ever. Meanwhile, someone was quietly adjusting their army in the dark of night. A hand reached out, revealing an ice symbol exuding a massive surge of power. The power of the Crimson Moon. Right there, the monsters bared their teeth in savage grins, their eyes stained with bloodshot red. At the same time, a massive foot stepped out from within. He was one of the higher-tier monsters. The next day, we set out to exterminate goblins once again. We shared experiences from yesterday's battle, and our teamwork noticeably improved. We even said that at this speed, the mission could be completed by tomorrow. Yet all three of them stood straight with less than cheerful expressions. Their footsteps still pressed against the soft, lush green grass. Ren called out, causing Will and Marie to turn their heads simultaneously. Let's turn back. Marie suddenly objected, her tone questioning. Why? We haven't even taken down a single one today. Will wondered, is something up ahead? Ren didn't answer, calmly explaining. On the contrary, there's no trace of anything at all. Goblins are fiercely territorial. If outsiders intrude, they rush out to attack like they did yesterday. But we've come this far and haven't seen a single one. A voice spoke up. You just noticed? What's going on? He sighed, lowering his tone to reply. I don't know, but on the battlefield, you should trust your instincts. Ren turned around, waving his hand to give an order. That's it for today. On the way back, call another nearby group to regroup. Looking up, Marie instinctively spoke. I believe Professor Veronica's group has a base nearby. Hearing that, Ren turned back with a faint smile, the corners of his eyes crinkling. You're really well informed. Let's go. We'll step forward, scouting the surrounding situation little by little. The three of them walked through a desolate mountain forest devoid of any living animals, a behavior completely abnormal for their usual instincts. It felt terrible. Marie walked in front, pushing aside tree branches to lead the way. We'll come out onto the path near the neighboring base. Sunlight gradually beamed brightly through the gaps in the leaves, creating a warm atmosphere. Will couldn't stop thinking about his past life, even knowing it was impossible. But he suddenly froze, his face darkening. He saw a small hand tightly bound in thick rope. A small, sullen face devoid of any smile was staring straight down. It was Erica. She was tied tightly to a straight wooden pillar. Marie rushed forward, reaching out her hand and shouting excitedly, I'll save you right now. She stepped forward quickly, paying no attention to the fact that her small feet were dangerously close to peril. Marie abruptly tumbled into a trap, covered in mud. From afar, Will immediately screamed out. She pulled something out from behind with a resolute expression. That object was gradually being yanked out of the ground by Marie. She held up a javelin to shield herself, flashing a deep smile along with reassuring words. I'm okay. The two of them stood frozen in place, speechless. A trap? And they used Erica as bait. Before Will could even snap back to reality, Ren stepped right in front of him and yelled loudly, Hey, more of them are swarming in. A sharp javelin hurtled forward rapidly. The two of them instantly took up a defensive stance. Marie flew into a furious rage and screamed. We're surrounded. The horde of monsters surged forward with ferocious momentum. At that exact moment, Marie frantically scrambled back up out of the trap's pit. Will's gaze was now cold and terrifying. He lowered his voice. We're surrounded. The monsters kept marching closer without a shred of fear. Will frowned and cursed inwardly. How cunning. They're hunting humans. This is identical to the monster movements after a red moon. No, wait. The red moon wasn't supposed to appear for another 2 years. Could that tragedy have already begun? Bound tightly, Erica let out a soft, uncomfortable moan. Turning his head, he was startled and thought to himself, she's still alive. There was no time to dwell on that anymore. I've gained the power to fight for moments just like this. Gripping the large sword in her hands, Marie couldn't hide her heartache as she thought. With so many of them, it's a good thing she's still alive. But Will jumped down and shouted, Leave this to me. Combining plant manipulation with everything I've learned. He opened his mouth and shouted a command, Manifest. Hearing that, the monsters didn't back down and returned a crude roar. Will turned around and, seeing her nervous, trembling appearance, spoke bluntly, Marie, you don't need to be on the front lines. Standing behind the melee unit makes it easier to exploit openings. Hearing that, she quickly replied, Understood. More importantly, let's charge our energy accurately. Her entire body blazed with dazzling light. Her footsteps suddenly paused, as if unable to believe what she was seeing, before unleashing a wide-area attack to shatter their formation. Marie didn't just stand there either, declaring, Check out my full-powered strike. Suddenly, someone tried to sneak up and launch a surprise attack from behind. In an instant, with just a single sword slash, he swiftly took that monster down. A voice rang out. I'll cover you so not a single one escapes. The monster was left sprawled out on the grass right behind her. From afar, Ren didn't hold back his praise. Great job. You too. I'll go rescue her. Will quickly dashed off and yelled back. I'm counting on you, master. Suddenly, he turned his head as a sudden wave of chills surged through him. That awful feeling. His pupils instantly dilated rapidly. The effects of the red moon included making them feral, coupled with Ren quickly sprinting toward Erica. He walked fast, paying no attention to the terrain shifting beneath the ground. A towering figure suddenly loomed up, blocking his vision as the monster's coordinated impacts. It was an ogre, which had been hiding underground. This is bad. The distance is too far. I won't make it in time. It raised its hand, rearing its fist forward. It was just like this in my past life. The master never abandons the injured. From now on, I will become the greatest healer in the world. He watched with a grimace, teeth grinding tightly together. No matter how brilliant a healer is, if they keep living like that, it's going to take me countless lifetimes to sort this out. The fist loomed right before his eyes as a helpless voice cried out, Master! Ren also paused for a split second, saying nothing. That monster thrust its arm forward forcefully, rushing in with more overwhelming presence than ever before. He gave a faint smile, lowering his voice as he wondered to himself, Wait, what's going on? Was that physical enhancement just now? Did the master use healing magic to attack? Watching that monster use its bloodshot, sharp eyes to fiercely try and annihilate everyone around, it swung its arms wildly toward Ren. Fortunately, he agilely dodged. Ren sprang lightly off the ground, leaving a few specks of dirt clinging to his fabric shoes. He dashed quickly behind the monster, executing a masterclass in sneak attacks. Ren lightly touched the back of its neck and whispered a farewell. Sleep tight, then. A stream of blue light pierced straight through the back of the monster's neck, filling it with terror. It immediately sensed the danger from behind, frowning and groaning. With a single swift and clean sneak attack, Ren quickly brought the monster down, sending it sprawling flat onto the lush green grass. Will rushed over to Ren, speaking loudly. Master, you didn't explain that move very thoroughly. He lowered his voice to reply. Roughly speaking, that's just how it is. A good teacher also learns from his own disciples, even though I just came up with it myself. Both Will and Marie beamed, showering him with praise. Will said, as expected. Marie chimed in just as quickly. So cool. Ren waved his hand to undo the bindings, regaining his initial composure as he gave the order. All right, let's retreat while we still can. Will looked over with a gloomy expression. The monsters were still struggling against each other. He lowered his voice to ask, Given your strength, master, couldn't you just wipe them all out? Seeing this, Ren sighed helplessly and explained, You fool, I only put the ogre to sleep. I'm a healer. Even if it's a monster, I have no intention of harming. When it wakes up, it'll just feel a lot more refreshed. Will ran up from behind, watching his retreating back. A slight smile suddenly blossomed at the corners of his lips, just like master. We've broken through the goblins' encirclement. After taking down a few pursuers, it seemed they had given up. The four of them stopped at a spacious clearing, raising their voices. We can probably rest here for a bit. Ren reached out, pouring all his effort into healing Erica. He called out in a low voice, Hey kid, wake up. Her eyes suddenly snapped wide open with surprise. Erica sat up. The very first thing she asked was, Marie immediately reassured her, You're safe. Will raised a hand in respectful gesture, politely asking, Sorry for asking the moment you woke up, but what happened? Why were you by yourself? Erica's face briefly flashed panic as she hugged her head in fear and asked, Yesterday's subjugation campaign went really smoothly. I didn't hold anyone back, but every single time I let my guard down, something bad happens. This morning when I woke up, Professor Veronica had vanished. Will suddenly brought up Professor Veronica's name. She left a note saying to wait for orders, but didn't mention when she'd be back. So I was really worried. While discussing it with the other two, somehow ended up with me going to look for her. His face darkened as he looked at her with a probing gaze. They pressured you, and you just couldn't say no, right? He thought to himself, typical Erica, but this couldn't be taken lightly. A single misstep could cost you your life. None of us were prepared enough to face a situation so far removed from classes or drills. It didn't answer, continuing with a worried tone. After entering the forest, I smelled something sweet, and when I woke up, it was already like this. So the goblins used a sleeping drug, that trap earlier, and now cooperating with an ogre. What on earth is going on here? No, now's not the time to think about that. Anyway, your base is nearby. Let's go rendezvous with the other two. All four of them lined up, immediately moving out at a fast pace. Walking in front, suddenly stopped and lowered her voice. Wait. She looked up, a look of panic briefly crossing her face. Looking at the mess right in front of her, she said flatly, "The base has been destroyed." Marie suddenly spoke up. "I researched this beforehand. Ogres are extremely territorial, meaning they normally won't leave their domain. That's why a base set up outside their territory should have been safe. It still turned out like this. Why? We'll ponder deeply for a long moment. Actively attacking humans. That's also a trait of monsters appearing after a red moon. There's no explanation for it right now." Rin crouched down low to scout the surrounding situation and spoke up. "There are no signs of battle either. Looks like the two of them ran off somewhere. Let's split up. I'll go look for those two. The three of you team up with Turf and get out of the forest. Don't assume your base is safe. Stay vigilant at all times." A quick response rang out. "Understood." We hurriedly returned to our base. We'll push the door open and barged in, calling out loudly, "Turf, are you all right?" Hearing the commotion while cooking, Turf paused for a moment before replying. "Back already? Lunch isn't ready yet." Marie finally let out a sigh of relief. "Thank goodness you're safe." Turf, still not understanding what was going on, asked, "What's going on?" Will turned and walked away with Aiche, calling back over his shoulder, "I'll explain later. We need to leave right now." "Right." He suddenly froze, his eyes widening in shock. Both of them were startled by the sight before them as he lowered his voice. "Looks like we're being watched." Aiche's jaw dropped in shock as she screamed. "What? What do we do? What should we do?" Responding to her shock, Will simply stated, "I was just thinking about how weak I've been." Aiche paused as if guessing his meaning and asked back, "You mean?" He turned around, the corners of his lips twitching upward into a soft-spoken declaration. "Take it down, the three of us together. I believe we can win." The monster stood tall right before their eyes, looking resolute and terrifying. Will cautiously watch the monsters. Faced with this massive horde, the coordination of the three of us is a matter of life and death. He didn't forget to remind his teammate Marie not to rush forward recklessly like before. Just use attacks to support the vanguard. No sooner said than done. Will immediately took action. Leave the vanguard position to the wood golem. He continuously offered the best strategies. Erica used fire to block the goblin's advance. But conversely, Erica felt extremely insecure. Even someone like me got easily captured just like that. Despite that, Will still smiled and encouraged her. "It's fine. Your flames will be very useful." Being acknowledged, Erica couldn't help but be surprised. She was still anxious and trying to regain her composure. Not wanting to let Will down, Erica put her all into creating fire magic. In the blink of an eye, the goblins were surrounded by flames. Terrified of being burned alive, one by one they began to back off. Erica cheered excitedly. "I did it!" But before Will could let out a sigh of relief for long, he immediately noticed something abnormal. "Good. Now we won't get overwhelmed by a massive wave of spirit power all at once." From out of the flames, a sturdy trotter slowly stepped out. Its muscular build forced even the flames to retreat. It was an ogre. It strode forward proudly, intentionally provoking them. Will was slightly surprised. Turns out it was in a completely different league from the goblins. Finished thinking, he immediately ordered the wood golem to rush forward and tackle the ogre. At the same time, he directed Erica to coordinate smoothly. "Erica, fire!" She quickly received the order. The golem's body was enveloped in fire. It lunged straight at the ogre like that. The flames immediately spread across its body, causing it to open its mouth wide in agonizing roars. Seizing the opportunity, Will turned and called out for backup. "Marie." Marie quickly grasped the timing. "Got it." She used her back to swing her sword, smashing it square in the snout. It was knocked flying, crashing down flat onto the ground. Marie happily high-fived Erica in celebration. Great coordination. Will still didn't dare let his guard down. The coordination was definitely great, but the reason I'm hesitant is because it keeps getting back up like it's still not enough. Will was level-headed enough to recognize its power. Regeneration. Marie started to feel worried. Do we seriously have to keep doing this until it can't regenerate anymore? Will didn't rush, thinking deeply. I wonder if its regenerative power has a limit. There's no guarantee we can take it down if we keep attacking like this. If we're going to finish it off, we need a surer method. But then Erica panicked and shouted, pulling him back to reality. Something's coming. Will single-handedly withstood the powerful energy surging toward him. But when he slowly opened his eyes, right in front of him was a blade. That's right, a goblin is attacking you. Those things, looking further away, you could see the ogre holding them in its hands and preparing to hurl them at Will. Cutting the rambling short, send that damn goblin off to meet its maker. Those annoying snipers. Erica keenly noticed another goblin flying down from above. They're appearing again. Marie powerfully charged forward and delivered a flying kick to send them back. She seemed to have a plan of her own. I'll send them back. Finishing her words, Marie batted the goblin, flying far away right back here. This was the moment for her to showcase her reliability. Will looked at her expression as if she had already thought up a plan. Then leave the rest to me from here on. Hearing that, Will felt reassured to take action. I'm counting on you. He placed all his trust in his teammates, blocking the large number of goblins with Erica's area of effect attacks and the wood golem. Marie would bat away any thrown weapons, leaving nothing to worry about. Will plunged into close-quarters combat with the ogre. Now, I just need to deal with this ogre. It quickly noticed his presence, but Will was still a step faster, dodging the attack. Viewed from afar, the battlefield was filled with billowing smoke and dust. The ogre continuously missed its attacks, and in return got gifted a tattoo in its groin area by Will. This only made it furiously grind its teeth in rage. The ogre let out an angry roar that shook the entire forest. The wound on its chest that Will had attacked healed a split second later, and even the cut on its wrist rapidly recovered. Only, who knows when Will had already appeared behind it. You're wide open. He deployed magic right behind it. This is the finishing blow. Will didn't hesitate to use magic to defeat it in a single vital boosting strike. The ogre's heart began to feel a sharp ache. Its entire body trembled and groaned weakly. Its eyes rolled back, and tears began to well up. The scene before them suddenly turned grotesque, with blood splashing everywhere. The outcome was obvious just by looking at it. Will wore a triumphant smile on this side. The battle ended. The ogre collapsed onto the grass. Finally, he could let out a sigh of relief by forcing the ogre's regeneration to overwork. The explosive surplus of energy would make its body rupture. It couldn't regenerate from this attack. Then he turned around and arrogantly declared, "Right now, the only thing left to do is wipe out the remaining goblins." Following the declaration, each and every monster was sent off to eternity. Limbs here, heads there, scattered across the ground. The battle finally came to an end. Before them lay a battlefield piled high with monster corpses. Will could finally relax his entire body. With that, Erica was exhausted from fighting this whole time. Only Marie was still full of energy, eagerly rushing over. Total landslide victory. Right? Will didn't hold back his praise for the girls. Everyone's coordination was great. Erica still seemed terrified. Good thing we managed to pull through. But Will was still worried. However, it's not over yet. The others are still at a different spot in the forest. A raging hurricane is sweeping everything away. Will's group witnessed it as well. He immediately recognized it as Sirius. Thinking about it, Will took the lead. If we head toward that tornado, we should be able to rendezvous with the other teams. At the same time, Sirius was rebalancing his magic. Suddenly, a voice called out, making him look over. Will's voice rang out. "Sirius, you all right?" Seeing Will's group still in one piece, Sirius also felt relieved, glad that everyone was okay. Not far from them, someone stepping on a pile of monsters spoke up. This was none other than Bode. He was a bit puzzled. Something about this formation didn't look right. Where are the professor and the others? Just then, Ren appeared out of nowhere to answer. "We're right here." Just then, Ren appeared out of nowhere to answer. "We're right here." He patted Will's shoulder with satisfaction. "You guys did a great job too." I trusted you all, and I'm glad no one was hurt. Receiving the praise, the whole group beamed from ear to ear. Bode chimed in with a reminder. The mood here is like everything's done and dusted, but aren't we still missing someone? Hearing that, Will observed around once more. That's right. Veronica and Bode still have a lot of loose ends. I'm not too worried about her, but we can't just retreat without saying anything. Ren immediately offered a plan. Then I'll watch over the remaining students. Those who can take care of themselves can split up and search, right? He seemed to agree strongly. Right? Serious. The next person assigned a task is Will. You go look. The two young men immediately took the order, understood. A moment later, Will was on his mission to find a lost person. I enhanced my hearing to sense the presence of living creatures. Suddenly, a sound echoed by his ear, but I wasn't skilled enough to distinguish it yet, so I had to search manually. Following the direction of the sound, he spotted Veronica's back. Found her. Good, looks like she's safe. Will quickly called out, Veronica, Professor. She was currently holding a glowing red stone in her hand. Hearing the voice, Veronica slowly turned her head. The moment he saw it, Will's face darkened. He wondered if this had something to do with the red moon. Over on her side, she quickly tucked the stone away into her pocket. Veronica frowned and asked Will, what are you doing in a place like this? Had he not recovered his wits yet? And then he remembered the main issue. What am I doing? I was looking for the professor. The monsters went berserk, so the field training is probably over. But strangely, she brushed past him coldly. Is that so? Then let's head back. Noticing something abnormal, Will immediately called out after her. Wait, he asked straight to the point. What was that stone just now? But Veronica merely replied vaguely. Nothing. Will pressed on. You say it's nothing? Furthermore, what have you been doing all this time? Abandoning the other students. The more he asked, the more worried he grew, his body beginning to tremble. Please answer me. Veronica was brought to a halt by those words. She lowered her voice, brimming with murderous intent. Sorry, but it looks like I don't have much choice. Veronica's gaze clearly revealed a threat. It would be best if you kept quiet about this. Will himself didn't know how things ended up like this. But in the end, she just turned and walked away without missing a beat. Don't worry, I won't do anything bad. After that, I couldn't say anything more to Professor Veronica. Even if I wanted to keep questioning her, I didn't have the capacity. Above all, I wasn't ready to suspect Veronica, my comrade from my past life. And just like that, the field training came to an end. The next day, ever since returning from the training, Will still carried a turbulent state of mind. I barely slept last night. This means Professor Veronica is connected to the Crimson Moon. But right as he was thinking about his past life, he spotted something ahead. Up by the gates, two people were exchanging hushed, mysterious whispers. That person was none other than the one he had just been thinking about. Sensing him, Professor Veronica swiftly and temporarily erased her magic power, concealing her presence. Will pressed himself against a corner of the wall, activating his eavesdropping ability so he wouldn't get caught. The man standing opposite Veronica asked stoically, Yes, I've received your request to leave the academy. Where do you plan to go? But she only gave a blunt reply. Personal business. Will's brain quickly started turning. Personal business outside the academy probably relates to that redstone. Thinking about it, he made up his mind. Looks like I have no choice but to tail her. Veronica left the academy shortly after. Will was trailing her from behind like a seasoned pro. Will felt a bit rushed. He just followed her like that without even thinking, getting so lost in thought that in the blink of an eye, he lost sight of Veronica. If I guessed wrong, I'm just a total stalker. Memories of his past life flooded back into Will's mind, constantly fretting over being misunderstood, especially when there was a chance to learn about that tragedy. He swore to himself to clear Veronica's name, but something unfamiliar made Will look around everywhere. Then again, this was the first time he had returned here since his past life. After he graduated from the Healing Academy, the monsters had gone on a ferocious rampage. He was dispatched all over the battlefields. He was pretty sure he had dropped by this town back then. While thinking, he immediately stopped to look at Veronica. If he remembered correctly, she was actually just buying bread at a small bakery. Memories of his past life returned, just like back then, holding a piece of bread in hand. He looked at it, his heart blooming with joy. Honey bread. Without waiting, Will immediately pop the piece in his mouth to taste. This supreme delicacy made his eyes light up. So good. Veronica concurred just as well. This place is famous. We'll seize the opportunity to strike up a conversation. I'm from the countryside, so I almost never buy food like this. You were born into a merchant family in the city, so you must have a refined palate for this kind of stuff, right? Veronica calmly replied, That's true, but it's not entirely because of my background. My rule is that whenever I see a bakery, I just have to drop in. This statement made Will even more curious. A rule? Veronica stopped hiding. She slowly recounted her life. From the trading trips with my parents until I grew up and forged my way across various battlefields, I've met a lot of people. Her eyes suddenly held an unusual depth of reflection, and almost never did I meet them a second time. Even if I did, they had changed so much they were like completely different people. For that very reason, Veronica had set her own personal rule. I don't want to have any regrets when that happens, so I forbid myself from ever saying the word later. With that, Will no longer felt the need to hold back. He blurted out, So that's how it is. No wonder you always talk so bluntly that it scares everyone. The recent information caught her off guard. I didn't expect you to think of me that way. But Veronica quickly changed the subject. And besides, I don't know when I'll die. Well, don't worry about it so much. Don't say such pessimistic things. Yet she flatly denied his words. I'm not being pessimistic or planning to go die. I'm just living life to the fullest in the present. Suddenly, her voice softened, and she looked at him with anticipation. In that case, will you protect me? Will, from his past life, didn't hesitate to accept. All right, I promise. Back to reality. Thinking back made his heart ache a little. He stood in the middle of the road, torturing himself. In the end, I still let Veronica die. This time I swear I'll protect her. The more Will thought about it, the more determined he became. And to make that happen, I need to find the truth. The proof is in these eyes. Therefore, Will stuck even closer to Veronica. She began walking into a secluded corner behind the building. Seeing her stand in front of the large iron gate made Will even more suspicious. No matter how you look at it, it seemed sketchy. Inside, Will couldn't stop worrying. Will she be all right? Veronica, I need to boost my presence concealment skill. A moment later, Veronica stepped inside. Naturally, Will could not go in. He sat in a corner of the wall and heard the voice of someone else. We've been waiting for you. A figure wrapped in a black cloak stood before her, deeply apologizing for calling her to such a place. But this was a serious matter. That person took off their hood to reveal purple hair. It was none other than Anru. She wore a scheming look on her face. Now, about the item we discussed. Veronica just silently stared at the opponent. A moment later, she pulled out the red stone, leaving Anrut astonished. This is... She quickly grabbed the stone, but the very next second, she slightly frowned. Anrut held the stone up in joy. This is marvelous. At that moment, she turned around to flatter. You really are talented. Yes, of course. I've always believed that. Perhaps Will was starting to hear the information he wanted. With this thing, the greatest wish of our church, Anrut couldn't help but blurt out the plan. We are one step closer to the red moon. Those words made Will's face turn as dark as charcoal. He immediately pieced all the events together. I knew it. This really has to do with the red moon and this church too. To top it all off, the spell Will was using began to run out of time. The very next second, Veronica sensed something unusual, but only then did she realize what was happening. Damn it, my presence concealment skill wore off. Without thinking twice, Veronica grabbed her sword and charged straight at him. Will, completely terrified now, stared with wide-open eyes. Scared out of his wits, Will could only cry out loudly. Professor Veronica! She used her trembling body to shield him. You followed me after all, didn't you? The dragon before them grew increasingly aggressive. At this moment, footsteps echoed from afar. Didn't I tell you that you had to come alone? Ulrich held the quartz crystal in her hand and continued with a regretful tone. I'm sorry you broke our agreement. I genuinely thought our cult was about to gain another kindred spirit. Hearing this, Veronica coldly swung her sword down in a single slash. Let me make it clear, this was just an accident. That attitude made her hurriedly put on a conciliatory expression. Oh my. So, I jumped to conclusions. In that case, just get rid of that witness, and the cult will gladly welcome you. Will was startled by those words. On the contrary, Veronica pointed her sword forward and bluntly replied, I refuse. I only came here to investigate. Ulrich narrowed her eyes to appraise her. I have no intention of sacrificing my precious student. Seeing the tense situation, he hurriedly stood up. Professor Veronica, I'm sorry, but I need to know what's going on. Veronica immediately turned around to cut him off. It's my fault for not explaining sooner. That day, I sensed something unusual in the woods. Well, I found there was a frenzied monster, its blurred eyes flashing with a cold glint. Before her eyes, beneath the grass, lay a solitary red stone. At that time, Veronica picked it up. This stone, this feeling, she clenched her fist, channeling a surge of magic into it. When I channeled magic into it, it emitted a red glow. At that moment, Ulrich stepped out as if she had been waiting for a long time. I never expected to find a potential kindred spirit in a place like this. She clasped her hands in a prayerful gesture. This must be the guidance of the higher-ups and proof of the mission entrusted to me. Seeing this, Veronica immediately grew wary. Who are you? Ulrich smiled and stepped closer. I'd love to tell you a lot of things, but we have rules. Saying this, she raised a finger and lowered her voice to remind her. If you want to learn about that stone and us, there are 2 conditions. Before she could speak, the opponent went on endlessly. First, you must keep making it glow to test your qualifications. Second, you must tell no one. Come to the designated place alone and prove your reliability. Ulrich placed a hand over her chest apologetically. I'm sorry for testing you like this. Veronica's gaze never left her. But I truly hope you will become one of our kindred. Returning to the present, she bluntly rejected that offer. Therefore, I plan to infiltrate to investigate undercover. Remembering her attitude toward Will earlier, I thought I had made it clear that I wouldn't let anything happen, but she coldly turned and walked away. It's fine. I said I wouldn't let anything bad happen. Hearing this, he behind her shivered slightly. That alone isn't enough of an explanation. Veronica softly continued. You're right, I'm sorry. Will finally let out a sigh. I'm just glad you're not a bad person. Professor Veronica, Ulrich on the opposite side, slowly chimed in. Then that means your desire to join the cult was just a lie. Now I'm even sadder. As soon as she finished speaking, she dropped the stone in her hand. The water surface made a sound, accompanied by a regretful voice. To think I'd have to eliminate someone so talented. Will instantly sensed something was wrong. The stone you received from Professor Veronica. You threw it into the water. That stone suddenly flashed with a red light. Deep at the bottom, the ogres were gradually awake. Even the surrounding beasts seemed controlled by something. The water surface suddenly churned violently. A swarm of beasts roared as they surged up from below. By now, Ulrich had quietly retreated backward. She clapped her hands and cheered excitedly. Magnificent! Even within the cult, those capable of granting such berserk power are very rare. Looking at the horde of beasts before him, left Will stunned. Water dragon, is it really this strong? Veronica carefully calculated the number. 1, 2, 3, 8 fish in total. Hearing this, he immediately chimed in. I'll handle half. She flatly refused and charged forward. No. Veronica tightened her grip on her sword. There's no need. Magic radiated from the blade. Veronica spun around and slashed forward. Windstorm demonic sword strike. A barrage of sharp slashes from the blade headed straight for the water dragon. Will was frozen in fear by the sight, and indeed worthy of Professor Veronica. At that moment, a cold flash crossed Veronica's eyes. The body of one water dragon collapsed onto the ground. Seeing this, she sprang up to dodge quickly. Will anxiously ran over and asked, Are you okay? Veronica steadied her breathing and replied, Yes. Looking at the twitching body, she was briefly astonished. There's no way it can take that full hit and still be alive? No matter how strong its regenerative ability is, how can it die instantly after being decapitated? The heads grew back very quickly, terrifying the two of them, and it even healed from that. No healing magic can do such a thing. At this moment, Will also pulled out his dagger, preparing for battle. Something's not right. Could it be? A water dragon suddenly lunged to attack him. It slammed its head down onto the ground. Will quickly dodged. He spun around and swung the dagger in his hand. The slash suddenly stopped against the beast's thick hide. Will trembled as he tried to pull the dagger out. This soft, mushy body, I knew it. He immediately hugged its body tightly. Then he loudly reminded her, Professor Veronica, I have a trick I want to try. Please step back. Veronica didn't waste words and backed away. I understand, but don't overdo it. We'll use physical enhancement, releasing his limits. He said loudly, just a little bit overdoing it. His feet planted firmly into the ground. His fingers dug tightly into the water dragon scales. Right after that, Will hoisted it up, revealing a giant ogre. Come out already. Hurry up. Only then did Veronica completely see through it. She had actually thought its head was cut off, and it still wouldn't die. Seeing the ogre before her made her shiver slightly. Turns out that wasn't a head, but a leg. The giant thing that just appeared is a soft-bodied monster. Ogre Todogako. Familiar footsteps approached once more. So you saw through the truth behind that dragon in the blink of an eye. Ulrich placed a hand over her chest and let out a sigh. Fantastic. Well, not fantastic at all. Saying that, she raised her voice and shouted, the cult doesn't seek combat ability. If I can't wipe you out here, it'll be troublesome. Then Ulrich slowly pulled out an item. At this rate, I'll be going against the cult's wishes. The mysterious cult member Ulrich pulled out a scepter and declared, therefore, I, Ulrich, shall take it upon myself to resolve this. We'll seem to have planned ahead. Professor Veronica, could you handle that monster for me? Remembering her moves from earlier, he explained that her demonic sword would deal with that mushy body much more effectively than his method. Veronica still seemed uneasy, but she agreed. However, you can't let your student put himself in danger. Will suddenly grabbed her hand. A surge of power from his body transmitted rapidly, enhancing his physical stats. Finished, he smiled and said, I'll be right back after taking him down. Veronica was stunned by the parting words. Until then, make sure you're careful. The corners of her mouth curved up as she muttered, I've got a pretty daring student. Immediately after, Veronica took out her sword and stepped forward. Fine, but you need to be careful about one thing. She turned back and whispered something very quietly. That guy's probably... Will widened his eyes in shock. No way. Hearing that, Veronica reminded him, you're the one who proved it wasn't impossible. Understanding instantly, he dashed off. I get it. Ulrich stood there calmly before them. Fast. The corners of her mouth curled into a smug smile. Then I will too. At this moment, Will was already preparing to swing his dagger. Ulrich easily blocked the attack instantly. A brief shock flashed through his heart. He blocked it. Watching him slash frantically, Ulrich looked excited. It seems you have wonderful talent too. Her gaze darted to the side. Immediately after, both temporarily paused their attacks. Ulrich touched the cut on her face. I got grazed. Her fingers gently stroked the fresh blood. That hurts. So a wave of power radiates from my fingertips, allowing me to heal myself. At that moment, Veronica suddenly stepped closer. That stone has a passive mana flow with wavelengths identical to attack magic. I used the reverse method, but in other words, he is seeing the wound gradually heal. She immediately realized, just like me, a fighting healer. That information left Will momentarily stunned. You came up with the method of fighting with healing magic yourself? Ulrich raised her head proudly to explain. Of course not. How could I ever think of something like that? The scepter in her hand glowed. Yet even someone like me, Ulrich waved her hand to one side, and the ground immediately exploded, could also pull it off thanks to the cult's teachings. Will's eyes glued to the scepter, so it has existed since back then. A fighting style for healers. Remembering how much he used to self-reproach, I should have fought with my own hands. Now, Will tremblingly clenched the hilt of his dagger. Just how far have they progressed? Up ahead, Ulrich continued speaking. On that note, it seems you already had talent from the start. I'm quite jealous. Thinking of a mysterious person, she let out a low laugh. I'd love for you to meet him. Saying that, Veronica excitedly asked, what do you think? Are you interested in the cult? Will angrily cut her off. You gotta be kidding. He clenched his fists and lowered his voice. I will never become one of you. Will's eyes suddenly flashed with a red light. Even if I'm reincarnated, never. A streak of light flashed right past Ulrich's eyes. Energy gradually surged from her body. What a pity. The moment she finished speaking, she gained momentum and lunged forward. Ulrich swung her scepter, a feral smile on her face. Then I suppose I'll just have to destroy you after all. Will gritted his teeth to brace for the sudden attack. He trembled as he blocked the opponent's powerful force. Physical enhancement is quite powerful when used. Will thought of their mysterious appearance and the red stone from earlier. Heresy, the bodies and energies of the two in opposing states. His pupils flashed, healing magic and attack magic. There's so much I don't understand. Alred in front of him was still frantically eager to fight, but I just need to interrogate this guy about everything and it'll be over. He gritted his teeth and used his strength to push the opponent away. The sudden surge of power helped Will fling her off. Then maybe I can avoid that tragedy. Taking the opportunity, he quickly spun around. Will delivered a flying kick straight at Alred. Caught off guard by the counterattack, she was pushed far back. On the contrary, she still wore an excited, smirking smile. At this rate, it looks like I might lose. At that moment, Alred suddenly raised the scepter in her hand high. But I have the heresy backing me up. The red stone immediately emitted a glow. Physical enhancement. Alred's pupils instantly shifted to a red glow. One of her arms immediately swelled to a giant size. Veins began to bulge on her cheekbones from this power. Though her body was mutated, Alred shouted with delight. Wonderful. Will had a bad feeling about this from the start. This thing clearly far surpassed ordinary physical enhancement from healing magic. Then he loudly questioned, "Who taught you that kind of magic?" Hearing that, Alred respectfully placed a hand over her chest. It's all thanks to the teachings of heresy. Remembering when she stood blankly among the crowd. Up until then, I had just lived carelessly without caring about any. Alred clumsily bandaged her wounds amidst curses. I was hired as a healer by some magic squad, just blindly following orders from some arrogant guy. Those days were so boring. Saying that, she let out a self-deprecating laugh. If you're a healer too, one day you'll understand. The opponent's words reminded him of Ulpus's crowd, that this world is full of people who aren't worth saving. The red stone was then handed to her. Heresy granted me power and enlightenment. The more she spoke, the more excited Alred became. Ever since then, my life finally started to shine. Will gripped his dagger tightly and retorted, "I don't know what you've realized, but what you're doing is wrong." Then he couldn't help but shout, "At this rate, a lot of people are going to die." Alred waved her hand to block the attack. She remained completely calm. Even so, it doesn't matter. The moment she closed in, she whispered, "Because heresy said it's fine." Immediately after, Alred waved her arm and batted him away toward the wall. A mouthful of blood spewed from Will's mouth. At this moment, she walked up step by step, smiling as if justice had won. Will lowered his head in silence, offering no reply, just because of someone so utterly empty. In his mind, he thought of his loved ones, his master, and Professor Veronica. Had so many people died at the hands of this guy? Will gritted his teeth in frustration. Seeing that, Alred's expression briefly froze. He grabbed his injured arm and slowly stood up, leaving her astonished. "You can still stand?" Alred's eyes widened in horror. But with that many injuries, a stream of energy gradually gathered around his arm. The wounds on it healed instantly. Alred couldn't help but wonder. "You healed that injury instantly? What kind of recovery power is that?" At this moment, Will clutched his head and said in a low voice, "I will not forgive you." He swept his hair back to reveal sharp eyes. "I'll make you pay with a pain worse than death." Seeing that, Alred angrily lunged forward. "This time I'll wipe you out immediately, so you don't even have a chance to recover." Will threw a punch with immense strength. The overwhelming pressure shook the surrounding space considerably. Alred failed to withstand that attack for a moment. The corners of his mouth curved up. Will issued a taunt. Loud already, and we're barely starting? He spun around and threw another punch. "I'm not done beating you yet." Alred's eyes opened wide, revealing clear terror. Too fast. Instantly, she took a punch from him. Bright red blood poured endlessly from her nose and mouth. Alred was sent flying several meters away. After that, she lay motionless on the ground. Seeing this, Will walked over slowly. "Passed out already? We'll deal with the rest later." At that moment, he suddenly remembered. Oh, right. Professor Veronica. Ahead, Veronica was engaged in battle with an ogre. Her eyes flashed with a cold gleam. Just a single swing of her sword severed the beast's tentacles. A powerful burst of energy radiated outward. Veronica slowly sheathed her sword. Immediately after, The finely chopped pieces of flesh fell to the ground. She turned back to him with a smile. Did you take care of things over there too? Veronica glanced into the distance and continued. That thing had high regenerative abilities, so it took a little time. Deep down, Will realized. Turns out the monster was an even tougher opponent. As expected of Veronica, he slowly turned his head. Then, the two of them walked over and gently tapped Allred on the face. The moment she opened her eyes, she met Will's radiant smile. Now, spill everything, applying pressure to pin Allred down before she could even recover from the shock. The sharp blade of knife was pressed against Allred's neck. Even on the verge of being buried, she remained stubborn. Don't make such a scary face, Will just replied coldly. That depends on you. He bluntly interrogated her. I have a lot of things I want to ask. But what is the heresy? What is its goal? Allred only answered vaguely. A follower is not allowed to reveal information to outsiders. More surprisingly, she suddenly grabbed the knife and muttered crazy things continuously. Always dedicate your life to the heresy. Then, as if driven mad, she stabbed herself. Long live the heresy. That suicidal act left Will frozen, unable to believe his eyes. Allred's eyes bulged wide from the recent pain. Even in the eternal realm, she still held onto that obsession. I took my own life to protect the secrets of the heresy. Truly a flawless follower. With this, my soul will be guided to the world Lord Leos yearns for. Until the moment she passed away, Allred still wore a fulfilled smile. But suddenly, Allred slowly woke up, her mind feeling strangely clear. Even in death, she doesn't get any peace. This is my wound, it's gone. Allred felt increasingly bizarre. She had clearly stabbed her own throat. The agonizing feeling of the cold blade slicing through her throat and the warm blood gushing out was real. Unexpectedly, Will also confirmed that she had taken her own life. I was surprised you took your own life, though. I underestimated your faith. He smiled provocatively. But I've already healed you. Allred couldn't believe it and repeatedly denied it. That's impossible. I should have died almost instantly. Will didn't hesitate to explain. If it's almost, that means you didn't die right away. I can fix that. Allred stubbornly refused to believe it. That's impossible for an ordinary healer. Since you put it that way, let me set this straight. I'm not ordinary. From now on, I'm going to become the greatest healer in the world. Will resumed his interrogation. Do you realize? If I can heal someone on the verge of death, it means I can torture you right up to the brink of death. Hearing that, Allred fell silent. Realizing the gravity of the situation, panic gradually crept into her eyes. Seizing the advantage, Will wore a sly smile. Well, are you ready to talk now? Fear was plastered across Allred's face. No way. At this rate, I have no choice but to talk. But the very next second, her pupils constricted as if she were hypnotized. She was pulled into a mysterious space, with whispering voices urging her on from all sides. Die for it. Allred's face showed clear panic. Suddenly, tears streamed down her face onto the ground. Will's expression also changed rapidly. Allred trembled in agony, her eyes rolling back. Veronica quickly sensed something was wrong. Fall back, Will. Something's not right. Will quickly let go of her and step backward. In the blink of an eye, all of her head and limbs evaporated into thin air. The two of them standing there stared with wide eyes. When looking closely at the ground, Allred had turned into a mummified corpse. With wide eyes, Will rushed over. What? He immediately cast healing magic on her. Wait, don't die. Seeing his frantic efforts, Veronica could only feel helpless. Will stopped and began to analyze. Her vitality vanished in a split second. Some kind of curse, and an extremely powerful one at that. Will still had many lingering doubts. Who is behind this? At that moment, Veronica checked on him. Will, are you okay? Will replied with a hint of regret. I'm Fina. But this guy, only then did he feel a sense of guilt. This was an opportunity to extract information, and it's my fault for tagging along. I'm sorry, but she had a generous heart and didn't hold it against him. As long as the students are safe, that's enough. Veronica offered a gentle smile. Let's head back to the academy. On the way back, Will kept muttering to himself. The red stone was destroyed. In the end, we didn't find out anything. Veronica maintained her composure and explained step by step. The heresy, The red stone that drove the monsters berserk. Just knowing these things exist is already a harvest. You can't guard against things you don't even know exist. Naturally, he had similar predictions. That's right, you're right. Compared to my past life, I am definitely making progress. At this rate, I'll definitely. Even so, we'll still have too many unanswered questions. But I wonder, seizing the opportunity, Veronica shared her thoughts. Ultimately, I'm really glad I joined the field training. She even revealed another secret. Actually, I insisted on joining the field training because I was worried about you. Our school is the only one with 2 teachers accompanying the students, right? Finally, some of Will's puzzles were unraveled. So Professor Veronica only realized the existence of that thing in this lifetime. It's never enough. He continued to ask. Come to think of it, I've always wanted to ask, how did you come up with the idea of using static mana to attack? Professor Veronica honestly recounted. I come from a merchant family, probably because I had more opportunities to interact with both healers and battle mages. But his thoughts were a bit different. If someone could think of it just from that, I feel like magical research should have progressed much further. Veronica was equally surprised upon hearing this. Is that so? Well, who knows? Suddenly Veronica remembered something important, but she vaguely felt a sense of familiarity. She had a feeling like someone had told her the exact same thing when she was young. While Will was still deep in thought, they arrived in front of the bakery. Could that person be related to the heresy? Veronica wanted to drop by again. Will brushed aside these complicated matters. Do you want to buy some bread? Will's soul seemed to be pulled back after that question. He happily nodded and agreed immediately. Yes, and so, the big mystery still remained. I have gained new power to avoid destruction. I got scolded for going out without permission. Elsewhere in a room, the atmosphere was chillingly silent. Ulpus sat neatly at the table, but he seemed to have passed on. A clear bite mark was left on his neck. At that moment, another voice rang out. That hardworking guy is dead, and now it's come looking for me. This girl had a snake with her, her mouth repeating continuously. I'll do it. I'll do it. She held the red stone in her hand, staring at it spellbound. If that's the order from the heresy, several days had passed since the battle with the cult. At this moment, Will and Veronica were sparring. He repeatedly asked about the information from the other day. Did you find out anything about the cult? She quickly replied, not much. Despite being called a cult, they don't seem to be making any noticeable moves. Will expressed clear regret. If only I could go down to the town to gather information. She showed her rigid side. Students need a permit to leave the campus. Veronica emphasized once more that a student's duty is to study. Will smiled with confidence. I know, but I hate sitting around waiting. So I came up with an idea. As he spoke, he channeled all his strength into the balls of his feet and accelerated, dodging Veronica's attack. Before she knew it, Will had closed in behind her from the rear. I was planning to go find Teacher Ren, the top monster expert. Thought it would be easy. Turns out it got easily blocked by Veronica, just like that. He had intended to use the off-campus study program, but she stood firm on her stance. I'm pretty sure you need stellar theoretical grades to register for that. As she spoke, she slashed her sword, forcing Will to parry in a hurry. Do you even have the qualifications? He confidently shoved her back. You don't need to worry about that. Will began to show off. My theoretical grades this semester are the highest in the entire year. Hearing that, Veronica lowered her sword and let out a sigh of relief. Having an outstanding student like you makes me proud too. You become a lot more reliable, haven't you? But he still recognized that he needed to know his limits. I still have a lot to work on, but I've started to realize just how much you've been holding back. That's good. Right on cue, Veronica presented a reward. In that case, it's time for you to choose your core. He still looked clueless, understanding nothing. A core, she seriously analyzed. You have the creativity to flexibly turn healing magic into offensive moves. But if you find your forte and hone it, your fighting style will become stable, and the diversity of your options will shine even brighter. Bull replied thoughtlessly. Then I'll choose Professor Veronica. Veronica reiterated the point. What I can teach you is magic swordsmanship. Are you really okay with that? There's no need to rush your decision. Then she quickly offered a suggestion. For now, we should go see Teacher Ren. Will finally had a light bulb moment. I understand. Afterward, he set off on his journey. I managed to schedule a meeting with Teacher Ren, and the weather is great even though it's this far from town. This trip turned out even better than he expected. A perfect day for off-campus studies. Ren was a renowned monster researcher, even in my past life. His achievements were so great that the kingdom awarded him a medal. The more Will thought about it, the more admiration he felt. Truly a scholar of monsters. He lived quite far from residential areas, but his curious nature drove him even further. I wonder if he has ever been attacked by monsters. Suddenly, Will sensed danger and looked up. From above, a barrage of huge boulders was cascading down like a waterfall. Will quickly brought his mind back to reality. There are dangers like this too. He pushed his speed to the limit, running through and dodging each boulder. But suddenly, one boulder locked onto him as a target and came hurtling straight at him. Will quickly channeled all his mana into his palms and threw a few strikes, shattering the boulder into many small pieces. Once done, he calmly regained his composure. But it seemed it wasn't over yet. He continued to sense something hurtling toward him at high speed. A shuriken. Will successfully caught it. He carefully inspected it up close. An arrow? Right at that moment, two other guys walked over. Saw thee. The black-haired guy gave a lame excuse. A monster trap just went off accidentally. Will didn't want to stoop to the level of petty scumbags and prepare to leave. Accidentally? I almost died. Did you guys know that? But the black-haired guy still spoke mockingly. You're still alive, aren't you? The blonde youth seemed more amicable. We're local hunters. People don't usually come through here. We'll be more careful next time. Hearing that, Will just sighed in frustration and walked on. As long as you learn from your mistake, that's fine. We're in a hurry, so please don't do that again. But it turned out to be just a front. The blonde guy started revealing his scumbag nature. I've learned my lesson. The two guys tried to play dirty and jumped in to gang up on Will. Next time, we'll definitely do it right. But he calmly dropped to the ground and dodged their attack. Glancing over to observe carefully, seeing everything go smoothly, he delivered a kick that sent both guys tumbling down the cliff. The two resilient youths desperately clung to the cliffside to hold on. Will looked at them with disdain. The bracelets and rings didn't fit right at all. Without overthinking, he casually made a remark. Will's voice suddenly turned cold, and he slowly walked toward them. Funny thing. Lately, I've been thinking about this too, wondering if there's an effective way to reform bad guys. Pinning the blonde guy's mouth shut, he came up with a new idea. So Will looked at them burning with murderous intent. How about brainwashing? The blonde guy's whole body began to tremble. The brat with black hair wasn't done for yet and chimed in with too much mouth. Stop, Will bluntly declared as he threw him to the ground. I'm not stopping. His smile right now was enough to scare the black-haired guy to death. Not stopping. I already gave you guys a second chance. Saying that, he turned back to grab the other guy's mouth. The black-haired guy's whole body began to tremble. More importantly, the bag those two guys were carrying seemed to be trapping a living creature. The two thugs stood there with blank, lifeless expressions, looking completely dazed. Will ordered them to clear away all the traps they had set and get lost immediately. He asked if they understood, and the two fellows chimed in with an instant, obedient chorus of agreements. Will gave them a super friendly wave goodbye, despite having just completely brainwashed them. Reflecting on it, he figured this trick was decent enough, though not quite up to his ideal standards. It couldn't handle complex instructions and even depended heavily on the amount of mana poured into it, which definitely wouldn't cut it against the order. Will's main goal was to put a stop to their schemes, and to do that, he needed to investigate the rampaging monsters first. While walking, Will suddenly spotted something odd hidden inside a rocky crevice. He froze in surprise, caught completely off guard. A tiny creature with brilliant blue wings was huddled away in there. Its sapphire eyes stared right back at him, sparkling like jewels. A baby dragon? That was truly a rare sight in this world. Will resumed his journey, this time with an extra tiny passenger perched right on his shoulder, and soon spotted his destination up ahead. It was Dr. Skeeter's research facility, tucked snugly right in the middle of a rocky valley. The little dragon kept fluttering around Will, letting out an adorable little squeak that sounded like quaw. Well, he might as well take it along since he was about to meet a monster expert anyway. Just as Will stepped forward, click, a blazing gold magic circle materialized right beneath his feet. Oh crap, it was a trap. Massive magical rings encircled the entire building. The emitted light was so intensely bright it made the very space shake. Magical runes spun continuously in the air, looking both majestic and incredibly dangerous. We'll instantly recognize this as a high-tier magical sensory trap. Suddenly, a voice rang out demanding that he stay right where he was. And Will looked up as cold sweat began to bead on his forehead. The voice bluntly asked if he was the Will hailing from Schwartz. Will confirmed it, and the other person immediately grew curious about the dragon resting on his shoulder. He honestly explained that he had just rescued it from some bandits on his way here. The man inside guessed every single detail spot on, from how it tagged along to Will's plan to use it as a research specimen. What a sharply perceptive guy. Fine then, a cold voice replied. The magic trap vanished, and the basement door swung open to invite Will inside. A man emerged and apologized for the somewhat rude welcome just now. He introduced himself as Skeeter Dorder, a leading expert in monster research. The inside of the room was cluttered with towering, sky-high stacks of books. The desk was completely covered in potion flasks and specialized experimental equipment. Skeeter explained that the trap from earlier was meant to ward off monsters, figuring it must have given Will quite a start. Will politely replied that he was fine, then accepted a cup of hot tea from the host. Skeeter asked if he found it odd that a monster researcher would set up traps to drive them away. His reflection flickered in the teacup. To him, monsters were simply terrifying entities. That was precisely why he needed to understand them thoroughly in order to figure out the most effective ways to deal with them. Hearing that, Will thought it made a lot of sense and cut straight to the point, saying he had questions to ask. He wanted to know about the phenomenon of monsters going berserk and the method used to trigger it. Skeeter raised an eyebrow in surprise, secretly thinking that a student from Schwartz seeking him out definitely had some hidden motives. Skeeter flatly refused, stating that he couldn't teach such things during this extracurricular internship. Will let out a shocked shout, failing to understand why he was being turned down so harshly. The scholar explained that he didn't mean to give him a hard time, but true knowledge required a clear, systematic foundation. In other words, he had a responsibility to pass down accurate knowledge, and Will needed to learn everything in the proper sequence. Will remained stubborn, arguing that he didn't have the luxury of time to leisurely learn step by step like that. Skeeter remarked that discussing a topic like that would normally take at least 5 years, but hearing that Will was a genius, it would probably go a bit faster. First off, the two of them had to start by absorbing the most basic knowledge, and Skeeter hauled out a massive pile of thick books. Will stared at the stack of books and asked if he just needed to read through all of them to be done. Not quite, Skeeter replied coldly, making Will freeze up for a second. He demanded that Will memorize the entire contents of every single bookshelf in this research room. What an impossible challenge. He added insult to injury by mentioning that the knowledge here was all outdated anyway, so it should be easy to digest. Classic expert attitude. Skeeter delivered the final verdict. If Will managed to read even half of them during this internship, he considered him quite impressive. With his instructions given, he turned his back and walked away, leaving the student dumbstruck before a gigantic ocean of knowledge. Will silently watched him go, and the little dragon rare on his shoulder also seemed worried for its new master. But contrary to his anxious appearance, Will suddenly broke into a confident smile, ready to devour this mountain of books. The next morning, Skeeter strolled leisurely back to the research facility after a good night's sleep, feeling a slight twinge of guilt for making such an overwhelming demand, even though Will seem special. After all, once knowledge became distorted, correcting it would be an absolute nightmare, and he didn't want to ruin a real talent. Skeeter told himself it was better to make the boy learn slowly and solidly than to rush and ruin things. He opened the door and offered his usual morning greeting to Will. But the exact second he did, his eyes behind his glasses widened to their absolute limit in shock. Before him lay an unimaginable sight. Will sat buried among dozens of book stacks that had already been read through and neatly organized. Will calmly announced that he had finished reading everything, then asked what he needed to do next for the day. Skeeter could only push up his glasses and stand frozen in place before the unprecedented learning speed of this young man. Very well, he answered, his heart completely won over. Professor Skeeter nodded thoughtfully, finally cracking the secret behind Will's terrifying reading speed from the night before. Turns out the kid had used healing magic to enhance his senses, allowing his brain to process information many times faster than an ordinary person. Will casually admitted it, explaining that while the method caused extreme mental fatigue, he could just heal himself right back to normal, so it was no big deal. Skeeter sighed, mentally kicking himself for underestimating the potential of healing magic, a rookie mistake for a researcher. But Will didn't care much about that, and eagerly urged his teacher to assign new exercises for practical application. Seeing the eager look on his student's face, Skeeter was silent for a moment before giving his next set of instructions with utter seriousness. The order was short and sweet. Go to sleep. Will was dumbfounded. He was all fired up, and out of nowhere the teacher told him to sleep, catching him completely off guard. Skeeter explained that healing magic couldn't replace the body's natural physical recovery and stamina. No matter how sharp your mind felt, your physical body would still collapse without proper rest, and that would only drag down your work efficiency. Will listened in silence, inwardly acknowledging the professor's sharp powers of observation. Skeeter told him there was no need to rush, urging him to get a good night's sleep so the two of them could start an early field trip tomorrow. The next morning, the two of them arrived at a majestic, towering mountain region to kick off their first practical lesson. Will brought along the little dragon he named Rare, a simple name fitting its status as an ultra-rare monster. Skeeter agreed to let Rare come because leaving it behind in the lab wasn't an option, plus watching a dragon grow up was a valuable experience anyway. As they walked along, the professor suddenly stopped, his eyes lighting up when he spotted something ahead. Standing before them was a Capricorn, also known as a mountain goat, sporting an imposing pair of massive, spiraling horns. Will quickly racked his brain for knowledge. This was a herbivorous monster living in high mountain regions that typically kept well away from humans. Skeeter nodded in satisfaction, curious to know Will's actual feelings upon seeing one face-to-face in the real world. Will admitted that the pressure radiating from the beast was vastly greater than anything he had imagined from flat textbook pages. The professor agreed, noting that gaining an initial first-hand impression was a critically important lesson for any researcher. Normally, these Capricorns were quite gentle and wouldn't actively attack unless provoked. However, they possessed terrifying strength, making them absolute nightmares of opponents once they did strike. Skeeter told Will to stand still and observe the monster's behavior for a bit, and Will obediently focused on closely watching every movement of the giant herbivore. Suddenly, Rare sensed something unusual, and the baby dragon began trembling with intense vigilance. Rare let out a shrill scream, startling Will and filling him with worry. The Capricorn's demeanor shifted too. Its eyes rolled back, glowing with a fierce, bloodthirsty golden light. It let out a heaven-shaking roar as an ominous red, killing intent surged forth to envelop the surrounding space. Without a single word of warning, the crazed beast lunged straight toward the teacher and student with terrifying speed. Will quickly dashed forward to shield the professor, shouting a loud warning. The monster rampaged like a tank, crushing dirt and rocks beneath it as it charged. Without time to overthink, Will lowered his center of gravity, determined to stop this out-of-control beast. He instantly cast plant manipulation, summoning giant vines to burst from the earth and bind the target. Will felt confident that the strength of these vines would be enough to hold the beast in place. But the Capricorn kept thrashing, baring its sharp teeth and growling furiously as if wanting to devour everything in sight. A loud snap echoed out as the sturdy vines were easily torn apart by the beast like breaking dry twigs. Will's face drained of color at its unbelievable strength. This clearly wasn't any ordinary Capricorn he had read about in books. The monster closed in right before him, gaping its crimson maw wide open, ready to pounce. In the nick of time, Will swiftly drew the short sword at his waist. He recklessly thrust the blade straight into the roaring beast's mouth, sending blood spraying wildly across the area. The Capricorn froze, its roar turning into a cry of agony after taking a direct hit to a vital spot. The fatal stab brought the beast down, and Will let out a sigh of relief as things temporarily settled after the brief clash. He looked at the Capricorn lying motionless on the ground, his heart still pounding because the pressure from this monster was greater than he had expected. Professor Skeeter stepped forward to ask if his student was hurt anywhere, while Rare was still trembling with wary tension. Will said he was fine, but realized the beast hadn't actually wanted to attack. It was just terrified out of its mind by something. He guessed that was why Professor Skeeter had only wanted to subdue it instead of wiping it out from the start, right? Skeeter was quite surprised to see Will catch on to that, and nodded in recognition of his delicate empathy. Even so, Will inwardly blamed himself, thinking that if he had been just a bit stronger, he might have handled it better without hurting the creature. Seeing his student's pensive expression, the professor fell silent for a moment, a deeply thoughtful look crossing his eyes. He told Will that he had talent, but seemed to be trying to shoulder far too many heavy burdens on his own shoulders. Will was stunned to hear those words, never expecting his hidden thoughts to be seen through so easily. The Capricorn had now been fully treated, so it could fall into a deep, harmless sleep. But Will remained restless, telling himself how great it would have been if he had managed to stop it right from the very first vines. Skeeter smiled and reassured him that everything was fine now, telling him not to be too hard on himself. The professor reminded him that there were plenty of people out there willing to help, and he shouldn't always try to solve everything alone. Will listened in silent contemplation, secretly wondering just how deeply Professor Skeeter had managed to read into his character. Oddly enough, feeling seen through like this didn't feel uncomfortable at all. On the contrary, it made him feel a little lighter inside. But the most troubling question remained. What on earth had Rare and the Capricorn since to make them panic to the point of going mad? Well, could only silently hope it wasn't an omen of something terrible about to happen. Meanwhile, in a dark place thick with evil miasma, a hand toyed with a glowing, bewitching red gemstone. The mysterious figure casually muttered that she had only tested a tiny bit of magical power on the stone, and it had already caused a shockwave. It was Elisa, sitting leisurely among her pack of black snakes, dropping sarcastic remarks about sensitive creatures. She chuckled and asked the snakes if that person would even bother listening to her, spitting out the name Skeeter with dangerous intent and hinting at a dark plot targeting the professor. Having dealt with the Capricorn in the previous chapter, Will and Professor Skeeter were strolling leisurely back home, the teacher still nonchalantly bringing up the recent trouble. He adjusted his glasses, looking quite pleased that today's field trip had yielded a fair amount of data on 4 different monster species. Just as they were making good progress, Will suddenly froze, his face blank with astonishment. Turns out a little girl was standing around waiting right outside Professor Skeeter's stone cottage. The moment she saw the two of them return, she dashed over in a flurry, calling out the teacher's name repeatedly. The kid threw her arms around Skeeter in a tight hug, making the two of them look as close as family. Skeeter knelt down to check on her, and the little girl excitedly bragged about picking up something shiny down by the river to bring as a gift for him. Hearing the word shiny, the look in Skeeter's eyes behind his lenses suddenly turned unusually serious. He summed up the story. She had chased after a field mouse and accidentally stumbled upon a gemstone to bring here. Will stood nearby in total silence, deeply admiring his teacher's godlike deduction skills. Will scratched his head in confusion, wondering who this kid was to be so chummy with the teacher. Skeeter explained that she lived in a nearby settlement, leaving Will slightly shocked because he hadn't expected anyone to inhabit such a desolate place. It was a small, isolated village whose residents preferred a secluded lifestyle in peaceful harmony with nature. This little girl often came over to hang out and occasionally helped the teacher trade for necessary supplies with the villagers. With that, the kid turned and stared straight at Will, acting as though she was curious about who this new item was. Professor Skeeter introduced Will as his favorite student and an absolute genius, and getting praised so openly made Will offer an awkward, sheepish grin. The little girl eyed Will for a long while, her face thoughtful, as if calculating something intensely serious. Then out of nowhere, she puffed out her chest and declared herself the senior, since she had been tutored by the teacher beforehand, leaving Will to laugh bitterly at her innocence. As if suddenly remembering something crucial, the little girl let out an excited chirp. She fished out an acorn, announcing it as a welcome gift for her junior, Will. Just as Will was about to acknowledge it, The baby dragon Rare on his shoulder had already started sniffing out food. Noticing Rare's interest, the girl curiously asked if this tiny dragon could eat acorns. Seeing Will nod, she immediately held out the acorn, intending to let Rare have a bite. Rare didn't hold back at all, snapping up the acorn in a split second, much to the shock of both. The crowd cracked up in laughter, and the little girl jumped for joy since seeing a sight like that was rare indeed. Gift delivered, she waved goodbye and bolted away as fast as a gust of wind. Watching her tiny retreating back, Will remarked that she was basically a whirlwind, prompting Skeeter to tease whether he was just bad with kids. Will insisted he liked children a lot since his hometown had plenty of rowdy little runts just like her, and Skeeter simply nodded and said good. At that moment, Skeeter finally took out the red stone the girl had gifted him to examine it closely, noting that a child's eyes sometimes shouldn't be underestimated. That was because they saw things clearly, unclouded by the prejudices or complex thoughts of adults. The teacher and student entered the lab, and Skeeter began flipping through ancient texts regarding these stones capable of driving monsters mad. He mentioned that he had asked the girl to keep an eye out for strange stones, and never expected to score such hot merchandise this time. Curious, Will asked for permission to borrow the stone so he could inspect what kind of power it held. Holding the blazing red stone in his palm, Will fell into deep thought, noting this was his first time directly touching such a mysterious specimen. He decided to try funneling a stream of mana into the stone to see how it would react. The moment his mana touched it, the stone erupted in a blazing red glow that lit up a corner of the laboratory. Skeeter startled at the magical fluctuation, while Rare suddenly bristled, its blue eyes flaring with angry light. Without a word, Rare let out a growl and lunged straight for Will's hand to snatch the stone away. It clamped its jaws tight around the red stone right before the stunned eyes of both Will and Professor Skeeter. A crisp cracking sound echoed out as Rare's sharp teeth crushed the stone into tiny fragments right in Will's hand. Rare then flopped flat onto the desk with an extremely grumpy look on its face, leading Skeeter to remark that while the stone didn't drive it crazy, it clearly pissed it off. Will panicked and apologized for accidentally ruining his teacher's specimen, but Skeeter waved it off, saying it actually revealed something fascinating. The teacher pushed up his glasses with a thoughtful gaze, noting that there were clearly more hidden depths to this mystery than they had realized. Professor Skeeter realized Will knew a lot more about the red stone than he thought. Holding the fragments in his hand, Will started bringing up a mysterious cult, making the teacher's attitude turn dead serious. Skeeter touched his chin, thoughtfully repeating the name of the cult his student had just dropped with a pensive expression. He stood up and announced that he needed to head down to the basement below to check on a few vital matters. Seeing the teacher look worried, Will moved to offer a hand, but Skeeter quickly raised his hand to stop him. He acknowledged Will's talent, but stated that it was still far too early for him to get mixed up in these complicated affairs. Though slightly disappointed, Will obediently nodded and accepted his teacher's decision. Skeeter placed a hand on Will's shoulder in encouragement, assuring him that with his growth rate, the day he could share the burden with him wasn't far off. With that, the teacher unlocked the secret lab and stepped inside, leaving the quiet room to Will and the little dragon Rare. Alone in the night, Will stared at the pile of debris and thought that choosing to follow Skeeter here truly was the right choice. He gazed at the glowing red fragment, feeling a bit disheartened that Professor Skeeter still didn't fully trust him enough to share the truly crucial secrets. Horrific visions flashed through Will's mind of a future devastated by monsters and deadly red stones raining from the sky, and he agonized over what he could do to stop the dark future he had foreseen. Just sitting around worrying won't change anything. Will snapped to attention with a resolute gaze while Rare slept soundly nearby, completely oblivious to the world. Rather than letting time slip away uselessly, he decided to sit down and review all the knowledge about the monster species the two of them had encountered today. The sense enhancement skill activated and a green aura washed over the book, helping Will absorb knowledge at an incredible speed. Suddenly, Will's ear twitched. Thanks to his enhanced senses, he picked up an unusual presence lurking outside the house. He quietly opened the door and stepped outside, his eyes turning razor-sharp and filled with killing intent, a far cry from his usual student persona. Standing in the deserted yard under the moonlight, Will stared straight into the darkness and spoke in a cold tone. "You're not a guest dropping by for a visit, are you?" A brilliant green magic flared in his palm as Will delivered a final ultimatum. "If you walk away in silence right now, I'll let you leave in one piece." Will gathered sparkling green magic in his hand, coldly ordering the hidden intruder to get lost right now if they wanted to live. A stranger stepped out from the shadows, their heels crunching against the dusty ground. Will's eyes narrowed as he sensed an abnormal aura drawing closer. It turned out to be a man carrying an unconscious teammate on his shoulder, wheezing and begging Will to save. Recognizing them as yesterday's lacklings, Will kept his guard up completely. The lackey wept as he claimed his friend had been bitten by a poisonous snake, while he wasn't doing much better himself. He swore to turn over a new leaf from now on, begging Will to spare both their lives. Though still doubtful, Will ultimately agreed to take a look at their wounds. He stepped forward and warned them that saving their lives didn't mean he was forgiving them. Just as Will reached out to treat the motionless man, a pitch-black snake suddenly lunged out of the guy's mouth, striking straight for Will's neck. Will's reflexes were insanely impressive. He instantly drew his dagger and intercepted the ambush right before his eyes. The snake hit the floor and slithered into the shadows, scaring the lackey kneeling nearby so badly he fell backward. A female voice rang out with disappointment that the sneak attack missed, and the shadow snake crawled up to wrap around her leg. The revealed intruder was Elisa, who scolded her pet snake for needing better aim next time. Elisa eyed Will and asked if he was Professor Skeeter, noting he looked way too young for his reputation. She offered a meaningful smirk, bringing a hand to her lips and remarking that he looked pretty charming anyway. Will watched Elisa's movements and silently judged that while she wasn't a master of direct combat, she radiated an unpredictable danger. A bad omen spiked within him as he spotted a deep purple miasma shrouding Elisa. Will pointed his dagger at the strange girl, demanding she reveal her identity immediately. Unfazed, she smoothly replied, "My name is Elisa." Displaying a church emblem, she asserted that she had come here to discuss business with Will. Elisa reached toward the fabric at her chest, asking if he happened to be a monster researcher. Will maintained a cautious silence, keeping his eyes locked on his opponent's every move. She pulled out a brilliant, sparkling red stone, asking if it was interested in this thing. Will instantly recognized it as the red stone, the very item Elisa claimed could be used to control monsters. A close-up of the stone revealed it emitting an eerie red light, truly the exact artifact held by the mysterious cult. Elisa gloated excitedly. Like this. From beneath her feet, a massive shadow snake shot upward, attacking Will once more. Will quickly stepped back to gather momentum, concentrating his magic to deal with a wide-area attack. A powerful slash caused the black snake to burst into ink-like splatters across the ground. Elisa looked rather surprised, covering her mouth with her hand and laughing out loud upon seeing that Will was stronger than she had expected. Will jammed his dagger straight into the ground, his eyes taking on a serious glint. He flashed a cold smile, declaring that he was very interested and demanding she spill everything. Elisa sighed, realizing that this healer guy was a stubborn and tough nut to crack. She ordered her lackey cowering in the background to get to work as well, though the lackey was currently shaking like a leaf, completely drained of any fighting spirit. He screamed in desperation, insisting he had followed orders precisely and begging her to let him go. Elisa's expression turned abruptly cold, asking if he was delusional enough to dare fail right in front of her. Beneath the feathers of her sleeve, another shadow snake peeked its head out with an eerie vibe. She coldly grabbed the snake's head, as if holding the destiny of a sinner in her hands. Elisa smiled brightly and cruelly, preparing to drop a horrific curse down upon her own subordinate as punishment. The lackey's eyes widened in terror, having no idea what was happening to his body. Behind him, a grim reaper entity holding a death scythe emerged amidst pitch-black smoke, swallowing the wretched guy's soul. He screamed in agony, drool streaming down while his eyes rolled back completely white. The lackey collapsed flat onto the ground, clutching his throat as if being choked by an invisible force. Standing before that horrifying scene, Elisa simply cackled, enjoying the suffering of others like a trivial pastime. Panicking, Will rushed forward intending to use healing magic, wondering if this was the kind of magic that used snakes as a medium. Will's eyes flickered as he noticed the extreme abnormality on the victim's body. Black veins spread across the lackey's neck, exposing glowing red blood vessels as if scorched by cursed poison. Will gritted his teeth helplessly. Standard healing magic was completely useless against this vicious type of poison. Elisa watched Will's expression and let out an amused, "Oh," confirming that he was indeed a true healer rather than Professor Skeeter. Her gaze suddenly turned razor-sharp, focusing on her actual target behind the scenes. She directed her sight towards Skeeter's wooden cottage in the distance, guessing that the renowned professor was right inside. Will watched in shock, terrified for his teacher's safety as darkness gradually closed in. Elisa waved her hand, ordering the pack of shadow snakes to charge forward as she wanted to finish everything instantly. Will threw his dagger to block the path of the snakes, determined not to let anything touch the house. But the snakes were too fast, diving deep into the ground and bizarrely vanishing from sight. Will gasped in realization as he understood they were traveling by slipping through the shadows on the ground. He shouted a loud warning to Professor Skeeter just as the shadow of a pitch-black snake crept right up to the front door. A brilliant gold magic circle suddenly burst to life right beneath the house, radiating a massive wave of energy. A pure magical explosion wiped out the entire pack of shadow snakes, blasting the shadowy debris far away. Professor Skeeter strolled casually out of the dust and smoke, his polished black leather shoes stepping over the remnants of what had just been destroyed. Elisa's expression dropped as she sensed the powerful presence belonging to the master of the house. Will let out a sigh of relief, a smile returning to his face upon seeing the professor's timely arrival. Skeeter nonchalantly adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses, smiling to thank Will and declaring that it was now time for the host to greet the guests personally. A green magic circle appeared beneath Will's hand as he began casting healing magic. He helped the man recover his stamina, instructing him to hang in there so he could survive. Once finished, Will immediately turn around to remind Professor Skeeter to be extremely careful. Opposite them stood Elisa. Will silently deduced that these people used a redstone to control snakes and possessed terrifying cursed poison. He firmly asserted that she was definitely a member of the cult, knowing full well they were targeting Skeeter's knowledge to breed even more ferocious monsters. Skeeter noticed that Will had been getting sharper and more perceptive lately. Will just smiled and replied that it was thanks to his teachings. The professor looked at the shadow snakes and recognized them as Tobio, an exotic species originating from the far eastern borders. Will frowned in anger, unable to believe the cult dared bring such dangerous creatures into the kingdom. Elisa casually fired back with a defiant expression, acting as though she didn't care about his shock at all. She claimed she didn't care where they came from. As long as the cult handed them over, she would use them. Lifting the red stone in her hand, Elisa rambled on about how obeying the cult was all it took to guarantee happiness. She wore a sinister smile, eager to wrap up this capture mission and get it over with. Glowing purple eyes began appearing densely within the pitch-black shadows beneath her feet. The Tobio shadow snakes crawled about everywhere, creating a gloomy and ominous scene. With a giant snake materializing behind her, Elisa declared she would beat them both down and drag them back to the organization. Will's expression dropped as he asked if all of this was truly just for her own selfish desires. Murderous intent flared as Will spoke through gritted teeth, stating that the people in the cult were nothing more than fools who didn't deserve to live. Skeeter softly called out Will's name to remind him to keep his cool, signaling that they needed to capture her alive to extract more information. Looking at his student's furious expression, Skeeter silently wondered what Will must have gone through in the past to hate the cult so deeply. Elisa sat atop the shadows, sarcastically asking if the two of them were underestimating her, and gave the attack order while coldly stating she wouldn't hesitate to kill if necessary. Skeeter sighed in exhaustion over these troublesome exotic creatures, while had already dashed forward into a ready combat stance, shouting for Skeeter to leave that oversized monster to him. Elisa wasn't about to be outdone, yelling that she wouldn't let him do whatever he wanted. He focused intensely, tracking every minute movement of the snake pack. Will inwardly judged that cursed poison was nothing less than a cruel curse inflicted upon a victim's body. This toxic substance would continuously erode the body right after being healed, rendering a healer's efforts completely useless. For someone specialized in recovery like him, this was truly a formidable nemesis. Will continuously executed acrobatic flips to dodge the deadly, snapping jaws. He smirked with confidence, figuring that as long as he didn't take a direct hit, everything would be fine. Elisa began to grow impatient, seeing Will's speed far exceed her calculations, though she still had plenty of backup cards up her sleeve. Another pack of Tobio rained down from above like black arrows straight toward Will's position. But instantly, a chain of powerful magical explosions erupted to encircle him. Skeeter calmly adjusted his glasses, reminding his opponent that he wasn't short on explosive magic circles either. Elisa clicked her tongue in annoyance, finding these two guys much more troublesome than she originally thought. She decided to pull out a heavier weapon as a massive, pitch-black snake reared its head menacingly behind her. The giant monster lunged forward with terrifying speed and immense force. Despite its massive size, its speed still shocked Will, who instantly activated enhancement magic on his legs. Will pulled off a gorgeous spin right past the razor-sharp teeth of the giant snake, escaping danger by a hair's breadth. He landed solidly on his feet, green energy still blazing around his legs as he prepared for a counterattack. White smoke billowed from Will's feet, a sign that he was pushing his limit break skill to the absolute max. He silently evaluated that this monster wasn't just fast. Its defensive armor was also off the charts. Will stood face to face with the giant Tobio, slithering threateningly amid the night. A slash grazed the snake's tough scales, sending sparks flying everywhere. Will smirked, telling himself he was glad he had taken the time to carefully observe its attack pattern early. Standing from afar, Elisa began to grow anxious, wondering why this brat was still managing to stand his ground. Skeeter suddenly reached out a hand, warning her not to get distracted and look away. A blazing gold magic circle appeared right behind Elisa, causing her to spin around in shock. A ferocious magical explosion erupted, blowing away everything surrounding her area. Skeeter stood in silence amidst the dust and smoke, his expression completely unchanged. The professor's eyes were fiercely resolute as he focused entirely on subduing the enemy. Elisa hid within a sphere of darkness, confident her protective barrier would keep her safe, but immediately a second giant Tobio manifested, slithering to wrap around her. Will realized this one's defensive layer was even thicker than the last, wondering how he was going to pierce through it. He gently tapped his finger against the edge of his dagger blade, signaling Professor Skeeter to prepare for a coordinated strike. Skeeter glanced over and instantly understood the intent of his sharp-witted student. Very well. Impressive, Skeeter thought to himself upon seeing Will's determination. Will shot up into the air like an arrow, dodging the monster's powerful attack. He flipped mid-air, locking onto the giant snake's weak spot. A forceful stab sent the monster's blood splattering everywhere. Now, Will yelled out, giving the cue for the decisive move. Skeeter reached out, activating peak-level enhancement magic to support him. A blazing gold magic circle materialized right before the blade's tip, channeling a massive surge of energy into Will's weapon. Thanks to the resonance power, the blade pierced straight through the giant Tobio's head, triggering a horrific blood explosion that utterly obliterated. Will glided across the ground, landing steadily after the forceful attack. Elisa stood frozen, sweat pouring down as she couldn't believe her strongest creation had been taken down so easily. Will wiped a hand across his mouth, breathing heavily after dumping all his stamina into that combo. He raised his dagger high, fixing a razor-sharp gaze on the enemy and declaring, "Next!" Skeeter stood from a distance, observing the battle, his eyes never leaving Will's back. He realized Will was choosing to take the brunt of the explosive force directly so the enemy wouldn't have a chance to slip away. Skeeter worried that no matter how talented Will was, this reckless fighting style would lead to a dangerous outcome, and he pushed up his glasses with a strained expression. Elisa stood amid the shadow snakes, sarcastically asking if she was really in a weak spot. Will panted heavily but pressed on, asking if she was going to surrender right now. She smirked, announcing that the plan had just changed slightly. She gave a wave and started asking Skeeter questions about his research facility. Elisa brought up the villagers living in the nearby settlement, leaving both of them stunned as their weak spot was hit. A swarm of shadow snakes began slithering rapidly toward the village amid Elisa's triumphant laugh. Seeing their changed expressions, she decided to launch a direct assault there. Seeing such a massive number of snakes, Will began to feel deeply concerned. Skeeter instantly activated a magic circle, vowing not to let a single one slip past. A series of fiery explosions swept away the snakes, targeting the residential area. Elisa watched from afar, challenging how long Skeeter could hold out against this legion. Skeeter resolutely replied that no matter the number, it didn't matter. Will noticed a few snakes lurking to find an opening to attack, slashing his blade to wipe out the enemies while reminding himself not to get hit by the cursed poison even once. Will stubbornly guarded the rear, refusing to let any snake pass as murderous intent blazed in his eyes. Elisa smirked, praising Will's stamina before feigning an escape to probe them. Without hesitating, Will lunged forward because he viewed her as a vital clue regarding the cult, shouting that he wouldn't let her slip away so easily. Suddenly, Skeeter noticed something was wrong, shock registering clearly in his eyes. Will dashed right in front of Elisa, but she remained completely motionless with a cryptic smile. A purple flash flickered in her eyes as she gloated that the prey had taken the bait. A giant shadow rose from behind, enveloping Will. He was horrified to realize he had been too impulsive and fallen right into her trap. Will frantically searched for a way to defend himself, but it seemed far too late. An explosion violently erupted right where Will stood. Thick dust and smoke billowed up from the sudden attack. Will was blasted backward, struggling to brace himself and stay upright on the ground. He turned back, intending to thank Skeeter for saving him from certain defeat. But Will's expression froze upon seeing the scene before him. Skeeter had a black snake wrapped tightly around his arm, and toxic smoke was beginning to rise from the bite wound. Will gasped out his teacher's name, while Elisa smiled in satisfaction at having caught the real target. The shadow snake sank its fangs deep into Skeeter's arm, causing black blood to ooze from the injury. Skeeter collapsed in agony, and Will could only stare blankly in utter helplessness. A reaper-shaped shadow entity materialized behind Skeeter like a harbinger of approaching death. Will tried to charge forward, but the cultist instantly ordered him to stop. Elisa threatened that if Will dared make another move, she would finish Skeeter off right then and there. She strolled closer, mocking that her snakes had already completed the mission of wiping out the objective. Will was horrified to see that an overwhelming number of Tobio snakes had surrounded them, bitterly realizing Skeeter had been forced to drop his guard just to protect his life. Will clenched his fists tight, blaming himself for letting the enemy slip past the defensive line. Skeeter labored to call out Will's name, while Will could only watch his teacher collapse in shock. The professor scolded Will for trying to shoulder everything alone, adding that he still had plenty of things left to teach him. Elisa sneered at Skeeter's lingering resilience, while he urged Will to ignore him and stop her. The ruthless cultist stepped cruelly onto Skeeter's head to assert dominance in front of Will. She laid out a condition. She would spare Skeeter if Will obediently followed her orders. Even while being trampled, Skeeter steadfastly believed that Will would defeat her even if it cost him his life. Elisa's eyes turned cold as she declared she would put an end to the old professor right away. She moved to strike, but suddenly froze upon sensing an unusual wave of energy closing in. A beam of blue light tore through the night, cutting off Elisa's malicious intent. Will couldn't hide his shock upon seeing someone coming to his rescue at the last minute. He recognized it as Rare, the baby dragon that had awakened its energy to support him. Rare flew to his side with brilliant, glowing wings, and Will called out its name with newfound hope. Will told himself he couldn't afford to hesitate any longer. Taking down this woman was his only objective now. Will began interrogating the cultist, realizing she didn't actually possess the ability to trigger instant fatal toxins as she had bluffed. Hit right where it hurt, Elisa irritably snapped back, asking what Will planned to do if she couldn't. Will stated that in that case, he had zero reason to hesitate in eradicating her. A giant snake entity rose at Elisa's command as she dared him to try and come at her. Will mentally calculated how to take down that oversized monster without Skeeter's magical support by his side. Rare let out a soft chirp, as if trying to remind Will of a certain plan. Looking into the dragon's glowing eyes, Will seemed to fully grasp its intention to coordinate. He decided to bet everything on Rare and prepared for a decisive blow as both Will and Rare erupted with murderous intent, charging straight forward for an all-out combined assault. Looking at Rare, Will seemed to understand what the little dragon intended to do. Rare's eyes were filled with determination, and Will knew he had to make a major decision. "All right, I'll bet on you, little guy." Will drew his sword into a stance, while Rare began radiating brilliant mana. He recalled the plant growth-boosting technique he used before, but an animal's body was far more complex than flora, making rapid forced growth extremely difficult. If forced to grow too abruptly, the little dragon's body could completely collapse. Rare! Will placed a hand on its head and began channeling magic. "I believe in you." He poured an immense amount of mana into it, executing a forced growth process. Rare's eyes shifted, turning unusually sharp and majestic. Jet-black dragon claws began to grow longer, gleaming with a blue light. Its teeth also became significantly sharper during the transformation. A pair of massive dragon wings suddenly snapped open, covering the entire area. In the blink of an eye, Rare had transformed into a massive black dragon, standing tall beside Will. Will panted, his face beaded with sweat from burning through an unimaginable amount of mana. For an ordinary creature, that massive influx of mana should have shattered its body entirely. But Rare was able to contain that entire source of energy within its massive frame. Elisa clutched the red stone, trying to keep up a confident front, even though she started feeling unsettled inside. But as the looming black dragon stepped forward, her face paled with fear. Will firmly asserted that this much still wasn't enough to make Rare lose control. The dragon raised its head high, letting out a roar that shook the entire space. Thick, viscous blue energy gathered within its jaws. Rare unleashed a maximum output energy breath, blowing away everything in its path. Elisa panicked, hiding behind her shadow snake and trying to weather the blow. But the dragon god's power was too overwhelming, and absolute despair filled her eyes. A massive explosion erupted, a blinding light swallowing the entire battlefield. Its destructive shockwave shook nearby houses. Will collapsed from exhaustion, breathing heavily after expending all his strength. Across the way, Elisa lay motionless on the ground, her entire body smoking from the attack. The black dragon still stood guard over Will, its presence remaining intensely terrifying. Immediately after, it began glowing brilliantly and rapidly shrank in size. Will watched in astonishment. Little Rare had returned to its tiny, original form, looking utterly clueless, as if it had no idea what just happened. Dragons really are mysterious creatures, Will smiled faintly. But then his eyes hardened as he suddenly recalled a critically important matter. He rushed frantically toward where Skeeter lay collapsed, calling out his teacher's name over and over. Kneeling beside him, Will prepared to cast emergency healing magic. He blamed himself for not getting there in time to stop the poison from spreading. The curse was brutally vicious, inflicting agonizing pain that no ordinary person could handle. "I can heal it, but my stamina..." Will worried as his energy was running dangerously low. Rare also jumped onto Will's shoulder, growling with worry as she stared at the Master Mage. Elisa stood frozen, absolute shock plastered across her face at what was unfolding before her. She stumbled backward, trembling and muttering that things hadn't gone the way she was told, and even the shadow snake had vanished. Will knelt next to Skeeter, sweat pouring down his face, realizing the situation was turning critically grim. Elisa started running away. Will gritted his teeth with anxiety because if he didn't give chase, she would escape. But Skeeter slowly opened his eyes, looking at Will with profound understanding when he saw his student hesitate. "Will, make the choice that you truly want to make," Skeeter wheezed out instructions. Will froze, his eyes widening at the unexpected advice from his mentor. Even while enduring excruciating pain, a faint and confident smile still tugged at the corners of Skeeter's lips. Will stood before two harsh choices: chase the enemy, or save the life of the mentor who mattered most to him. "I choose you, Master Skeeter," he cried out, his gaze resolute and entirely free of doubt. Skeeter smiled contentedly, knowing that if we'll stop to save him right now, the enemy might slip away forever. Will poured all of his magical power into the hands pressed against Skeeter's chest, choosing to give up the pursuit to save his teacher's life. The courage to face this choice would undoubtedly become a tremendous source of strength for Will down the road. Skeeter lay there, his body trembling under the effects of the healing magic, hoping his student had made the right call. In the distance, Elisa kept glancing back over her shoulder, her face drenched in sweat and full of fear. She poured every last shred of her remaining strength into fleeing the battlefield, hoping to escape the dragon god's wrath. Compared to remote detonation, direct contact with the target brought consequences far more catastrophic. Will didn't care about her anymore. He focused entirely on the glowing magic circle beneath his hands. The power erupting from within Elisa was even more terrifying than anything she could have possibly imagined. She shrieked in agony as her body was torn apart by her own magic. Elisa collapsed to the ground, completely drained of the strength to fight back. "It hurts so much. I can't take it anymore," she whimpered in utter despair. Elisa reached out her hand as if begging for mercy, tears streaming down her ashen face. But a ghostly light swallowed her whole, finishing off the one who had sown so much terror. A towering column of black fire surged high into the air from where Elisa had fallen, marking the end of a wicked woman. Will felt the shockwave, but didn't get distracted for a second, knowing she would never escape retribution. Watching Skeeter struggle against the Grim Reaper, Will couldn't help but marvel at his teacher's sheer willpower. Skeeter began coughing up blood as the poison mercilessly ravaged his body. "This is my choice too, and I'll take full responsibility for it," Will muttered to himself with ironclad determination. "You're going to be fine. Some run-of-the-mill cursed poison can never beat you," he yelled, as if pumping extra strength into both of them. Will pressed his hands harder against the ground, having just stumbled upon a promising new healing capability. "Now, it's my turn to make a move." Magic light burst from Will's body, stronger than ever before. He activated a massive magic array, vowing to prove that choosing to save his teacher was completely right. A brilliant emerald light enveloped them both, stretching high up into the pitch-black night sky. Sunlight peeked over the horizon, signaling the start of a new day after the intense battle. Skeeter's eyes slowly fluttered open, looking exhausted but still flickering with the light of life. He lay quietly on the bed, with Rare curled up fast asleep right beside him. Skeeter looked up at the ceiling, softly muttering to himself as he wondered where he was. Will pushed the door open and walked in, wearing a relieved smile when he saw his teacher had woken up. Skeeter was still very weak, trying to reply, but finding his body seemingly unable to move normally just yet. Will explained that he had temporarily numbed most of the sensations in his teacher's body, so he wouldn't have to endure the pain from the toxins. Even so, the cursed poison was still silently wreaking havoc on his body, and Will had to continuously use restorative magic to make up for it. Skeeter glanced at Rare, lying next to him, realizing this little spirit beast was the source feeding life energy into him. Will admitted that nothing could get past his teacher, then pulled up a chair and sat down by the bed. He explained that he had pumped himself full of magic before transferring it into Rare, so the beast could gradually feed it to Skeeter like a battery reservoir. Will told his teacher that he needed absolute rest because he would be bedridden for a while, and Skeeter smiled, praising his creativity. He closed his eyes peacefully, telling himself that he had been ready to go anyway, so this was more than satisfying enough. Will pondered for a moment before asking why his teacher was so willing to teach everything to someone he had just met. Skeeter gazed into empty space, started to talk about the limits a researcher usually runs into when reaching the very end of knowledge. He used to worry his life would end before he could explore all the mysteries surrounding monsters. But seeing the way Will poured his absolute all into his work helped him find his courage again. The image of Will walking up those stone steps symbolized the inheritance of the path Skeeter had walked. Skeeter believed his journey could become a compass guiding a genius like him. Deep down, He had always wanted to pass on everything he knew. Skeeter joked that he might be sticking his nose where it didn't belong, but Will instantly denied it, affirming that he wanted to learn even more from his teacher. Will's eyes sparkled with sincerity, making the old teacher feel immensely satisfied. After talking for a bit, Skeeter began to feel tired because his health was still terribly poor. He closed his eyes, promising to continue the lessons next time after he woke up. "Sleep well, teacher," Will softly said as he watched Skeeter drift into a deep slumber to recover his strength. He told himself not to overwork his teacher, and his research on the redstone would definitely have to be put on hold for now. Will stepped outside, silently thanking the locals at the nearby settlement who had agreed to look after his teacher. He decided he needed to head back to Schwartz Academy quickly to handle the next steps. Will carried the deeply unconscious blue-haired girl in his arms, wrapping her tightly inside a large cloak. Schwartz Academia loomed tall and imposing beneath a brilliant blue sky. Standing right by the gates, Erica spotted her friend's silhouette and called out to him excitedly. She ran over, curiously asking about Will's off-campus fieldwork over the past period. But Erica instantly froze, her eyes wide as saucers and jaw dropped when she saw a mysterious beauty resting snugly in Will's arms. She shrieked in confusion, not understanding why Will had brought back such a pretty girl who looked like she was currently furious. Will brushed off Erica's astonishment, saying he had an important task he needed her help with. He bluntly asked if Erica could go with him to Hylic Academy right away. Will's bright smile at that moment only made Erica shiver with anxiety. She stood paralyzed, stuttering, and speechless at this sudden proposal. And just like that, the group found themselves at Hylic Academy, a place specializing in advanced healing magic training. Looking at the familiar architecture, Will felt a deep sense of nostalgia, even though he had never graduated from here in this lifetime. Erica asked for confirmation to make sure their goal was to find a teacher here to wake up the blue-haired girl. Will nodded in agreement and kept walking, leaving Erica to complain that he never bothered to explain things clearly before taking action. Will flashed an apologetic smile, hoping she would help him out on this trip. Erica muttered to herself that she mustn't let herself get swept along by Will's enthusiasm just because of her own low self-esteem. The girl even promised herself not to let Will lure her into anything easily ever again. But before long, the two of them were standing before the solemn grand hall. Will called out a greeting that startled Erica. Stepping right inside, Will politely introduced himself to the person waiting for them. Erica hurried in after him, still not quite used to this lightning-fast change of scenery. Suddenly, she froze when she spotted an authoritative figure in the distance. It was a spacious hall decorated with giant angel statues, where an unfamiliar woman stood waiting. The woman casually brought a cigarette to her lips, exhaling a puff of white smoke amid the sacred atmosphere of the academy. Lily Whitebell, a teacher at Hylic Academy, appeared with a captivatingly rebellious style. Lily scoffed at Will's greeting, asserting that she had known his identity for a long time. Will looked briefly stunned by her attitude, a wisp of smoke masking his face. She looked at Will with bright purple eyes, calling him the greatest genius this school had ever produced.